Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see Harry Potter and Severus Snape were forced to spend Christmas together. Here is short summary. When Harry stays at Hogwarts over Christmas, he unexpectedly finds himself under Snape's watch. What begins as tension soon unravels years of misunderstanding, and changes both their lives forever. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Severus Snape strode down the great hall, his cloak billowing about his ankles. He glowered darkly at all the excited chatter around him. In a few hours all these insufferable brats would be gone for the holidays, off to do whatever nauseating things families did over the Christmas break. He sat at the staff table, resolutely ignoring the small pile of cards sat beside his coffee cup. Every year the staff insisted on this irritating ritual and he felt his mood deepen further. He never sent them back and they still would not desist in wasting their time and filling them in for him. It really was incredibly irritating. Minerva automatically filled his coffee mug for him and he nodded silently in thanks, his irritation level dropping slightly. "I hear you will be looking after the stragglers this year," she asked quietly. Severus almost growled in response. "Apparently I have that honor, yes." Just what he wanted, to babysit a group of students over the break who didn't have the decency to go home to their loving families like the rest of their peers but instead thought it would be fun to hang around and give him a hard time. Even better, the only other staff member here this time would be Filch. "Do you have the list, Minerva?" he asked quietly. "Yes." She pulled out a parchment from her diary. "Only 4 students this year. 3 7th years from Hufflepuff and 1 6th from Gryffindor." He glanced at the list and winced. "Potter. Bloody brilliant." His colleague gave him a sharp look and he slurped his coffee, ignoring her scowl. "Severus," she hissed warningly. "Harry will be here all break without any of his friends. The last thing he needs is you giving him a difficult time. He's still struggling with the loss of his godfather." I know, he spat at his colleague. "We mustn't upset the golden boy, mustn't let him get any less coddled than he already is." "Severus, oh don't look at me like that, Minerva," he sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I'm not going to hex the boy the second your back is turned. He can always go home if he finds my presence intolerable. Harry never goes home for Christmas," she stated quietly and with something in her tone that caused him to glance at her curiously. "Trouble in the golden boy's family?" "Surely not." Severus couldn't help a small smile at the thought that maybe the brat's family were a little more immune to the boy's charms than the wizarding world seemed to be. He watched the staff wave the little horrors off to the train later that morning and turned to face the 4 students waiting for him in the hallway. He noticed grimly that they seemed as pleased to be stuck with him as he was with them. There would be no cheery Xmas Day meal with the staff this year. He was pleased to note that the 3 Hufflepuff students consisted of the head boy and the 2 prefects and he knew they were unlikely to be any trouble, which just left Potter whose middle name was Trouble. "Right you 4, he said in his most intimidating voice, noticing with annoyance that Potter raised a sardonic eyebrow at him. "I'm sure you are as delighted to be stuck here with me as I am with you. We have exactly 3 weeks and 4 days together and I have a great deal of work to do in that time. None of you are first years so I do not expect to find myself having to babysit or deal with any rule breaking. You are free to wander all public areas of the school and grounds and your curfew will be 11 p.m. at which time I expect you to be in your dormitories. Potter, as you are the only student staying from your house you may stay in Hufflepuff if you would prefer." Harry shuffled nervously. "Actually sir, I would prefer to stay in my own dorm if that is allowed." Severus raised an eyebrow at that but replied simply, "As you wish. You may share passwords with each other if you are comfortable doing so. They will be changed before the rest of the student body returns." The 4 students exchanged looks and seemed to agree to that with a nod. "Breakfast will be served in your respective common rooms at 9 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m. which you may order elsewhere if you prefer. You will all dine in the hall at 5:30 each evening after which I expect one of you to report to me in my office so I can be assured that you haven't drowned yourself in the lake or done anything stupid." He glowered at them for a moment to make sure they knew how displeased he would be if that should be the case. "Understood. Good." Now as you are at Hogwarts you may continue to use your wands and practice magic unless one of you gives me reason to doubt that is wise. You may also use your brooms so long as you tell one of your fellow students you are doing so and report back afterwards. Severus noticed that Potter perked up a bit at that and had to bite back the irrational desire to take the last concession back. The library will remain available as will the small potions lab beside my office. I suggest some of you use the time to improve in those subjects in which you are less able. His gaze slid over Potter again and he saw the boy flush in embarrassment as the older students glanced at him curiously. Feeling somewhat cheered by that, the potions master stalked away, before they could bombard him with ridiculous questions. The four looked at each other for a moment and the head boy, who Harry remembered as being called Eric something, spoke first. He seemed really cheerful about spending Christmas with us, didn't he? They all sniggered and Eric turned to Harry. Harry, this is Emma and Morgan, I'm not sure if you've met. Harry shook his head and politely shook hands with the two older students. Emma smiled, except on the pitch of course. Emma was a chaser on the Hufflepuff team, although Harry could only remember playing against her once. Our password is, "Do Wart," this month, Emma said cheerfully. Do come and join us in the evenings and even for breakfast if you like. Thanks, Harry replied. I might do that, although I'm looking forward to a bit of peace and quiet as well. I have a ton of homework. The Gryffindor password is, Panther. They made arrangements to meet in the second-floor corridor at 5.15 and walk down to dinner together and then went their separate ways, Harry quite happy to retreat to his house for a while. He was surprised how strange it was to wander through the common room knowing there was no one there and that he had the whole place to himself for several weeks. He sat down in the large armchair before the fire and silently ran his wand over himself, removing the glamours that he had held up the whole term with a sigh of relief. It had been exhausting, his magic having to keep them up permanently. If he hid up here during the day, he would only have to put them up for mealtimes, which should speed up the healing process enormously. Harry touched his left ribs gingerly. They definitely felt better now, and he knew he had managed to put on about half of the weight he had lost over the summer, so if he rested lots and ate lots then he might not need the charms by the time term started again. Harry dozed for several hours by the fire and then wandered up to his dorm to dig out his homework list and arrange his books. He spent an hour writing out a study plan that Hermione would have been proud of and had a quick shower before preparing to go down to dinner. He stood before the large mirror in the bathroom and examined the bruising around his ribs and hip and the red welts on his back. All of them had finally closed and were fading nicely, and his skin color was much better. There was an angry red mark on his cheek where his uncle's belt buckle had caught him that looked like it might be a permanent scar. Harry wondered if he could fabricate a flying accident over the holidays so that he wouldn't need to keep hiding it. Examining himself critically, he knew the weight thing was the main problem. He still looked half-starved, and that was after 3 meals a day for the whole term. Sighing, he recast the glamour charms, feeling the familiar sense of tiredness settle over him as the drain on his magic began, and dressed to go down and join the others. When they walked into the great hall, they found a single table running down the middle and 4 places set in the very center. It was an enjoyable meal, and Harry chatted happily to the 3 students, glad of a chance to meet people outside of his house. They elected Emma to go and report to Snape that evening, and Harry excused himself to go to the library and find the books he would need for his homework. He wandered up through the ancient corridors feeling a sense of peace he hadn't had since last summer, not since he had lost Sirius. This was his home, and he was able to just please himself for the next 3 weeks. Not even Snape could ruin that. The next week was a pure joy for Harry. He had finished all his homework by day 3 and was now spending a few hours each day doing reading for next term's work. He and Emma had gone out twice to the Quidditch pitch and spent a few hours practicing and passing the quaffle back and forth to each other. Best of all though was the fact that he had been able to truly sleep. Not having to hold the glamours in place for most of the day and night meant that he had managed to lose some of the exhaustion that had plagued him since the start of last term. He had noticed a slightly sore throat developing towards the end of the week and wondered if the fact he had finally relaxed had meant his body's defenses were down. Harry woke on the Saturday morning feeling truly awful. His head and throat hurt, and it felt like every muscle in his body had decided to revolt. He could feel his temperature rising. This presented Harry with a problem. He could skip breakfast, but if he didn't turn up to lunch then someone would probably come looking for him. He hadn't seen Professor Snape once yet, as the other three had taken it in turns to report in. He thought that they might be trying to protect him from Snape, as the older man had been so scathing towards him that first day, and Harry found this rather sweet. Sensibly, Harry realized that he should probably go and tell the professor he was ill, but that left the problems of the glamours. He didn't want to risk them being detected, and it was difficult to say you were ill if you looked the picture of health. If he left them down, the difference would be too startling, and he didn't fancy explaining how he had apparently lost 2 stone of weight in a week. In the end, Harry decided to stay in bed for the morning and then drag himself down for lunch. Luckily the others were too busy chatting about an assignment they had been working on to notice how quiet he was, and he was able to quietly slip away immediately afterwards. Dinner proved to be more difficult, as by then Harry had started to cough and his already injured side was burning in protest. Eric frowned at him in concern. "You're sounding a bit rough there, mate. Are you coming down with something?" Harry grimaced. He was not going to get away with this. "Yeah, just a cold. Shall I ask Professor Snape to look in on you? It's my turn to report in tonight." Thinking quickly, Harry shook his head. "It's okay, I'll report in tonight. I can ask him if he has a pepper-up potion or something." Harry walked down to the dungeon wearily. He really did feel dreadful and hoped the evil git wouldn't be too hideous. He didn't think he could cope with it. He knocked quietly on the office door, turning the handle at the curt "Come in" from inside. Wandering in, he was surprised to see the professor sat back in his armchair, his feet up on the table in front of him. He was wearing muggle jeans and a dark sweater and reading a paperback, and looked surprisingly human. "Ah, Potter, I wondered if I would even see you this holidays. The Hufflepuffs let you come down by yourself, did they? Or are they all waiting outside to make sure you safely make it back to your room?" Harry tensed angrily, but really didn't have the energy to fight with the man tonight, so he shrugged instead. Severus watched him impassively, surprised not to get a rise out the boy. "So is everyone accounted for?" he asked pointedly, keen to get the infuriating boy out of his office. "Yes, sir. We've just had dinner. Everyone is still in one piece, although..." Snape's eyes narrowed. "What happened?" "Nothing, sir. It's just I'm not feeling well. I wondered if you give me anything for it." The professor sighed in annoyance. "You look perfectly fine to me, Potter. What are the symptoms?" Harry took a deep breath, keeping his emotions in check. Why did the man always have to be so unpleasant? It wasn't his fault Snape had such a grudge against his father. "It's nothing really," he said wearily. "A sore throat and a headache, and I've been coughing a bit." "Sounds like a cold, Potter. Do you really need a potion for a cold? I know you're used to everyone running around after you, but really..." "Never mind, sir. I'm sorry I asked." He turned angrily and strode towards the door, feeling the humiliation creak across his cheeks. "Potter." Harry stopped at his professor's sharp retort and turned to find the man had stood and was moving towards him. "Here," he said, handing over a small vial of gray fluid. "A cold draft. Come here immediately after breakfast and I will give you another one." Harry tried to ignore the sarcastic amusement on the man's face and downed the potion in one, placing the empty vial on the table and walking straight out. By the time he got back to his dorm, he was furious. It was awful to be hated so much by someone who had authority over him. And now he had to go back in the morning and go through that rubbish all over again. Harry quickly changed into his pajamas and climbed under the covers of his bed, shivering violently at the cold air. The potion hadn't seemed to help at all. He felt terrible. Severus sat nursing his brandy by the fire, brooding darkly. He actually felt a little ashamed of himself. As much as he hated the boy, it had been unconscionable to use an illness against him in that way. The last thing he wanted was for students who were ill to stay away for fear of ridicule. He must make an effort to be neutral in the morning, he thought as he prepared for bed. By 11 the next morning, all thoughts of being pleasant to the brat had dissipated. He had specifically told Potter to return immediately after breakfast, and the boy was nowhere to be seen. He strode through the Gryffindor common room and marched up to the dormitories with a long list of unpleasant punishments and tasks already prepared in his mind. All of which evaporated at the first sign of the young man shivering in his bed. "Dear heaven," he whispered shakily, crossing quickly to Harry's bedside and laying a hand on his burning forehead. Harry was curled up on his side shaking violently, his sheets soaked through with sweat. But what was startling the professor so thoroughly was not the obvious illness but the fact that he could see every one of Potter's ribs through his thin nightshirt. He carefully lifted the shirt and stared in confusion at the yellowing bruises that ran the whole length of Harry's sides. Rolling the boy slightly, he winced at the red marks covering his back. Old marks. A belt buckle, he thought darkly. Severus had a few of those marks himself. Harry never goes home for Christmas. Minerva's words echoed in his memory and he lay the shirt back down with a shaky hand. Damn it, Potter, he growled, but he knew the anger was not aimed at the boy, nor even the one who had hurt him. This time it was all for himself. It was a little-known fact that Slytherin House had more than its fair share of abused kids coming through each year, and Severus believed he had become somewhat of an expert at spotting them. But he had taught this boy for 6 years and had never seen, even suspected. You see what you expect to see, Severus. The headmaster's voice echoed in his head and Severus hissed angrily. So much for protecting Lily's child. They has all been so busy guarding against Death Eaters that they hadn't realized they were sealing the boy up in a viper's den every summer. Potter. He shook the boy's shoulder roughly and when he got no response, turned his head to lift an eyelid. Harry's eyes were rolled backwards and his breathing sounded rattly, his clearly congested. After summoning his house elf to fetch supplies, the potions professor spent the next few hours stabilizing the very sick boy. He treated the infection and fever, including nutrient potions and healing drafts which he spelled directly into the boy's stomach. He then cast an eye over the older injuries, finding broken ribs, a partially healed wrist and skull fracture. The ribs and skull fracture he was able to fix quickly. The wrist was going to need more expert care as it had clearly started healing at a wrong angle. He then levitated Harry above the bed, changed the sheets, and conjured a fresh set of pajama bottoms, leaving the boys bare. His temperature was still elevated, so he conjured a fresh sheet to cover him but left the other blankets in a pile at the bottom of the bed. He ran his wand over the boy and nodded in satisfaction. Harry was breathing properly now, his fever was back at a safe level and the shivering had stopped. Severus cleaned away the empty potion bottles and conjured over a chair beside the bed. He called his elf back. Could you please bring my lunch here and let the other students know that Harry is unwell and will be staying in bed today? Ask them not to visit and assure them that I am keeping an eye on him. The elf nodded and popped away and Severus sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He wandered around the room looking at the photos and posters displayed above each bed. He had never been in these dorms before, having never had cause to come further than the common rooms in any house other than his own. He glanced at the cluttered desk at the bottom of Potter's bed and picked absently at the papers gathered there and the detailed homework plan that was taped to the wall. He noticed with surprise that the list had been ticked off and the boy now seemed to be working on work for next term. Severus sat at the desk in a position that would allow him to see if Potter woke up and reached for the book pile, selecting the 2 potion books that had been set for the next term. He glanced through, seeing the pages that Potter had bookmarked and reading the notes the boy had made for himself. Many of the pages seemed to have little yellow squares of paper stuck to them that the professor had never seen before. They pulled easily off the page and could be stuck back down. Seeing a pile of them on the desk, he lifted them up and read the back, "Post-its. Must be a Muggle invention," he thought absently, wondering if there was anything similar in the wizarding world. Potter's notes were quite detailed. Revise similar potion from first year before term. Practice stage 1 of this over holidays. Snape's lab. Look up other options for catalysts and safe combinations. Severus glanced at the rest of the books piled on the desk and noted that a third of them had similar yellow labels sticking out of the corners. The boy was creating a job list for himself for the rest of the holiday. He felt his gut tense slightly as another preconception slowly fell apart. This was not the work desk of a lazy pupil, drifting through school on his fame and name alone. He glanced up to the shelves above and noticed the color-coded files for each subject, another Muggle method of working that looked rather sensible. A thick purple file labeled DA caught his attention. What subject was that? Feeling rather guilty, he pulled the file from the shelf and opened it. The first page was a heavy piece of parchment that practically throbbed with magic. Scrawled across the top was, "Dumbledore's Army," with, "Defense Association," in brackets beside it. Below were 24 names signed in quill. So this was the practice group that had caused Umbridge so much trouble last year. He spent nearly an hour reading through the detailed notes the group had kept of each session, recognizing the handwriting of Harry, the Granger girl and Ron Weasley. At the end of each session the trio had noted how everyone was doing and agreed on the pairs that would be working together on the next session, deliberately putting those who had done well on a particular exercise with those who were struggling. It was an excellent system and allowed them to begin each new class with a review of the previous one. The group had clearly mastered some very advanced defensive spells and charms, and Severus glanced back at the boy with a frown. He had to admit he had thought the whole thing was nothing more than an exercise in rebellion, but Potter had clearly equipped his friends with skills that may save their lives in the times to come. Severus ate his lunch, watching the sleeping teenager, and reflected how much his impressions had shifted in the last few hours, and all without a word being spoken. He wondered if it was possible to start from scratch with so much bad history between them. He thought it unlikely, but at least he could make amends by ensuring those bloody muggles never got the chance to lay a hand on Potter again. It was several hours after sundown when Harry finally came round. He opened his eyes groggily, confused to find it was dark and all the lamps in the dorm were on. A quiet movement beside him made him jump, and he found himself looking in the face of his most hated professor. Harry hurriedly sat up, surprised when Snape leant over to place a pillow behind him. "Take it easy, Potter, you are quite unwell." For once there was not a trace of the man's usual sarcasm, and his expression was particularly grim. Harry searched his memory to work out how on earth he had found himself in his room with Snape playing nursemaid. He remembered getting into bed feeling awful and dropping his glamours, and then, shit. His glamours. Harry looked down at his arms and the highly visible scars, and his eyes flew up to meet Snape's, who were watching him steadily. Severus saw the fearful panic in the young man's eyes, and his heart clenched painfully. "Don't worry about any of that now, Potter. Let's get you well first, shall we, and then we can talk." Harry looked down, his face flushed, and Severus remembered the lengths he had gone to hide his own abuse from everyone at that age and how ashamed he had been. "I don't want you to worry about this, Potter. You've done nothing wrong and you don't have to talk about it until you're ready." Harry looked up at his professor, confusion evident on his face. "Why are you being so nice?" he whispered hoarsely. Severus raised his eyebrow at the question and then replied deadpan. "Christmas cheer. It runs out at midnight on the 25th, so make the most of it." The boy smiled at that and nodded gently, relieved not to be facing an inquisition about his injuries. Severus helped him walk through to the bathroom and freshen up, and then fed him several potions before seeing him safely back in bed. As he left Harry sleeping and went to check in with his other young charges, Severus could not help the feeling that something massive had shifted in him. He felt as if the wall he had so carefully built between himself and the rest of the world had come shattering down, and was not at all sure how that had happened. It was frankly quite terrifying. Harry slept fitfully that night, waking frequently with coughing fits. Every time he woke there was a steady hand waiting to help him sit up and a glass of ice water quickly available. By morning Harry could feel the tightness in his loosening and was finding it much more comfortable to breathe. He wondered guiltily if his professor had slept at all, and remembered the man's words at the start of the holiday when he had declared he had lots of work to do. Harry sighed heavily. Snape was the last person he would have wanted to discover his secret, but the man had been quite decent about things last night. He hadn't mocked at all, or even been angry about the glamours. Harry wondered nervously if it would last, or if the professor would be back to his old snarky self today. The sound of a soft tread on the steps up to the dormitories interrupted his musing, and Harry sat up, shoving his pillows behind his back. He watched nervously as the professor entered the room, noting the man's damp hair and change of clothes. He had obviously come straight from the shower. Severus eyed the boy appraisingly, trying not to look too fierce and temper his normal glare. Having practiced that particular expression for so many years, it was hard to know how to arrange his features differently, but the boy did not look too terrified, so that had to be a good sign. He lay a few potions vials on the bedside table and conjured the armchair over. "You look a little better this morning. How is the breathing?" Harry shrugged. "It doesn't hurt any more and I feel much better." The professor handed each of the potions to Harry and poured him a cup of water before ordering tea and toast for them both. "I have instructed your fellow students to stay away for a few days, partly to ensure they don't catch your cold and partly so that you don't have to worry about your appearance," Severus explained quietly, watching as the boy's cheeks flushed. He waited for Harry to make eye contact again, and when it seemed that was not going to happen, he continued anyway, hoping he was listening. It's very important that you don't try and recast the glamours right now. You are far from the well, and the drain on your magical and physical energy could be dangerous. Potter, do you understand? Harry nodded, keeping his eyes focused on the bedspread and hoping that the professor would consider him still too ill to start asking difficult questions. Harry was nowhere near ready to answer them. They ate in silence, and Harry slowly found himself relaxing again as he drank the hot, sweet tea and even managed a few half slices of toast. Once they had finished, the professor tidied the trays away and pulled a jar of ointment out of his bag. If you have no objections, I have a jar of anti-scarring cream that I would like to apply to your cuts. Harry nodded his assent and watched as the man washed his hands and then knelt beside Harry's bed with the jar and a wad of cotton swabs. Harry rolled over as the man gently pushed him onto his side and moved the back of his pajama top up to shoulder height. Harry sighed as he felt the cool cream covering the still tender welts on his back and shoulders. It felt icy against his too hot skin, and he thought vaguely that it would be nice to fill a bath with the stuff and just climb in. I'm afraid it's unlikely to have any effect on the older scars, but you should see an improvement on anything that's less than a year old. Harry found the enormity of the situation suddenly crashing down on him. No one had seen these scars, no one. Only Uncle Vernon and him knew what happened in that house. He wasn't even sure his aunt really knew what happened during her weekly outings to the supermarket. He fought against the sudden panic. He was not supposed to tell. That had always been the rule. I fell, he said quietly, cringing as he felt the hand applying the cool salve still for a moment. After a pause, Severus resumed his work. Yes, I see that, Potter, he said quietly, his voice curiously flat. You fell repeatedly, over many years, on the same belt buckle. Harry pulled away and wrenched his pajama top down, pulling his knees up until he sat huddled against the headboard. He stared fiercely at a spot on the wall. He would not cry. He would not cry in front of Snape. He knew the bastard would mock him, he just knew it. There was a moment of unbearable silence, broken by the professor's quiet admission. I myself suffered from a similar clumsiness when I was young. It took a moment for Snape's words to sink in, and once they did, Harry froze, startled green eyes flying to meet the serious gray ones that were watching him sadly. You did, Severus nodded. My father, he said simply. Although a dog chain was his tool of choice, I imagine he thought it was more humiliating and therefore decreased the possibility of me telling anyone what he had done. Harry was speechless, his mind completely numbed by his professor's words and the fact that he had told him, Harry Potter, the student he hated the most. Bloody hell, Harry, say something, he thought desperately. Don't just sit here like a complete idiot. Before he could get his brain to work, Snape had moved from his position beside the bed and, taking one last bit of the salve, lifted Harry's chin and gently covered the mark on his cheek. He placed the pot on the bedside table and refreshed the water jug before turning and giving the shell-shocked boy a faint smile. Get some rest, Harry. I will send one of the house elves up to keep an eye on you. He paused and, sighing softly, added, You don't have to tell me what happened or speak about any of this during these holidays, but we will have to address things before the next summer break. You may very well choose to tell me nothing, and that is fine too. I'm sure there are others you would prefer to confide in. However, I won't accept any tales about falling, walking into cupboards, or whatever other things you have come up with over the years. It is important for you that you learn that what has been done to you is wrong and that you have no responsibility to cover up for whoever has hurt you. It is for that reason that I won't accept such things. Sleep well, Harry, you will feel better soon. The professor left the room, closing the door quietly behind him, and Harry slid down under the covers with a sob. He didn't know why it should seem so important, but all that he could think of was that Snape had called him Harry, twice. Somehow that felt better than any potion or any of the kind words the man had said. Harry took a shuddering breath and closed his eyes. Maybe he really would feel better soon, about everything. It was dark when Harry woke and dragged himself to the bathroom. He could not believe that he had slept solidly all day. He felt much improved, and apart from a rather painful throat and headache was feeling better than he had since arriving at Privet Drive the previous summer. He stripped his pajamas off and climbed under the dormitory's shower, turning the water on full to blast away the grimy feeling of illness from skin. Harry leant against the wall and let the water pummel him. It had been too painful to do this most of the term. He looked down at his which was now almost bruise-free and took a deep breath in. Something else he had not been able to do. This was shaping up to be a rather eventful holiday, he thought with a smile, and Snape, well, Snape had been nice. Harry left the shower once the water started to lose its heat and wrapping a large towel round his waist, padded back into the dormitories to find his professor had returned. The man looked up as he entered and gave him a worried frown. Harry knew he must still look ridiculously thin but consoled himself that at least this hadn't happened at the beginning of term when he had looked a whole lot worse. "Thank you for sorting my ribs out, sir." The professor inclined his head in acknowledgement and lifted the scar salve from the bedside table. "May I?" Harry turned so that his back was facing the man and stood self-consciously as Snape carefully covered every welt with salve. Firm hands turned him and applied smears of the clear liquid to marks on his shoulders and neck that had been missed the night before and the one on his cheek. "Would it work on this, sir?" Harry lifted his left hand to show the ugly raised skin that spread diagonally from wrist to index finger. "What is this? What the hell is this?" Snape spat angrily, causing Harry to take an unconscious step backward. "I must not tell lies" was still clearly visible between the raised scars. Umbridge's detentions last year," he explained nervously. Snape's expression changed to one of absolute fury and Harry snatched his hand away. "She used a blood quill on a student," he roared, and then, seeing Harry's expression, closed his eyes and took a deep shaky breath before lowering his voice to a soft growl that if anything was worse. "How many detentions did you serve with her, Harry?" About 20, I think." Snape winced and then, his eyes still closed, asked, "And was anyone else subject to this treatment?" "Yeah, load of kids. I think it was just me for the first term because she was angry I had said Voldemort was back, but probably half of Gryffindor had detentions with her in the end, and certainly all of the I mean the defense study group we had." Severus opened his eyes and regarded the teenager before him impassively. He had been subject to an illegal assault by a professor in this school and was talking about it as if it was perfectly normal. "Did you never think to inform your head of house about this punishment?" "Well, Harry was seriously confused. Why was Snape making such a big deal of this? "I think she knew. I mean, she told me to just keep my head down and try not to make things worse." "Harry," the professor said quietly, "I assure you she didn't." Professor McGonagall spent half of last year pacing the staff room, raging because one of her students had received a slap on the hand with a ruler. "Blood quills are illegal, anywhere. Even owning one can get you a hefty fine." "You're kidding," Harry blurted out, and Severus smiled wryly. "Have you heard of the expression, writing a contract in blood?" And at the boy's confused expression explained, "When you write something in your own blood, you are making a magical contract to comply with the wording, so to make someone write something of your choosing is a form of forced suggestion. It's considered the same as using an imperious curse. In other words, Professor Umbridge was using an unforgivable on her students." Harry's eyes widened in shock. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "Indeed, Potter, come here." Harry stepped forward and allowed the professor to take his hand and apply a liberal dollop of the salve over the white lines. Severus carefully probed the wrist at the same time, pleased to see it not appear too tender. "Madame Pomfrey will have to re-break that bone and straighten it a little once she is back, but we should have it all sorted before the start of term." "Will you be able to sleep tonight?" Harry nodded. "I think so. I'm still pretty tired. Thanks for looking after me, Professor." Severus gave the boy a faint smile. "You are welcome. I have left some potions on the side for you to take before you sleep, and will send some more up with your breakfast. The fireplace in your common room is connected to the flow, so if you start feeling unwell again, then just throw some powder in the fire and call me." Harry nodded. "I will." He watched the professor leave the room and sat down on the side of his bed, his fingers going to trace the scars on his hand. Had none of the professors known what was going on? Snape had looked absolutely furious, and Harry had to confess he had assumed that this type of punishment would be Snape's kind of thing, especially when dished out to Gryffindors. Harry climbed into some fresh pajamas and curled up in the armchair Snape had vacated, happy to see a large bowl of stew and plate of fresh bread had appeared on the table. He ate it all hungrily and even had room for one of the chocolate frogs Ron had left him as a dessert. He then grabbed one of the potions books he had been working on and climbed back into bed, surprised to find a few pages of parchment fall out of the back. Picking them up, his eyes widened in surprise. It was his potions assignment for the holidays and it was marked. Harry read the detailed comments, pleased to see he seemed to have done well. At the bottom, instead of a mark, there was a yellow post-it with his professor's spidery handwriting on it. Mr. Potter, on the whole, this is an excellent essay and would currently receive an exceeds expectations mark. However, an extra paragraph on alternative applications for the potion would raise this to an oh, and I thought you might like the chance to make the addition. Could you also please tell me where I can procure some of these post-its? They are rather useful. Professor Snape. Harry laughed and, placing the essay on his bedside table, settled down to read a chapter of his book before sleep. The world had turned on its head, he thought with a snort. Maybe he should write to Fred and George and suggest they sell Muggle stationery supplies. It could be a useful sideline. Harry managed about 4 pages before he drifted off, his face pressed into the page of the book, and slept a wonderful dream and cough-free night. Severus paced the floor of his study, his anger made worse by the few hours of sleep he had in the last few days. A blood quill. That toad of a woman had used a blood quill on his students. He knew it was irrational, but he was angrier about that than the marks inflicted by those blasted Muggles. Hogwarts was meant to be a safe place, he thought with a snarl. For many of the students in his house it was the only safe place in their otherwise miserable lives. Potter too, he added sadly, still finding that mental adjustment painful. The large glass of brandy in his hand was slowly steadying the man's nerves, and eventually he was able to sit and think more rationally. That did not, however, calm his anger. If that bloody woman thought she had gotten away with this, then she was in for a nasty surprise. Indulging himself in a leery snarl, he reached for a roll of parchment and a quill and began plotting. Harry woke ridiculously early the next day to a soft tapping. Hedwig was sat peering at him through one of the tower windows, and he bounded over to let her in. He lifted her to his shoulder and detached the bundle of letters from her foot. She had obviously been to the burrow, as he immediately recognized Ron and Ginny's handwriting as well as one of the twins. The owl hooted softly and nudged his ear with concern, and he realized that he must look very different to her. She hadn't seen him without the glamours for a while either. "I'm all right, Hedwig. I just have a cold." He pulled a biscuit out of his food stash and broke a piece off for her before chucking the letters onto his desk and running through to the shower. It felt so good to have energy again. By the time Harry emerged, dressed and hungry, a breakfast tray had appeared beside his bed with 3 potions on it and a small roll of parchment which he immediately unraveled. "Mr. Potter, should you need any assistance today, I will be Potions Lab 5. I suggest you stay in your house, and I have instructed the other students to leave you in peace. I will check in on you this evening. Professor Snape." Harry added the parchment to the mess on his desk and tucked into his breakfast, happy to have an excuse not to see anyone for a while. He wanted to get back to his studies and think about the last few days. It had been his worst nightmare that someone would find out about the Dursleys, but now that it had happened he felt a strange sense of relief. He tried not to think about the fact that he would now have to tell Dumbledore, or at the very least his head of house, before next summer. The fact that Professor Snape had reacted so calmly had helped a lot and made him think that maybe it wouldn't be so bad. So long as the newspapers didn't find out. Harry shuddered at that thought and decided he would not dwell on this anymore today. Instead, he sat down to read through his letters and spent the morning replying to his friends and making the additions to his potions essay that the professor had suggested. Lunch appeared with a pop in the common room, and Harry paused to eat before launching straight back into his study plan. Harry couldn't ever remember working this hard on his studies before, but then he had never been allowed access to his textbooks over a holiday before either. By the time Professor Snape appeared in the common room that evening, Harry had worked his way through every textbook on the next term's list. He hadn't bothered to read in detail, just scanned through looking for spells or terms that seemed difficult so he could label it and go back over more thoroughly later. Severus walked into the room to find the boy cross-legged on the floor beside the fire and surrounded by books. Every one of the books had been subject to the yellow label treatment, Severus noted with a wry smile. "You've been busy," he stated quietly. Harry looked up nervously. Would the pleasant treatment continue now that he was feeling better, he wondered. Just skim reading really, so I know what to come back to. I noticed that there were a few potions you wanted to practice before term in your notes. The older man stated, and at Harry's nod continued. I am working in Lab 5 all this week on some supplies for the hospital wing, so if you wanted to set up there tomorrow then I could supervise you. Harry felt his tension dissipate somewhat. Snape seemed to be holding the truce, so he guessed he could too. That would be great, sir, if it wouldn't distract you. I'm sure I will cope, Severus answered wryly. As you were in hiding, so to speak, I thought you might like to join me for dinner this evening in my quarters rather than spend the entire day on your own. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, thanks. That would be nice. Well, go grab a jumper then. We can take the flow from the main corridor and avoid your fellow boarders. Severus watched as the young man ran up the stairs to his dorm, his eyes going back to the pile of study notes on the floor. He honestly felt as if he was meeting a completely different Harry Potter. Severus remembered all of the conversations he had heard in the staff room, enthusing about Potter's talent, Potter's dedication, Potter's perfect essay mark. He had honestly thought his colleagues were completely deluded, but now he wondered what on earth had been going wrong in potions. It was clear that Harry truly was a dedicated student, but even allowing for his own misconceptions, the boy really did not ever produce anything higher than adequate in his class. Was it just not his subject? Given Harry's ambition to be an Auror, that would be unfortunate. Severus decided he would put some time into finding out. Harry appeared back in the common room, his head half out through the top of a baggy maroon jumper with a large dragon on the front. Severus raised an eyebrow at this, but the boy just grinned as he pulled the jumper over his t-shirt. Mrs. Weasley, he said with a smile. She likes to knit. Severus pointed to the pile of letters neatly stacked on the floor. Do those need to go as well? I have some correspondences to send this evening, so can add them to mine if you like. Harry grabbed the pile and followed his professor out of the common room. They ate in the kitchen of Severus's rooms, perched on the end of a rickety pine table that was mainly covered in piles of essays, class notes and letters. Snape's quarters were not entirely what Harry had expected. The lounge and study were dark but not unwelcoming, but it was clear that the kitchen was where the man spent most of his time. Do you have a potions lab down here as well, sir? Snape shook his head and took a sip of his tea. I have a separate store cupboard down here for my private work, but I use the lab behind the potions classroom. It is easier to keep an eye on those that take a while to brew if they are close to where I am teaching. What have you been studying today? Harry went on to describe the charms texts he had been reading and his plan to practice some of the easier exercises before term started and revise a few he had had difficulty with last year. The professor asked questions now and then, mainly to encourage the boy to keep talking and ensure he stayed relaxed. Once they had finished eating, he gave Harry the last of the potions he would need to take to clear his cold and handed the boy a small wooden box. That has a 2-week supply of a diet supplement I have been making for a national sports team. If you take one morning and night, it should help you get your weight up before term starts. Do you have many jumpers like that one? Harry looked down at his Weasley jumper with a frown. I have a similar green one. Why? Because it's baggy enough to hide your figure. The professor said quietly. You don't want to have to hide away for the rest of the Christmas break, and I really don't want you to put your glamours back up. Harry nodded his understanding. He was an expert at hiding his appearance and was pretty sure he could pull it off now that the visible marks had almost gone. Can I move about as normal tomorrow, sir? Severus nodded. I don't see why not. It might be worth joining your fellow students at some point so they don't start panicking. Our head boy has been asking after you 3 times a day and is frankly starting to irritate me. Harry grinned at the professor's snarl. When not directed at him, the man's humor was actually rather funny. For the first time Harry could see why the Slytherins laughed when Snape was in full sarcastic flow in the classroom. Maybe I will join them for breakfast. If you still want to have a go at that potion, then come down for around 11. I should be ready to help you set up at that point. Harry nodded and got to his feet. I might as well walk back up to the dorms. Shall I add my letters to the pile? Harry pointed to the large stack of addressed envelopes sat on the table and thought he saw a brief smile cross the professor's face. Yes, just put them on the top. All those letters will be going off tonight. Severus walked Harry to the door of his chambers and waved away his, "Thanks for dinner, sir." "You are welcome, Potter." Try not to get lost on the way back to the tower, won't you? That bloody Hufflepuff will think I've buried you in the grounds somewhere." Harry chuckled. "I'll do my best, sir." Severus watched the boy leave and then picked up the pile of envelopes and grabbed his cloak. If he got these all off tonight, then he would hopefully have some replies by Christmas. Then he would have an idea of how to proceed. If he was lucky, that annoying ghost might put in an appearance as well in the next few days. Then the fun could really begin. Harry groaned as the liquid in his cauldron turned a sludgy gray. This was starting to get embarrassing. His potions professor, who had been standing with his arms folded across his, gave an annoyed huff and waved his wand to banish the offending mess. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter, you have managed to mess up a second-year potion 3 times in one afternoon." "I know," Harry said miserably. "I couldn't get this one right in second year either." "Well, if you can't manage this first stage, you are never going to cope with the more advanced levels this year." Severus sighed heavily. "Come and have some food and then you can try again." Harry followed the man dejectedly into his office where a plate of sandwiches was waiting for them. He was feeling a right idiot, and the more mistakes he made, the more annoyed Snape was getting. Maybe it was time to give up on the whole thing. At least then he could drop potions next year and focus on the subjects he was good at. It was just that despite everything, he actually liked brewing. He liked the feeling of it. Harry loaded his plate, poured some water for himself and took the seat opposite the professor. The two of them sat in silence for a while and ate, Harry feeling nervous in a way he hadn't been since the beginning of the holidays. He watched Snape glowering at him and felt a strange sense of loss. He had liked the lessening of tension between them and had been starting to feel safe in the man's presence. Harry felt his stomach drop as he realized that once term started, things would go back to normal. He would screw up his potions, Snape would be vile, and worse still, the man knew all about the Dursleys. His appetite rapidly vanishing, Harry put the plate back on the table, ignoring the pile of uneaten sandwiches. Severus watched the play of emotions on the boy's face and felt his own irritation turning to concern as Potter visibly tensed before him. By the time the boy abandoned his food, Severus was feeling a little alarmed. He hadn't seen that expression on the child's face since his last detention, and Severus realized with a sinking feeling that what he had always interpreted as defiance was more of a closing down. Harry was shutting down emotionally in order to protect himself from attack. Attack from him. He looked back towards the abandoned potion room with a frown. What the hell was going wrong with the boy's brewing, and more importantly, how did he fix it without pushing him further into his protective shell? He looked back at Potter, who was sat nervously, his hands in his lap. "Are you not hungry?" he asked, keeping his voice neutral. Harry shook his head and the potion's master tried to contain his irritation. "Shall we talk about what went wrong with the potion?" The boy looked up at him nervously. "I'm sorry, Professor, I kept missing the right moment to add the vervain." "Did you not understand the instructions?" "I did. It's just that I find it hard not to get distracted, and if I lose my place I can't find it again." The professor could hear the frustration in the boy's voice. "Well, the instructions in your book are pretty straightforward, so maybe we should look at what it is that you find so distracting." "Normally?" Harry asked in puzzlement. "I mean in class." "No, Potter, at dinner." "Of course I mean in class," he snapped, and then closing his eyes, forced himself to take a deep breath. "You're not helping Severus," he rebuked himself silently. Harry swallowed and looked at his feet. What the hell was he doing voluntarily brewing potions with Snape during his holidays? He must be mad. "Mr. Potter, I believe I asked you a question." "Well, Malfoy is always throwing stuff at my cauldron and trying to wind me up, and are you really intending to blame your atrocious lack of potion skills on your fellow classmates?" Harry flushed with anger. "You asked me what distracted me. If you don't want to hear," he trailed off and bit his lip, trying to stop the sense of panic that was threatening to overwhelm him. This man knew what Uncle Vernon had done to him. He had seen his back. Why had he trusted Snape after all that? The awful things he had said over years, all the times he had humiliated him in front of the whole class. Harry felt his constrict in panic. He couldn't breathe. It felt like the walls were closing in. There was no way out. Severus found the sharp retort on the tip of his tongue as he saw the color drain from Harry's face and the boy double over, his hands gripping the sides of the armchair. "Potter." Severus was on his feet in a second, his wand flashing through the air in a hastily cast diagnostic spell. The boy was having a panic attack. Bloody hell, had he caused this? He knelt beside the chair, completely at a loss as to how to calm the child. "Harry, it's all right, calm down." He laid a hand on the boy's back and spoke as gently as he could. "You're safe, Harry, just try and slow your breathing. Slowly now, breath in and out." It took several minutes before the fog in Harry's brain cleared and he could actually pay attention to what was happening around him. Snape was talking softly and rubbing his back. Harry fought to get his breathing under control and follow the instructions his professor was giving him, at the same time trying to ignore the embarrassment that was now creeping in. He had completely lost it in front of Snape. He was mortified. Harry had experienced several panic attacks when he was younger, mainly when he had been locked in his cupboard, but he had long ago learned to calm himself before one took hold. He closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on his breathing, in out, in out. Eventually the pain in his cleared and his ears stopped ringing. Harry glanced up at Snape and winced at the fierce expression on the man's face. He looked furious. Harry leapt out of the chair and before Snape could respond had fled from the room, running back to the tower as fast as he could. Severus sat where he was, knelt beside the chair for several minutes, feeling completely stunned. He had no idea what had just happened. Admittedly he had been a bit short with the boy, but he had been snapping at Potter for 5 years and that had never brought a response like that. Getting slowly to his feet, he sighed heavily. He needed to fix this but didn't know where to start. Should he let the boy calm down or follow after him to make sure he was all right? "Damn it, Potter," he whispered in frustration. Things had been going so well. Harry didn't stop running until he had reached his dorm, by which time he was seriously dizzy. He threw himself face down on the bed and let the tears fall as he lay there getting his breath back. He was going to be in enormous trouble for running out like that. Probably a dozen detentions and that pathetic little meltdown had given Snape even more ammunition against him. Just brilliant, Harry, well done, he thought bitterly. Harry lay like that for close to an hour, tears pouring silently down his face until his eyelids slowly drifted down and he let sleep take him away. He didn't hear the dorm door open or his professor slip quietly into the room and take the armchair beside his bed. Severus watched as the boy slept, his cheeks flushed and his eyes still puffy from what had obviously been a significant crying fit. He wasn't sure if this was the right course of action but knew that he couldn't leave things like that between them. Every interaction he had had with Potter over these holidays had questioned his judgment and treatment of the boy, and today had been no exception. He found the thought of returning to their previous hostility intolerable. It was several hours before Harry stirred and Severus watched as the teenager became aware of his surroundings and wiped his face tiredly. Severus gave a quiet cough to alert the boy of his presence and sighed as Harry almost bolted from the bed. They stared at each other for a moment until his quiet, "Sit down, Potter," brought the boy back to the present. Harry climbed back onto his bed and sat against the headboard, drawing his knees up to his. He watched as the professor poured out 2 large mugs of tea and added a vial of potion to each of them. "A calming draft for both of us," he explained, and Harry nodded. Harry accepted the mug and cradled the warm cup against his nervously. What was the man doing here again, and which Snape was it? The one who had looked after him so carefully this week, or the other one? The one who made his life a living hell? There was an uneasy silence as they both drank their teas and Harry felt the subtle effects of the potion working through him. He drew in a shaky breath and let it out slowly, allowing the tension to drain from his shoulders at the same time. Severus noted the change with approval. Maybe now they were both calm enough to continue. "Are you feeling better, Harry?" The boy flushed and looked down. "Yes, sir. I'm sorry I lost it like that." "You have nothing to apologize or be embarrassed about," Severus answered quietly. "Have you had attacks like this before?" The teenager nodded. "But not for a long time and never at Hogwarts." "Well, I imagine it feels safer here than at home." "Normally yes," Harry mumbled. "But not with me." Snape asked so quietly that Harry barely heard him, and to his shame, Harry felt tears prick at the back of his eyes. He would not cry in front of Snape, he would not. Today had been bad enough. "Harry, I must apologize for being so short with you this afternoon. It was not my intention to upset you." "Sock," Harry mumbled, embarrassed. Snape was apologizing to him. How was he supposed to respond to that? I realize that we have not had the easiest of working relationships, but I really would like to get to the bottom of what is going wrong for you in potions. Severus paused and watched the boy carefully. He was clearly still emotionally wrought, and this was a Potter he didn't know how to deal with. Defiant he was used to. No, not defiant, he corrected himself. Scared, all these years, scared of him. You were attempting to explain how you get distracted in class, and I don't believe I allowed you to finish. Perhaps you could try again and I will attempt to temper my usual. Severus struggled for the words. The boy smiled faintly, and Severus wondered just how many words the teenager had come up with silently just now. Harry took a deep breath and attempted to explain. Potions is the one class where the house rivalries are difficult, he said tentatively. There is always someone trying to sabotage someone else's work or an argument going on. I just find it really difficult to concentrate, and I know that you. Harry bit his lip and looked at the professor anxiously, who nodded to indicate he should continue. I know that you don't like me very much, 'cause I look like my dad and all, and that makes me nervous when you come round to look at our work and I lose my place. Is that what happened today? Snape asked quietly, and after a moment's hesitation, the boy nodded. Severus listened to the boy in mounting confusion. Where was the thirst to prove the evil potions master wrong, that had gotten so many pupils through potions in the past? This wasn't Longbottom sat in front of him. It was Harry Potter, who had fought basilisks and faced the Dark Lord on 5 separate occasions. So Potter, we have established that house rivalries and your nervousness of me are not helping matters, but I must confess I am finding this difficult to fully understand. You have other practical lessons with Slytherin that, according to your school reports, you do well in. Do you not suffer the same distractions in those classes? That's different, the boy exclaimed, and Severus could hear the frustration in his voice. He laid his hand on Harry's arm in an attempt to comfort. Harry, I'm not trying to catch you out. I genuinely want to help you with this. I realize the significance potions has in your career choice, so if we can fix this, it will benefit both of us. Severus sighed as the tearful boy in front of him shrugged in a defeated way. Well, let's focus on today, shall we? Your potion work seemed to be going well until one particular point. Harry nodded. The vervain. I kept missing the right point to add it. You missed this 3 times, so it was obviously more than the fact that I was prowling in the background. Did you not understand the instructions in your book? Yes, but, well, this is what I mean about potions being different. Harry sighed and took a deep drink of his tea, trying to stay calm so that he could explain. I'm fine with potions where the tempo doesn't change, because it doesn't matter if I get distracted, I can just, sir. Harry paused as his professor's head had shot up and the man was looking at him with startled eyes. What did you just say? Snape snapped, and Harry felt himself lean back into the headboard. Sir. You said that the tempo changed. What did you mean by that? Harry swallowed nervously. Snape had leant forward and was now sitting on the edge of his seat, looking at him with an intenseness that was quite alarming. Well, you know, sir. The rhythm of the potion, it changes midway in this one. Where? The professor asked quietly. Where does it change? Harry paused to think. Snape didn't look mad, so maybe he wasn't being stupid after all. He remembered back to the disastrous first attempt this morning. After the comfrey, I think. Yeah, you add the comfrey and stir it 4 times and then it simmers for a while. After about a minute the rhythm changes and everything speeds up. I was okay until then, but if I got nervous at any point after that, it was like I missed the wave and I couldn't catch up. There was a minute of quiet whilst Harry looked nervously at his professor. Snape was watching him wide-eyed, and Harry wasn't sure if the man was about to ask more questions or just yell. He wasn't expecting the slow smile that spread across the professor's face or the small chuckle. Severus closed his eyes and leant back in the chair with a deep sigh. Bloody hell, he whispered through another chuckle whilst Harry watched with mounting confusion. Once he had got himself back under control, Severus opened his eyes and turned to face the rather nervous-looking boy. I think we have discovered the problem, Potter, he said wryly, and Harry sat forward in interest. The tempo you are describing is what potions master call attunement resonance. I haven't heard of that before, sir. Severus laughed and ran a shaky hand through his hair. No, Potter, you wouldn't have. It's not something that is taught to school students. It's not a term you would even hear until well into a potions master's training, and that's because few wizards can do it. Can do what? Sense the rhythm of a potion potter. Your little problem, as we shall call it, is that you are sensing something that none of your classmates are, and you have been trying to brew your potions at a level more advanced than most of the potions masters in this country. Harry's eyes widened. You mean I'm not meant to be feeling for the right moment to add stuff? Snape laughed bitterly. No, Potter, you are meant to be following the instructions and taking your best guess like everyone else in your class. Just guess. That doesn't sound very good. I don't think I would like doing that. The professor looked at the outraged expression on Harry's face with amusement. And that, Mr. Potter, is the frustration of every potions master who finds themselves teaching in a school or working in a busy lab. It is impossible to stay attuned when surrounded by other people. That is why the potions you brew in school are not ones that require you to be sensitive to the magical energies. It's no different than cooking, really. Harry groaned and buried his head in his hands, his words muffled through his fingers. I never understood how everyone else could do it. How they could all keep mucking around and still get it right. Few of your peers ever get it right, Potter, but almost right is good enough at this level. Very few students have any sense of the subtleties of brewing. Harry sat back up, a wry smile on his face. You said that the first day, and at Snape's questioning frown. My first class in first year, you said you didn't expect many of us to understand the subtle art that is potion making, but for the select few that possess the predisposition you could teach us how to brew fame, bottle glory, and even Potter. The professor interrupted, his face blank. I remember that day. I gave you detention. Yes, I remember that, sir. For not paying attention, the boy said bitterly. How do you remember? You were doodling on your notebook. I was writing down what you were saying. Harry snapped, the first sign of temper showing itself. Severus sighed and leant back against the back of the chair. He had given that speech to every first-year class he had ever taught, but had never had a student quote it back at him before, never mind a student he had promptly punished for actually taking notes. He looked up at the boy who was scowling back at him and said quietly, "Sorry doesn't seem to be enough somehow, does it?" Harry's scowl cleared and he looked down. What happens now, sir? I mean, once term starts. We could try a fresh start. Do you think you could give me that? The boy looked up hopefully, and that somehow made Severus feel worse. The brat should be furious with him, not looking at him with those green eyes full of pleading as if he'd just been offered a bag of sweets. Definitely Lily's child, he thought with a heavy heart. She was too forgiving as well. Well, at least I know how to help you get through potions now. I can teach you an exercise that will allow you to ignore. Severus stopped mid-sentence and groaned heavily. Damn it, he swore with feeling. Professor. Snape was looking at him with such a stricken expression on his face that Harry moved cautiously to the side of the bed and lowered his legs to the floor. Sir, are you all right? Oh, Harry, he whispered and touched the boy's arm lightly. This gift you have, it means you are very sensitive to outside magical energies, and it is almost impossible for you to block them. You will have to learn a type of redirection so that you can feel them but not be influenced. I don't understand, Harry questioned. Why was his professor so upset? This is a very rare skill, Harry, and I couldn't have known, but, he paused and looked straight into the boy's puzzled eyes. There is no way you could have mastered occlumency with me last year. Not using those methods. Severus saw the shocked realization in the boy's eyes and had to resist the urge to reach out to him. You mean, it wasn't my fault? He whispered hoarsely, and Severus shook his head. He watched with horror as the boy seemed to crumble before him, and without realizing he had moved, found himself sat beside Harry, an arm around the boy's shoulders. Had he traumatized him that badly with those awful lessons? Harry's shoulders shook as great, heaving sobs tore through his body. He couldn't have stopped it. It wasn't his fault. I thought, he sobbed. I thought I killed him, that if I'd tried harder. Severus felt his gut tighten in anguish. The boy believed that Black had died because of him. He tightened his hold on Harry's shoulders and spoke urgently and what he hoped was gently into the boy's ear. Sirius Black was a grown man who knew the risks when he left the house that day. You were caught by an elaborate trap that we all should have anticipated and prevented. He sighed heavily. I know the headmaster greatly regrets not having explained his concerns to you directly, and I too wish I had acted differently. You did not kill your godfather, Harry. You must believe me on this." The boy's sobs increased and Severus sat quietly beside him, hoping that his words had gotten through and today's revelations had helped in some way. When Harry's cries had calmed to a few sniffs, Severus moved away and returned with a wet cloth and some tissues. He let Harry clean himself up and then returned to sit in the chair, pulling it close enough that he could keep a hand on the boy's arm. Eventually, the child sat up and looking much younger than his 16 years smiled weakly at him. "Thanks, sir," he whispered and Severus nodded. "This had been a difficult day, Harry, and I apologize for that. Are you feeling calmer?" "Yeah, I'm hungry," he added with a laugh and Severus smiled wryly. "I'm not surprised, you ran away without eating any of your lunch. Did you have breakfast with the others?" Harry shook his head. "I overslept." The professor frowned. "If we were in term, I would take points for missing 2 meals in a row. Don't let it happen again." "No, sir." They made eye contact and both smiled weakly. "Can I try the potion again, sir? Maybe tomorrow?" he asked hopefully and the professor's smile increased. "I rather think you might be busy tomorrow, Harry." Harry frowned. "It's Christmas Day, Harry. You know, presents, cake and nauseating sentimentality." Harry's eyebrows almost disappeared under his fringe. "It's Christmas Eve." "Yes, Potter, it is. Welcome to the same calendar as the rest of us. I believe the Hufflepuffs have a party planned this evening in their common room in place of the normal dinner, so why don't you get yourself cleaned up and head down there? Make sure you remember a baggy jumper." Harry nodded and stood, wiping his face vigorously on a tissue. "Thank you, sir," he said quietly, and to Severus's surprise, the teenager leant forward and gave him an awkward hug before disappearing off into his bathroom. Severus watched Harry go and walked slowly back to the dungeon, his thoughts reeling. Was it worrying that he felt a sense of loss walking away from the boy? That for once the thought of Christmas Eve alone in his kitchen did not seem very appealing. Harry paused outside the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room and tugged on his sweater nervously. He hadn't seen the others for 4 days and knew the change in his appearance was bound to be startling. It just depended on how observant they were. He uttered the password and stepped through into the cozy room. There were 3 large sofas arranged in a circle and a large table in the middle that seemed to be creaking under the weight of the food piled on it. "Harry." Emma saw him first and jumped up to run over and give him a quick hug. "How are you? You look awful." Harry laughed. "Thanks, Emma. That's good to know." Eric snickered and clambered up off one of the sofas to pat Harry on the arm. Tactful as ever, Emma. He frowned at Harry. "That must have been some cold. Are you feeling better?" Harry smiled nervously. "Much better, thanks. Is it all right if I join you?" "Of course you can." Eric pulled Harry over to one of the sofas which Harry sunk into gratefully. "We thought we would start Christmas early with a party tonight and Professor Snape had given us permission to have our meal in here tomorrow as well. Is that okay with you?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, that's fine. It would have been weird in the Great Hall with so few of us." "Is Snape joining us for dinner tomorrow?" Morgan snorted out a mouthful of hot chocolate. "I bloody hope not. I don't fancy sitting around the fire with that overgrown bat." Harry shifted uncomfortably whilst Eric gave his housemate a playful swat around the ear. "Don't be so disrespectful, Eric. Professor Snape is not all bad." "Yeah," Harry added awkwardly. "He's actually been pretty decent to me this week. He sat with me all night when I was ill." Eric's eyes widened at that as he poured Harry a glass of juice and handed him a plate. "That sounds like it was more than a cold." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, it went to my. It was pretty hard to breathe for a while and I was sort of out of it for that night. Some rest and a few potions sorted it out though." Eric watched the younger boy thoughtfully as Harry loaded his plate with roast chicken and potatoes. He really did look pretty awful and Eric wasn't surprised when Emma disappeared for a few moments, only to return with a blanket and some pillows which she insisted on tucking around Harry. They all stuffed themselves silly with food and dessert before starting a rousing game of Wizard War games. Each of them had a small army to command over a large world map and Harry was doing rather well until Morgan pulled a sly trick and surrounded his troops. When Severus popped his head in the door at 9:30 he found all 4 students roaring in laughter as they watched Harry and Emma's entire battalions being wiped out by Morgan's. Eric had sensibly retreated to see the outcome before making his next move. The head boy smiled at the professor as he came to perch on the arm of the chair. Severus arched an eyebrow as he looked at the board before them. "Tactical error, Potter," he asked dryly, and Harry laughed. Yes, sir. I seriously underestimated the sneakiness of one particular Hufflepuff. Morgan chuckled. Don't feel bad, Harry, I always win. The battle's not over yet, Morgan, Eric reminded his friend quietly. Severus looked around the room with satisfaction. The students had kept the place reasonably tidy and had decorated the whole room in holly and mistletoe. He noticed the blanket wrapped around Harry and the mass of pillows at his back. It was good to know they were looking out for each other. It certainly made his job easier. He placed the wooden crate he had brought with him onto the floor and waved his wand to open it and reveal 12 bottles of butter beer. A present from the headmaster, he said simply. He asked me to give these to you tomorrow, but seeing as you are starting the celebrations early, I thought you may appreciate these this evening. Thanks, sir. Eric pulled out a few bottles and started passing them around, and Severus took the opportunity to give Harry a long searching look. Sensing his gaze, the boy looked up and gave a small nod, indicating everything was fine. Satisfied that Potter had calmed from the earlier events of the day, the professor stood and moved to leave. Your main meal tomorrow will be delivered here at 2 p.m. Have a good evening. Professor, would you not like to join us for a butter beer? Eric asked seriously. That's very kind, Baxter, but you seem to be coping without me. Harry looked up from the board with a small frown. You could help Emma and I salvage this game, sir, if you aren't too busy. The professor paused for a moment and then nodded, sitting next to Harry on the sofa and accepting the bottle Eric passed him. He looked back at the board and frowned heavily. I'm not sure it's possible to salvage this, Potter. Severus found himself relaxing back into the sofa as he listened to the students' chattering and laughter. He watched idly as Morgan led the slaughter on the board. Eric's troops had joined the battle now, and it was chaos. Potter had withdrawn his few surviving models, who were now prowling around the edge of the battlefield, picking off stragglers here and there. One lone model crept around the foothills, and Severus suddenly sat forward as he realized the direction Potter was guiding it. With one swift move, the model launched into the battle and slew both Morgan and Emma's generals. Both students yelled their outrage as Harry sat back with a satisfied sigh and watched Eric's troops swiftly overrun the board and finish the game. Morgan chucked a pillow at Harry, who laughed. That was a sneaky move, Harry. Kill the general and let someone else deal with the others. That's pretty much my role in life, Harry said quietly. The students laughed, not catching the reference, but Severus gave the boy a sharp look. Surely the boy had not been listening to the rubbish the Daily Prophet had been spouting this year. Why would he think the Dark Lord was his responsibility? Unless Albus had told Potter about the prophecy. Severus felt his good mood evaporating. It would be just like the headmaster to tell a 16-year-old boy that he would be responsible for the fall of the most powerful dark wizard this land had ever known. With what must have been the world's most ironic timing, Severus felt his mark burst into flame and clamped a hand across his forearm with a wince. Beside him, Potter's hand flew to his forehead. Severus stood up promptly, placing his almost empty bottle on the table. I must take my leave. I have a potion I must check on. Enjoy the rest of your evening. He exchanged a look with Harry, both of them aware of what had happened, and Severus felt a strange pang as he recognized concern in the teenager's expression. Concern for him. Severus paused in the main corridor long enough to call Filch and tell him he was leaving the castle and Accio his cloak. He strode out towards the school gates, feeling strangely disconnected from what was happening. It had been several months since he had been called, and he realized with a pang that he had never felt that he was leaving something before. Severus waited until he was outside of the school boundaries and took a deep breath before apparating away. Harry wandered back to his common room, feeling like someone had kicked him in the head. The immediate headache he had had when Snape had been called had lasted for several hours. He then found himself pacing his room, wondering if his professor was back safely and if it would be way out of line to go and check. At midnight, a large group of owls swooped in through the open window, each carrying a parcel. Harry untied each gift and placed them under the tree, pleased to see Hermione had managed to do the bit of shopping he had requested. He unpacked the large box that had taken 2 owls to carry and found 5 leather notebooks, each in a different color, and a packet of multicolored post-its. There was also a large box of Honeyduke's chocolate, and Harry was pleased to see from Hermione's receipts that he had sent her enough Muggle and Wizard money to cover the purchases. Harry wrapped the notebooks individually with a large bar of chocolate and labeled one each for Eric, Morgan and Emma. He had saved the largest notebook for Professor Snape as it was a deep Slytherin green and added the post-its. He slipped in a catalogue for the Muggle stationery store Hermione had found them in with a smile. Well, the man had asked. He wrapped the last present with a wry smile. I must be completely crazy, Harry thought with a sigh as he wrapped the large bar of chocolate together with a packet of cat treats and a catnip mouse. I can't believe I am wrapping a Christmas present for Filch. It was about 3 a.m. before he finally ran out of excuses for going to bed and collapsed against the pillows. For all I know, Snape is back and snoring his head off and I'm lying here getting in a tiss about nothing, Harry thought before slowly dozing off. Morning seemed to come far too early and Harry wandered back down to the common room, unsure as to what to do. He glanced at the breakfast tray with a sigh. He wasn't sure he could eat right now. Not until he knew if the professor was all right. Making a split-second decision, he grabbed the presents for Snape and Filch and pulled his jumper on before heading for the main corridor. At least this way he had an excuse for visiting. Severus sat slumped in the armchair near the fire, his eyes closed as he let the potions working through his system do their work. Last night had not been fun and he didn't think he was ready to sleep yet. The Dark Lord had been seriously displeased and had made a point of expressing that displeasure on every one of his inner circle. Severus had lost count of how many minutes he had been under the Crucio curse, but it had been enough to make every nerve sing in pain. He knew from experience that the aching would last for several days. Thank heavens there were no classes to take. He would need some time to settle himself. Severus thought back to what he had learnt last night. It was sure to be a blow to the headmaster when he heard about Slughorn. He knew Dumbledore had been trying to recruit the old potions professor for the last year, but the man had proved rather elusive. At least the old bastard went down fighting, Severus thought with a snarl. When Lucius had finally tracked Slughorn down, there had been a spectacular duel and 2 Death Eaters had been killed. Unfortunately, Horace Slughorn had also been killed in the crossfire, and it was interesting that Voldemort had been more upset at that than the loss of 2 of his most faithful. Severus winced as he remembered the man's rage and the cold way he had turned on Malfoy and struck him down. Lucius Malfoy was dead and Severus couldn't work out how he felt about that. His one-time friend and mentor was certainly no loss to the world, but somehow he couldn't bring himself to be glad. A quiet knock interrupted his musing and he cursed. Please don't let there be any dramas, he thought with a snarl. Come in, he barked, expecting Baxter with a list of inane questions about today's schedule. The door tentatively opened and to his surprise it was Potter who peeked around. Severus remembered the boy grabbing for his scar last night and his eyes narrowed sharply. Are you unwell? Potter shook his head and inched further into the room. No sir, I just wanted to bring you your present. Severus stared blankly at the brightly colored gift the boy held in his hand. You got me a gift. And at the boy's nod. Why? Harry shrugged. It's Christmas sir, and I wanted to thank you for looking after me when I was ill. There was a moment's silence, and then realizing he was still staring vacantly, Severus visibly pulled himself together and stood, reaching the present. Thank you Potter, that was thoughtful of you. I'm afraid I didn't return the favor. Exchanging gifts is not normally a tradition I follow. Harry watched his professor in concern. The man was as pale as he had ever seen him, and Harry had not missed the way he had steadied himself against the arm of the chair as he stood. Are you all right sir? He asked quietly. Severus bit back the sharp retort that sprung to his lips, stalled by the genuine worry in the teenager's expression. I've been better, he said simply. But all live, can I do anything? Harry took a step closer, seeing the line of cold sweat on Snape's forehead. No Potter, I just need to rest. Thank you again for the gift. Sensing his dismissal, Harry nodded and turned away. He paused at the door and looked back. Will you be joining us for Christmas dinner sir? Severus looked up in surprise. Filch was dining with a friend in Hogsmeade today, and he had planned to dine alone and leave the teenagers to their celebrations. Would you like me to? He asked, immediately embarrassed that the question had slipped past his lips. I would sir, Harry said quietly, and Severus nodded. Then I will see you at 2:00. He listened as the boy's footsteps faded and then sunk back down, turning the gift over in his hands. Other than Albus, who always gave him brandy, he had not received a gift in years. He opened the wrapping carefully, pulling out the smart green journal and packet of post-its with a wry smile. He fingered the parchment-style paper curiously. It was much smoother and neater than anything he had seen in Diagon Alley, and Severus realized the journal must also be Muggle-bought. The prefect's size for a potions journal, and just in time for the new year. Feeling surprisingly touched, he placed the gift on his desk along with the catalog and limped through to his bed chamber. If he slept for a few hours, he should be well enough to sit through dinner, although he wondered wryly if the Hufflepuffs would be as keen to dine with him as Potter had been. Harry knocked on the small wooden door that led to Filch's office with his heart in his mouth. Knowing his luck, the old bastard would give him detention for disturbing him on Christmas Day. The door flew open and Filch stood there glowering at him. Harry could see Mrs. Norris sat on the desk watching him suspiciously. "What is it?" Filch asked, his eyes narrowing on the skinning boy before him. Harry held out the wrapped gift to him, with what he hoped was a winning smile. "Happy Christmas, Mr. Filch." The man took the gift and scowled at him. "I suppose it's hexed then, as normal. Those blasted Weasleys put you up to this." Harry sighed. This had definitely been a bad idea. "No sir, I just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas. There is something for Mrs. Norris in there as well." Harry turned and walked away before the man really did give him detention, and he ended up spending the day scrubbing the Great Hall with a toothbrush. Filch looked down at the present in his hand and then at the retreating back of the young man, a strange expression on his face. He placed the gift on his desk and lay a crystal on the top. The large stone gave a pulse of magic and turned green, and Filch's dark eyes widened in surprise. The parcel was clean of magic. He tore it open and found a large stash of chocolates, and some treats for Mrs. Norris. She pounced on the desk and grabbed the catnip mouse before he could even look at it, retreating to her basket with a contented purr. Any student told what happened next would surely have thought they were being wound up, as the stern-faced caretaker burst into tears and buried his face in a dirty hanky. "I always liked that Potter," he told his cat as he blew his nose noisily. Mrs. Norris paused from licking the mouse to gaze at him seriously. As if reminded how untrue that particular statement was, Filch blushed and buried his face again. Harry walked slowly up to his common room, his mood having taken a bit of dip. He was worried about Snape, annoyed with Filch, and completely unaware he had just made a new friend. Severus paused outside the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room to catch his breath and wipe his face. He was still feeling a little shaky, although the rest had helped enormously. It was just past 1:30, so he was in plenty of time, and he was surprised to realize that he was feeling a little nervous. He had attended staff dinners on previous years but often made an excuse of a previous engagement and left the castle for the day. He really wasn't a big fan of holiday traditions, they just reminded him of all the things he didn't have. He pushed the portrait open and strode in with his normal scowl firmly in place, which changed to surprise as he took in the changes to the room. All of the chairs and sofas had arranged themselves around the edges of the room, and a wide dining table had appeared in the center, set with 5 places. Dozens of red candles hovered in the air above the table, and the fire was roaring so loudly it was echoing off the stone walls. Most startling was the tree in the corner that was now so large it reached all the way to the 50-foot ceiling. Its top branch with a star on was pressed against the roof and slightly bent over. Severus nodded a greeting to the 3 Hufflepuffs who were sat near the fire and looked back to the tree. "I do not remember that tree being quite so," words failed him at this point. "Isn't it great?" Emma enthused, bounding over to his side. Harry did it. He wanted to practice an engorgement charm that the 6th years are covering next term, so he went around the castle this morning practicing on the trees. Severus looked back at the tree thoughtfully. Engorgement charms were particularly difficult to do and were rarely as tidy as this. He circled the tree, noting how equal the sides were and how all of the ornaments and baubles had also grown in proportion. "It's good, isn't it, sir?" Morgan added. "I can never enlarge things more than twice their size," but it only took Harry a few attempts. The professor nodded. "Where is Potter?" The head boy answered quietly. Harry went back to his house for a rest after breakfast. "I don't think he slept very well last night. He said he'd be back in time for dinner." Severus nodded and accepted the glass of butterbeer that Baxter offered him and took a seat near the fire. He watched as Shacklebolt, was it Morgan, he couldn't remember, worked his way through a small fire of presents on the floor, the boy's face lighting up in delight. Had Potter received a similar pile of presents, Severus found himself wondering. If anyone had asked him a week ago, his answer would have been immediate. The boy would be spoilt rotten with a pile of expensive gifts from his family and fans. Now he didn't know what to think. Even watching Harry interact with the other students last night had been eye-opening. There had been no hero worship from his peers, and more noticeably, Potter hadn't seemed to expect it. The boy had been quiet but engaged, taking part in the laughter and games but not dominating. Severus frowned. How had he managed to miss what all of his colleagues had seen so clearly? A good student with a troubled home life. He wondered about the reaction Potter had had last night when he had been called. The boy had clearly felt the call in his scar, and Severus winced at the thought that he might still be having visions of Voldemort. Yet another thing they would have to tell about. Harry appeared just before dinner was served, still looking tired and pale but cheerful. There was an abundance of laughter and teasing about sleepy heads as they all settled at the table, Severus taking the seat at the head. The professor sat quietly, happy to listen to the children chattering and throwing in the occasional comment. His ears pricked up as he heard Emma question Harry about his presents. Potter grinned as he finished a mouthful of roast turkey and launched into a description. I got a book from Hermione, chocolates and a joke box from Ron. Ron's mum sent me a jumper and cake, and Hagrid a wooden flute. What about your family, Harry? Eric asked, and Severus saw the boy carefully arrange a neutral expression on his face. Oh, they don't usually send presents here. I expect they will wait until I go home. That's nice, Eric smiled. It's like spreading Christmas out a bit that way, isn't it? Harry nodded non-committally and took another large mouthful of food whilst Severus scowled into his dinner. Bloody muggles. They couldn't even take the time to get a present for the child. What had Albus been thinking placing Potter with such poor guardians? He would be having serious words with that man. The few presents Potter had received was also irritating him. 4 friends and a friend's mother. Surely the average 16-year-old received more than that. The boy seemed to be more than happy with his haul, though. That alone was depressing. He had just watched that annoying Hufflepuff open about 50 presents. Severus tuned back into the conversation and listened to the teenagers as they discussed the last Quidditch game, move by move. He watched as the 3 friends shamelessly picked apart Potter's performance on the pitch whilst said seeker smiled good-naturedly. In the end it was Severus who rescued the boy. Remind me who caught the snitch in that game? He asked dryly. Potter turned to him with a mock-innocent expression. Why, Professor, I'm not sure I recall. Oh wait. I remember now. I believe it was me. He turned back to his peers with a grin and they all laughed. Severus noticed the head boy flash an approving look his way before answering Potter directly. Fair enough, Harry. You did of course win the game for Gryffindor, so we shouldn't be too hard on you. Harry inclined his head graciously at the concession. Why, thank you, kind sir. I will of course take your critique of my performance on board. Emma sniggered. Can we have another few practices over the rest of the break, Harry? I want to learn that role you did. Harry smiled bashfully. I'm not sure that role was particularly deliberate, he admitted to more laughter from the others. Severus found himself smiling at the interaction. Despite the annoyances in the classroom, there really were some great kids in this school. What's more, he admitted to himself, he was actually enjoying this Christmas. Severus tried to get the image of the headmaster smiling knowingly at him out of his head. That evening found Severus Snape sat at his kitchen table nursing a brandy and a head full of confusing thoughts. Today had been surprising. He had experienced more human contact in the last 24 hours than he had since school when Lily had been around. He wondered what Lily would say if she were here now. He felt shame flush through him. She would probably punch him on the nose for the way he had treated her son for the last 6 years. I'll make it up to him, Lily, he promised silently to the empty kitchen and took another sip of his drink. A tapping at the window alerted him to the owl waiting patiently on the windowsill. Severus let the bird in and pulled off the heavy letter she was carrying. That makes 11, he thought with a satisfied smile. The ball was rolling nicely. It had been relatively easy to pull the school records and make a list of all the students who had served detention with Umbridge. He had then separated out the lists to the 4 houses. There were only 8 Slytherin students who had been effected, and Severus had chosen 5 who he knew were from pureblood families that held influence in the Ministry or wizard media. He had written a very carefully worded letter to the 5 parents. Nothing to worry about, but he had concerns about the detentions they had served. Could they have a discreet chat with their son, daughter, and make sure nothing untoward had happened? Nothing official, of course. He was only writing as a concerned head of house. He made a point of emphasizing that the woman had been employed and sent to Hogwarts by the ministry, not the school. He knew that the moment the students confided in their parents that a blood quill had been used, all hell would let loose. Most pureblood families would understand the true nature of such a device. Within 12 hours he had received outraged owls from all 5 sets of parents. He had immediately replied, feigning shock and outrage. "I share in your anger, will completely support any action against the ministry. No, the headmaster does not know yet, but will be equally angry when he finds out." The second wave of letters had included grandparents and influential friends of the 5 families. All Severus had to do now was stand back and watch the fallout. With a bit of luck, that bloody women would be in Azkaban by the spring. The whole thing had been a carefully stepped dance in politics, and Severus knew that Albus was unlikely to completely escape the scandal this would cause. He felt a little guilty about that, but not enough to stop the action he had taken. Whilst not completely honest, he had not lied either, and he knew the headmaster would genuinely be furious when he found out what had happened. A quick count had shown that Potter had served 37 detentions with the bi.ch. No wonder the scar on his hand was so pronounced. Minerva and Poppy were also likely to be explosive in their rage, and a perverse side of him wanted to invite Umbridge to tea, lock her in a room with the 2 witches, and then tell them. Now that would be a good way to start the new year, he thought with a sly grin, although Filch would not be happy with the clean-up operation afterwards. Severus snorted into his brandy in amusement and opened the latest letter. His grin widened as he read it through. The first contact from the press, perfect. They seemed to be approaching the story from the angle he had hoped for, taking Umbridge's actions as directly targeting pureblood families. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth, but this way it would upset the right people and protect Potter from any unnecessary attention. With a bit of luck, his name would not even come up. He added the letter to the others and downed the last drop of brandy before grabbing a cloak and striding out into the corridor. It was time to find Peeves and add the last special element of this little revenge attack. Harry spent the next 3 days working through his study plan and was pleased when he had managed to tick everything off his list. There were only 3 potions that he wanted to practice and a book on transfiguration that Hermione had recommended left to cover. He had agreed to meet the others first thing in the morning to get some flying practice in, so wandered up the stairs to his dorm reasonably early. Harry climbed back into bed with a sigh. There were only 8 days left of the holiday, and for once Harry didn't want the term to start. He had really enjoyed this break, despite being ill and despite Snape finding out about the Dursleys. Harry was also nervous about the fact that the rest of the teaching staff would be returning in a few days' time. Despite the fact Snape had promised him he didn't have to tell anyone until next summer, Harry knew that he would have to see Madame Pomfrey about his wrist, and that would involve questions. Harry pulled his blankets around him more tightly and watched the snow falling gently outside his window. He really wasn't sure what to do about that. He knew he could invent some excuse and that the Medowitch would probably not ask too many questions, but he had never outright lied about his injuries before. He also thought that having this hanging over him all year might be more stressful than just getting it over with before school began again. Professor Snape had agreed to help him with potions again tomorrow afternoon. Maybe he could ask his advice. Harry snorted to himself under the blanket. Oh, how the world had changed in just a few short weeks. Here he was planning to go to Snape for advice. He closed his eyes and slowly drifted off to sleep, resolved not to worry too much about anything just now. Harry spent an enjoyable few hours flying the next morning and taught Emma loads of new moves whilst practicing a few new ones himself. He made her promise not to tell anyone who had taught her in case of retribution from his team. "Can't have my own house hexing me if you lead your team to victory. Next term, can I?" he explained. After showering and changing, he ate lunch with the others and then headed down to the dungeons, still a bit nervous despite he and Snape's slightly thawed relationship. He hadn't been down here since that embarrassing panic attack and was not looking forward to this at all. Harry knocked on the door to Snape's office quietly, moving in when he heard the professor's answering call. Snape was sat near the fire again, a tea tray laid out on the table before him. He waved Harry over to the armchair opposite his, in which Harry sank gratefully. "I hope you didn't overdo it this morning," Snape quietly asked as he poured tea for them both. Harry accepted the cup and smiled. "Maybe a little, but we were only out there for a few hours. I think I need to start doing some physical training this term." "So long as you see Madame Pomfrey first, Potter. You are not in any condition to be pushing yourself. In fact, it makes me shudder to think you have been on your house team this whole year. If anyone had seen how you truly looked, I can guarantee you would not have been allowed to play." Harry worried his bottom lip with his teeth. He really hoped they let him keep playing. After the Toad had kept his broom all last year, it had been such a relief to be able to fly again. It was probably the only thing that had kept him sane after losing Sirius. Harry noticed the potion vial sat on the tray and looked up at his professor curiously. "A calming draft, Potter. I thought you might want it before we try and unravel this potion's mess." Harry nodded and reached for the vial, betraying his anxiety in the unquestioning act of downing it. Severus fought to keep his face neutral whilst he felt his concern growing. He had expected the teenager to refuse. Harry took a deep swig of tea to get rid of the taste of the potion, and eyed his professor nervously. If he was going to ask, then now would probably be best, before they started on the potion and he annoyed the man to distraction again. Professor, can I ask you something?" Severus nodded to the boy, cradling his teacup and watching as Harry swallowed nervously. "You said that I wouldn't have to talk to anyone about the Dursley's yet, but I know I will have to have my wrist fixed and I'm not sure how to. I know Madame Pomfrey will not ask too many questions if you are not yet ready." Severus reassured, surprised that Harry was voluntarily bringing the subject up. "It's just that, I wondered if it would be worse to wait. I mean, I don't know how bad this is going to be." Harry trailed off and drew in a shaky breath. Severus felt his throat grow tight in sympathy. It didn't matter how many students he went through this routine with, everyone was heart-wrenching. Discovery of abuse was almost as bad as the original insult for a child, and he felt his anger growing at the thought that yet another Hogwarts student found themselves in this position. "Harry," he said gently, aware of his renewed use of the boy's first name. "I know it's hard to believe it now, but things will get better once you have spoken to someone about all this. I'm not saying it will be easy, but surely knowing you won't have to go back to that place is worth it." Haunted green eyes looked up at him. "That's just it, sir. I have nowhere else to go. Not without putting people I care about at risk." Single quote. "Maybe this is one time where you can let the adults sort things out?" Severus asked wryly. "It will only be for 1 year after all. You come of age next summer." Harry sighed. "I know it's irrational, sir, but if I tell and then do get sent back there—" "That will never happen," Severus snapped, and Harry winced, unconsciously leaning back in his seat. Seeing the reaction, Severus closed his eyes and took a steadying breath. "Harry, I give you my word that you never have to go back to those people again. I will not allow it." Harry slowly relaxed, hearing the frankness of the professor's words and for the first time realizing it was true. He never had to go back to the Dursleys, not ever. The two of them sat in silence for a while, and once he had settled himself, Harry asked quietly, "How does this work? I mean, who do I need to talk to?" Severus paused long enough to refill his tea and settle back in the chair. He would have to be completely honest, but make sure he also didn't overwhelm the boy. "Firstly, you should probably tell your head of house, which is obviously Professor McGonagall. She would then arrange for you to have a formal medical exam in the hospital wing, and a statement would be taken from you." He watched Harry carefully, but the boy only nodded and did not seem too distressed by the thought of a statement, so Severus continued. "At this point the headmaster would be informed and any legal processes would be started. In your case that would mean dissolving your guardianship with the Dursleys, finding a suitable replacement until you come of age, and then deciding whether or not to press legal charges." Harry's head shot up in alarm. "No, I don't want to have to. I mean, I'd rather no one else knew." Severus raised a hand to calm the boy's sudden panic. "The guardianship can be dissolved without pressing charges. Usually the threat of a criminal case is enough." Harry sighed heavily. "Would it be possible to do this all at once?" he asked, and at the questioning frown added, "I mean, could I tell Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall together? I'm sure I could help you arrange that." Harry looked down at his hands nervously, his voice dropping to a whisper. And could you be there? Severus sat in stunned silence. Potter wanted him there. For that, would you like me to be? He asked quietly, and the boy bobbed his head. I would, sir. I think I would feel safer. Severus realized he was gripping his cup so tightly it was shaking in his hand. Bloody hell, he thought savagely. When did I start to care this much, and how could it have happened so quickly? If that is what you would prefer, then I will be there. I would advise that we do this before your classmates return if you feel ready for it. Harry nodded again, grateful for the man's even tone and the fact he seemed so calm. Thank you, sir. Severus drained his tea in one and quietly placed the cup back down on the table. Shall we return to our potions chaos again then, Mr. Potter, and see how many more ounces of my valuable ingredients you can destroy in an afternoon? Harry put his cup down and followed the professor into his lab, hiding his smile. He was beginning to recognize the man's sarcasm as an attempt to reduce tension and wondered how often that had been the intention in the classroom as well. He immediately saw that the ingredients for the same healing draft had been laid out next to a small cauldron and were waiting for him. Harry sat down at the stool and opened his textbook to the right page before looking to Professor Snape for instruction. The technique I am going to teach you is very simple. Basically, I want you to talk to me as you are brewing. When you are doing the more complex parts of the potions, then you can describe to me your actions as if you were teaching it to me. When it is a case of simply stirring, we are going to talk about anything else that comes to mind. Harry frowned. How does this help? By focusing on your environment, instead of the energies of the potion, then you will hopefully not feel so pressured to stay in attunement with those energies. It's a bit like having the radio on in the background. We are simply turning down the volume to a level where it allows you to think and talk. Harry smiled. That made sense to him. Professor. Yes, Potter, Snape snapped impatiently. This attunement thing, it doesn't mean that I'm destined to be a potions master, does it? Because I really don't like that potions that much. I mean, Severus raised an eyebrow and snorted in amusement at the boy's discomfort. Don't panic, Potter. No, I do not think you are an undiscovered potions genius. I believe it has something to do with the way your magic works and your general sensitivity to magical energies. That said, you should continue potions as long as you can. There are many careers where you will find this skill helpful, and the fact that you can attune could open other doors for you. Really? Like what? Well, curse breaking is an obvious one. The energies of brewing are very similar to the vibrations of curses and wards. Harry's eyes widened. Is that why I can feel the wards of the castle? Severus fought hard to keep the sheer amazement off his face, not altogether sure he had succeeded. I would suggest that you discuss this in more detail with the headmaster when he returns. He would also be the best person to recommence your occlumency lessons with. His magic works in a similar way to yours, so he is also unable to use the normal means to shield himself. He has had to learn other techniques. Harry nodded as another piece of the puzzle fell into place for him. Is that why he didn't teach me himself last year? Severus nodded gravely. That and the fact that he was unsure how the Dark Lord might react if he sensed the headmaster's presence through you. Harry reached for the pile of cloves that he needed as the first ingredient, and Severus settled himself into a chair beside him. Right then, Harry started. First I need to crush a handful of. 3 hours later, Harry was cheerfully filling the last of 50 vials with his completed healing draft. Well done, Harry, Severus said, genuinely pleased at the boy's achievement. These will be put to good use in the hospital wing, most likely by your housemates when they have their first Quidditch practice. We're not that bad, Harry said crossly, feeling the need to defend his house's accident-prone tendencies. Severus just raised an eyebrow, and Harry blushed knowing the professor's words were probably close to the truth. Hell, he'd probably drink half these potions himself. Shall we try one of the new potions for the coming term tomorrow? I believe you had 2 more on your study list. Harry grinned. That would be great, sir, if I'm not taking too much of your time. Not at all. Severus moved away to begin tidying up the area and putting ingredients away. I do have another potion to finish off, so if you meet me in Lab 5 again, we can work on them both together. I would like to try and practice the techniques silently tomorrow. It will prevent you distracting me and also help prepare you for brewing in a busy classroom again. Harry headed back to the Gryffindor Tower with a relieved smile on his face. He had just mastered a potion that had defeated him for years. He knew he should be worried by the fact it had taken him this long, but all he felt was relief. It all made sense now, and the music analogy had really helped. He had been able to tune into the potion for a while and then drown it out when it got too complicated to focus on the practical tasks. He also felt a little better about the upcoming discussion about the Dursleys. Although still really nervous, the fact that he could arrange it on his terms meant he didn't feel quite so powerless now. The only bit he was still dreading was the fact that he would have to talk to the headmaster. After smashing up half of the man's office at the end of the last year, Harry had been nervous and embarrassed around Dumbledore. He couldn't make his mind up what would be worse: Dumbledore knowing about what had happened to him at Privet Drive and leaving him there anyway, or him not knowing and being disappointed in Harry for not confiding in him sooner. Either way, Harry was hoping to avoid that conversation for as long as possible. Well, Harry thought, at least I have a few more days before I have to face all that. Plenty of time for more brewing, more flying and more thinking. Harry realized with surprise that for once, he didn't feel alone with it all. The village of Great Harcourt were used to the rather odd woman that lived at the end of Fox Lane. Her pretty pink cottage was just a little too pretty for their tastes, and her cats were a constant plague on every garden in the village. Even the village postmaster was none too keen on the woman, and he liked everyone. Fortunately, the old bat wasn't around too much days. In fact, for almost a whole year they had hardly seen her, and the village had been very hopeful that she might have moved. Sadly, that had not proved to be the case, and she had been sighted in just before the start of summer in her bright pink dressing gown, although reportedly in a rather nervous state. The last few months she seemed to have fallen back into her normal patterns, leaving the house in a smart suit every morning and returning just after tea. With little to gossip about, the old bat in the pink house had long been the main topic of discussion in the village. She seemed to have an air of self-importance about her that was quite at odds with the image of the pink cat lady. Today, however, the village suddenly had a lot more to gossip about, and the post office was full of interested listeners. "Screaming, I tell you," a short stocky woman was reporting. "Screaming her head off she was. At 3 in the morning. Sounded like a banshee had been let loose. Bill was just about to go next door with a hammer in case of burglars when she ran out into the garden." Her excited audience leant in eagerly. What was she screaming at? "Absolutely nothing," Bill replied. "She was running around the garden with a rolling bill, shouting, 'You're not real, you're not real.' As if something was chasing her." The postmaster snickered. "I know it's mean to laugh, but I've never liked that nosy old bat. Do you think they'll lock her up if we tell the doc?" The stocky woman shrugged. "I don't know, but it would be nice to get new neighbors, with less cats." Bill nodded in agreement. Ones that didn't run around the garden in the middle of the night as if the hounds of hell were after them. "Funny about that noise though, wasn't it?" he asked his wife, and seeing the villagers' puzzled faces added, "We could have sworn we heard the sound of hooves." His wife shrugged. "Probably a horse loose on the bridleway." The postmaster turned back to his letters with a grin. "Yep," he thought. There's no doubt about it. Dolores Umbridge had finally gone round the twist. Half a mile away, a short plum woman who looked remarkably like a toad was sat curled up in the kitchen of her hideously pink house. Sat on the floor with her hands over her ears, she tried to block out the sound of 100 kittens hissing and spitting at the apparition stood before her. Pearly white and see-through, the floating cloud continued to change its image every few seconds. A small school girl with pigtails pointed at her eerily, her squeaky voice echoing through the house. "I must pay attention in class," she droned. A tall boy in Ravenclaw robes. "I will obey my superiors." Harry Potter, his hand pouring blood. "I must not tell lies." An enormous centaur reared before her, his face a mask of fury. With a small squeak, Dolores Umbridge fell sideways in a dead faint onto the cold stone floor. As if this was a signal, the white specter lost its form and with a small pop disappeared back to its home to report in. Severus Snape looked up from his morning paper as Peeves appeared with a pop before him. The poltergeist snapped to attention and gave the potion's master a smart salute. "Mission accomplished, Peeves," he asked, and the ghost nodded enthusiastically. Severus smirked happily, imagining the scene in Great Harcourt right now. "Good work, Peeves. A visit twice a week for the next few months should do it. Now would you like another mission?" Peeves puffed his out importantly. None of the professors had ever sent him on missions before, and he was feeling rather proud of himself. He bobbed his head again and grinned. Severus's smile widened. Excellent. Have you ever heard of little whinging? Madame Pomfrey was feeling rather downhearted. She had only been back in the school for a few hours when Severus had come to ask if she could set up a welfare meeting for the following day. She and the head of Slytherin went through this ritual every year, and it never got any easier. It always meant the same thing. He had discovered another one of his little SS was being beaten bloody by their pathetic excuse for a family. She sighed heavily. It was unusual to have this so far into the school year. Severus had gotten so good at spotting the poor dears that it was normally the first years she was seeing, and usually within 3 weeks of them starting school. She could never understand why the rest of the staff were so negative towards Slytherin House when there were obviously so many vulnerable children there. A part of her always worried a little about the potions master as well. Despite his rather grim exterior, he seemed to be able to connect to these troubled children rather well, and they would open up to him in a way they wouldn't to the rest of the staff. That worried her enormously, as she had a sneaky suspicion that if there had been a similar teacher in school when Severus was a child, that they might very well have had one of these meetings about him. Poppy sincerely hoped that she was wrong about that, but the more time she spent with the man, the less hope she had that that was the case. She frowned and forcibly switched into professional mode to set up the monitoring charms in her office. It was a normal protocol in the school to record any welfare discussions or meetings held so that they could be added to legal records in the future if that was required. She had a special folder for each child that would record medical exams, statements, and a visual record of the room and testimony of each present. Whilst it was a little formal for her liking, it had its advantages and meant that staff were more careful in their words and didn't indulge in speculation. It just felt a bit of a rotten way to be starting the new year. She hoped it would be a review of a student they were already supporting, but her instinct told her probably not. Severus had looked particularly grave when he had requested this meeting, even for him. Harry laughed as he watched Dobby putting the finishing touches to the Gryffindor common room's decorations. This was seriously getting out of hand, he thought wryly. It had started off so simple. He had invited the Hufflepuffs to spend New Year's Eve in the tower to thank them for their hospitality, not realizing that most of the school staff were coming back for the celebrations. Then Professor Snape had suggested he invite the staff, and before he knew if he was hosting a New Year's Eve party. Dobby had of course volunteered to help, and now things seemed to be snowballing. Dobby, I think if we put any more glitter up we are going to send everyone blind. The elf giggled shyly. Okay, Master Harry, shall I go and check on the food? Harry winced. He dreaded to think how many tons of food the kitchens had prepared, and he nodded, watching the elf pop away with a sigh. This will be fun, he reminded himself. It's a party. Absolutely nothing to worry about. It was hard to forget that tomorrow he would be meeting with Madame Pomfrey and his head of house and having to talk about things that. Harry forced that thought away and headed up to his dorm room to change. Eric, Emma and Morgan would be arriving soon to help with the final preparations, so he needed to be changed and ready. Harry put on the new jeans and red sweater he had ordered for himself from one of the Muggle catalogs Hermione had sent. He couldn't believe that he hadn't thought of this sooner. Mail order clothes. The only problem was they fitted a bit too well. Harry eyed himself critically in the mirror. He had managed to put on 8 pounds over the holidays, and that had helped a lot, but the slimline jeans were showing off far too clearly how thin his waist and hips were. Harry considered putting the glamours back up but discounted it. He had promised Professor Snape he wouldn't, and he really didn't want to go back to that constant feeling of exhaustion. He leant forward and examined the mark on his cheek. It was just a small red blotch now and might even be mistaken for a spot. Anyway, he thought pragmatically. Come tomorrow, half the staff would know the truth, if not all of them. I can't keep hiding everything, and maybe it wouldn't be so bad. A girl's voice pulled him away from the mirror as Emma shouted up the stairs. Harry, are you up there? He bounded down with a grin to welcome the 3 friends, ignoring the sharp look Eric gave him. Harry's stomach clenched as he saw the look of concern on the head boy's face, and he looked away quickly. Hey guys, what do you think of the decor? There's been a crazy house elf on the loose. Morgan laughed as he looked at the glitter-drenched ceiling and walls. It's certainly bright. I really like your common room, Harry. It's so cozy. Emma added with a shy smile. Harry gave them the tour of the tower and then offered them drinks which were starting to appear on the long food table Dobby had conjured at the back of the room. "I've never hosted a party before," Harry admitted, and the head boy smiled sympathetically at him. "I dare say you were expecting something more intimate when you first invited us, but we can help." Morgan gave him an encouraging pat on the back as the portrait hole opened and Professor McGonagall strode in, wearing a very fetching blue dress and cloak. Her white hair was loose and wavy and fell to her waist. She smiled at the students. "Happy New Year to you all, I hope you had a nice..." Her voice trailed off as she spotted Harry and he cringed as her smile fell, to be replaced by an expression of pure shock. She crossed to his side in a second. "Mr. Potter, are you ill?" Her hand automatically flew to his forehead and he did his best to plaster a bright smile on his face. "I had a nasty infection over the holidays, Professor, but I'm much better now." She stared at him appraising Ly for a few moments and then turned to the others with a weak smile. "Well, it's good to see all of you. The headmaster will be along in a moment. How has your Christmas?" The three students launched into a tale of the holidays, including snowball fights, flying practice and the Xmas Eve party they had shared. In the middle of this the headmaster, Professor Flitwick, Madam Pomfrey and Professor Snape arrived and joined the discussion. Harry smiled and nodded and tried not to notice the reactions of the staff to his appearance or the dark looks they were sharing with one another. What he couldn't miss, however, was how many of those dark looks were directed at his potions professor. He watched as Professor Snape dispatched himself from the group, helped himself to a large bottle of butterbeer and a glass and went to sit by the fire. Snape had his usual fierce scowl on, but for once Harry could see past it. Harry looked back at the rest of the teaching staff and had a horrible moment of realization. The adults saw Snape the same way the children did. They too were unable to see past the harsh, sarcastic exterior, and worse still, they suspected the man was responsible for Harry's poor physical condition. Scanning across the adults' faces, it appeared only Madame Pomfrey was not scowling towards the lone figure. Even the headmaster was giving sad, disappointed looks. What on earth did they think Snape could have done to him in under 3 weeks? Harry huffed impatiently. There was no way he was going to let them all blame Snape for how thin he was after the man had been so kind to him. Harry detached himself from the conversation he was having with Eric and picking up an empty glass walked over to the sofa Snape had exiled himself on. Harry sat down beside the professor and, aware of all the adults' eyes on him, wiggled his empty glass hopefully whilst giving Snape his best puppy dog look. To the astonishment of everyone in the room, Snape snorted in amusement and, reaching for the butter beer, proceeded to fill up the boy's glass. Harry sank back into the soft sofa and made a show of enjoying his drink whilst starting a random conversation about New Year traditions. "Thank you, Harry," Snape said so quietly that Harry might not have heard had he not been facing the older man when he spoke. Harry bobbed his head in acknowledgement. "I'm sorry, sir. I should have worn 6 layers and the baggiest cloak I own. It never occurred to me that you would be held responsible for my weight loss." Severus looked at the boy beside him thoughtfully. Yet again Potter had shown a level of insight way beyond his peers, and the man wondered how they could have been so at odds with one another all these years. "Harry, someone once told me that we see what we expect to see, and I have played my part well over the years." Harry smiled weakly. "Well, they are all seeing something they didn't expect to see now." Severus glanced across the room at his colleagues who were attempting not to stare at Harry Potter and Severus Snape apparently enjoying a friendly chat by the fire, and did something he hadn't done in years. He laughed, loudly and heartily. Beside him Harry grinned and suggested cheekily, "Do you think we should throw a few hexes at each other in a minute, just to make sure we don't freak them out too much?" "That might be a sensible idea, Potter. Your head of house looks like she's about to have a stroke." Just to make the evening more surreal, the portrait hole opened and in clambered Mr. Filch, Mrs. Norris curled up in his arms. The caretaker had sleeked his hair down with something dark and sticky looking and was wearing a threadbare suit that clearly hadn't fitted him in many years. Mrs. Norris was wearing a pink tutu and a tall spiral hat. Whether it was the tension of the evening or nervousness about tomorrow, Harry wasn't sure, but the sight of the odd couple was the final straw for him. He lost it spectacularly. The short laugh turned into the longest fit of giggles Harry had had in years. Drawn by his laughter, the other students came to group around the fire. Emma perched on the arm of the sofa, right beside the potions professor. What's so funny? Yeah, sir. What's up with Harry? Morgan asked, the giggles starting to catch him too. Brain damage, Severus snorted into his butterbeer to more laughter from the children. Ah, yes, Eric said sagely. Too many bludgers to the head. I've always suspected it. Mrs. Norris jumped down from Filch's arms and ran over to the group, jumping into Harry's lap where she curled up and started giving herself a bath. That started Harry off again and he laughed until tears were running down his face. Beside him, the children giggled and Severus continued to snigger, adding in the odd humorous comment whenever it appeared that Harry was beginning to get control of himself. New best friend Potter, he smirked as the cat stared up at her new human friend. Sir, that's just cruel. He had just dropped crying. Morgan scolded. Got to get my entertainment somewhere, Shacklebolt. Across the room, Albus Dumbledore watched the scene with suspiciously moist eyes. The two boys he cared the most about were laughing in a way he had never seen before. Whatever had happened in this school over the Christmas break had clearly been momentous. With the tension firmly dissipated, the New Year party began in earnest and the adults let their hair down in style. Only Madame Pomfrey remained quiet as she watched the cozy group near the fire. Harry's appearance had shocked her mightily, but so had his newfound rapport with Severus. The man did not bond easily, she knew, but Severus had a practical lake of compassion for the most vulnerable students amongst them. It was his care of them that caused such fierce loyalty to the professor from the students in his house. Now she was seeing something of that loyalty in Harry. It had not escaped her attention the way the boy had deliberately placed himself beside Severus whilst her colleagues were busy jumping to conclusions. Poppy's thoughts turned to tomorrow's welfare meeting and her sense of foreboding grew. She didn't think she could bear to find out they were going to discuss a boy who had been in her care for 5.5 years already. Harry lay in bed, staring at the top of his 4-poster bed and thinking about the previous night's party. He couldn't remember ever having so much fun. One by one, the adults had joined them around the fire and they had ended up having a sing-song. As the rest of them sang, badly, Snape had muttered disparaging comments into his drink that kept cracking all the youngsters up. As none of the staff could hear what he was saying, it created much hilarity and some annoyance. Mr. Filch had hummed along, apparently not knowing any of the words. They had counted in the new year and then loitered in the common room until it was only Harry, Eric and the charms professor left. Professor Flitwick had been very impressed with Harry's enlargement of the castle's trees and awarded him full marks on the engorgement class, despite the fact he wouldn't actually be taking that class for another 5 weeks. It had been a lovely evening, but thinking back it had felt a bit like a Last Supper. Harry was aware that he had let his hair down so much because he knew what was coming today. A small clock in the corner chimed and Harry glanced at it nervously. It was now 11 a.m. and he should have gone down to breakfast an hour ago, but he really couldn't face it. Professor Snape had said last night that he would come and collect him at 2 and from there they would go to Madame Pomfrey's office. It felt like walking to an execution. Harry shook himself in irritation and jumped out of bed. Stop being so melodramatic, Harry, he scolded himself. You know these people, it won't be so bad. He stepped under the shower and turned it up to full blast. There was a faculty meeting this morning for all the staff and even though Harry knew they wouldn't be talking about him, he still felt strangely vulnerable. It will all be over by tonight, he told himself, trying hard not to think about what would come next. Ron and Hermione, his friends, his house, the inevitable leak to the Daily Prophet, the rest of the wizarding world. Harry leant his head against the cool tiles and blew the air out of his lungs in a slow controlled breath. He concentrated on letting his muscles relax as the hot water pounded against his back whilst avoiding looking at the scars that would be on public display in a few hours. You're fine, Harry, you're fine, just breath. The meeting was a cheerful but quiet affair, owing to the fact that most of the staff were still a little hungover from the night before. They had covered all the changes to the curriculum. Professor Treworley and Professor Sprout had had their annual row about timetables and Sybil had stormed out in tears. As she did this at the start of every term, even the headmaster hadn't looked up from his papers this time. They were now at the any other business part of the meeting and Severus was not looking forward to this. Initially, he had been anticipating the fun of rattling his colleagues a little, but as he had looked through Umbridge's detention lists again that morning, any enjoyment had rapidly disappeared. These were his students and that cow had tortured them on school property. The headmaster turned to his potions master with a warm smile. Severus, you had another item for us to discuss. Yes, headmaster, I am afraid this is not going to be a pleasant conversation. Severus handed each of the head of houses a piece of the parchment before giving a copy of 4 lists to the headmaster and the rest of the staff. What is this, Severus? Minerva asked, sounding a little worried. You're not about to put half my house in detention again, are you? Severus grimaced. No, Minerva, I'm not, and if they didn't keep melting my cauldrons then none of them would be seeing me as regularly as they are. The older woman flushed a little and Poppy coughed in amusement, knowing the whole room had a mental picture of Neville Longbottom in their heads. You do, however, have the right topic. You are each holding a list of all the students in your houses who served detention with Umbridge whilst she was here. The mood instantly darkened in the room and even the headmaster lost his smile. Even mentioning that woman's name was usually enough to bring Professor Sprout out in hives. Seeing he still had everyone's attention, Severus continued. It came to my attention during the Christmas break that Umbridge saw fit to use some unorthodox methods of punishment during her detention, so I pulled the records and made some discreet inquiries to the students within Slytherin that were affected. Their replies were disturbing. McGonagall bristled angrily. That doesn't surprise me. That awful woman used a ruler on Colin Creevey, left an ugly mark on his knuckles. I nearly hexed her where she stood. I can't believe she's working back at the ministry. Poppy added in annoyance. She won't be for long, Severus stated quietly, and his tone was enough to chill the room further. Severus, the headmaster asked quietly, what has got you so rattled? She used a blood quill in her detentions. There was a moment of shocked silence and then half the room was on their feet. She did what? McGonagall roared. Severus, are you sure? The tiny charms professor asked in a shocked whisper, and he nodded. I sent a very tame letter to some of the parents asking them to check that nothing untoward had happened in their children's detentions. I put no suggestions or leading questions within the text, but within an hour I had several angry replies. I'm surprised this didn't come to light sooner. The angry comments died away as the staff realized that the room was gently shaking. What the? A second later every window in the staff room blew out and the room was filled with shrieks as everyone covered their heads and faces. Only Severus stayed upright, his eyes automatically darting to where the headmaster sat white-faced with fury in his chair. His hands were gripping the armrests so tightly, Severus was surprised the wood wasn't splintering beneath his fingers. Silence fell again as one by one, all eyes fell on the headmaster. They watched in awe as Dumbledore fought to regain control of his magic, his eyes closed and his heaving as he took deep steadying breaths. After what felt like hours but was likely only a few minutes, Albus opened his eyes and with a wave of his hand restored the windows. My apologies everyone, he said quietly. Is anybody hurt? The room was filled with murmured reassurances and they all watched curiously as a very angry Dumbledore turned to Severus once more. That woman used an unforgivable on my students, he asked. Every word spat out and Severus nodded. I'm afraid so, headmaster. You should know that several families are preparing legal action against the ministry and I have offered my assistance. I realize that this may also prove difficult for you. Dumbledore waved that away. I don't care about that, Severus. Please let me know if I can assist in any way. Yes, headmaster. Severus turned back to his older colleague. Minerva, I believe your house was most affected by this and you should be aware that several of your students had multiple detentions with that woman. She would set 300 lines a time, so you might want to set up medical checks for the students involved. It may be too late to prevent permanent scarring for most of them, but it should still be checked. Minerva paled noticeably as the implications sank in. Why didn't they tell anyone? She whispered shakily. They thought we all knew, Minerva. Severus's words brought a further heavy silence to the room until Poppy intervened. I can't believe the students would think we would condone that, even with the circumstances last year. Are you sure about this, Severus? Severus scowled. I can't speak for every student involved, but Potter was under the impression that he had been told to keep his head down and not make a fuss. Harry, Minerva croaked. But he never. Severus watched as realization came across the older woman's face and she dropped her head in her hands with a groan. He wondered which conversation with the boy she was recalling. I seem to recall, Flitwick said soberly. That Harry served a great number of detentions last year. 38. Severus stated quietly to several groans in the room. Poppy looked ready to cry and Severus frowned at her in worry. There was much worse to come today and he hoped both women would be able to be professional about it. The last thing Potter needed was them going to pieces on him. The Medowitch looked at him gravely. I take it Harry has a scar, she stated angrily and he nodded. The room rattled ominously for a moment before the headmaster spoke again, his eyes closed. What did she make him write? Severus paused before answering. I must not tell lies. There were no further comments after that. No one could think of a single thing to say. The dining hall was ominously quiet at lunch and the three Hufflepuffs exchanged nervous glances. Their teachers did not seem very happy. Severus noted Potter's absence with concern. He wasn't surprised that the boy was nervous, but that was 2 meals in a row he had missed, and if there was one person who couldn't afford to be skipping meals it was Potter. As if sensing his thoughts, the charms professor turned to the head boy. Is Harry not joining us today? Eric swallowed his mouthful of food and turned to his favorite teacher with a smile. He ordered sandwiches for his common room professor. He has one last bit of reading to do for his study list and he wanted to get it finished today. That boy studies far too hard, Emma said through a mouthful of food to general chuckles at the table, and Professor Sprout nodded her head in agreement. He certainly does more reading than most of my students, with the exception of Miss Granger of course. Severus picked at his food, his appetite rapidly evaporating. Now that the moment was almost here, he was beginning to regret talking the boy into this. He still had a few days of holiday left and now they were going to be dominated by those awful muggles yet again. Beside him Minerva finished her meal with a satisfied sigh. Severus, you said you wanted my assistance with something this afternoon. He abandoned his dinner as a bad lot and wiping his face on a napkin turned to his older colleague. Yes, I would. It is likely to commandeer your whole day though. Minerva smiled. Of course, that's no problem. I am reasonably organized for the start of term. What can I do for you? Perhaps we might discuss this in your office after lunch. He whispered and his colleague quietly agreed. He walked up her chambers a few minutes later with a heavy heart, for once unable to summon his trademark sneer. He knew how he would react if he discovered one of his 6th years had been mistreated all this time and he hadn't spotted it. Professor McGonagall ordered coffee for them and took a seat at the small circular table in the center of her office. Severus sat beside her and taking a deep breath launched into what would probably be the most difficult discussion he had ever had with the witch. I have asked Poppy to set up a welfare meeting for 2 p.m. this afternoon. I would like to ask you to also attend. Minerva raised her eyebrows in surprise. From what Poppy has told me, you always manage these cases rather well. I am happy to help of course, but wouldn't this best wait until term has started when the student in question is here? Severus paused and looked his colleague in the eye before answering quietly. It is appropriate you attend because the student is in your house and he is already at school. It's Potter, Minerva. I'm afraid some disturbing details about his home life came to light during the break. He watched the flash of concern and confusion cross his colleague's face. You had better explain, Severus. As you know, he was unwell during the holidays and I had cause to check on him in his dorm. He had been wearing glamours since the summer to hide, well, injuries. Glamours. Minerva sighed heavily and rubbed her face. The sudden weight loss is now making a bit more sense. Those bloody muggles. I told Albus they were no good. She gave him a sharp look as the last bit of his statement sunk in. Injuries. They hurt him. Severus nodded gravely. He hasn't talked to me about it yet, but he has asked if I could sit in on the meeting. I believe this is his story to tell, but I should warn you that he has extensive scarring and this is likely to be difficult to hear. Oh heavens, the witch whispered. How have I not seen this? You aren't the only one who has missed this, Minerva. Severus glanced at the clock. I promised Harry I would collect him from his common room. Shall I meet you in Poppy's office? Minerva nodded silently and he moved to leave her. Severus. He looked back at his colleague who was watching him fearfully. How bad is it? She whispered. Honestly, Minerva, the worst case I've seen. He left quietly, leaving the older woman sat at her table in shocked silence. There really wasn't any way to make this easier for anyone, especially Potter. Harry walked slowly up to the hospital wing beside Snape, his heart in his mouth. He couldn't believe he had agreed to this. The professor held the door open for him and they both padded quietly through the empty ward to the office that was tucked away in the far corner. When they entered, Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall were already there, both looking more serious than Harry had ever seen them. Harry carefully avoided anyone's eyes and instead looked around the small room that had been laid out differently for today. A screen hid an examination bed on one side of the room and 4 armchairs had been arranged in a circle around a low table. A wooden box with a large crystal sat in the middle of the table and Harry realized that this must be the recording device Snape had warned him about. Severus watched as Poppy put an arm around the young man's waist and gently guided him to one of the chairs, whilst Minerva poured the boy a glass of water. He felt some of his tension dissipating. They were both the picture of professionalism. Maybe they could all get through this day after all. Once the adults were all seated, Poppy took over, explaining as gently as possible the procedure today. Harry, I know that Professor Snape has told you a little about what we will be doing here, but I just want to go over things with you. Now, he has raised some concerns about your home life, so today we are just going to talk about that a bit. She paused to check he was listening and Harry nodded. At the side, Minerva watched her young lion carefully. Harry was pale and nervous but seemed reasonably composed. Poppy continued her explanation quietly. Now, as there are some concerns that your relatives might have hurt you, I will be starting today by doing what we call a deep scan. That will take about 10 minutes and will give us an idea of your general health. Then you can tell us your story. Harry, you don't have to talk about anything you don't want to. I only ask that you don't lie or cover anything up, as we will be recording this meeting. If any of us ask something you are not happy about, then just say, I'd rather not answer that, and we will move on. Does that all sound okay? Harry nodded again, feeling that he couldn't speak if he wanted to. He let the Medowitch lead him behind the screen and took the hospital gown that she handed him with a wry smile. He spent a ridiculous amount of time in these bloody gowns. She left him alone to change for a few minutes and then helped him up on the examination table. After muttering the spell that would begin the scan, she patted him gently on the hand. Okay, Harry, you just lie as still as you can for a while. I will be back in a few minutes. He smiled weakly at her and closed his eyes, feeling the hum of magic run through his body, as a hovering parchment listed every illness and injury he had ever had. Harry could hear the murmured conversation through the screen as his professors set up the recording equipment and rustled papers about. He felt tears spring at the side of his eyes as he desperately wished that there was someone here other than his teachers. He didn't think he had ever missed Sirius so much, even though the rational part of him knew that his godfather would have been a nightmare in this situation. The 3 adults sat on the other side of the screen talking quietly and all knowing that they were finding this hard to deal with. When after 20 minutes the scan had still not finished its work, even Severus's composure was starting to slip. He exchanged a dark look with his colleagues. They had never had a scan take this long. Poppy nipped back behind the screen to reassure her patient and gave a relieved sigh as the scan finally finished its work. She helped Harry sit up and handed him a tissue, giving him a moment to compose himself. This bit was always dreadfully upsetting for the youngsters. Having learnt to hide injuries, it was terribly frightening to suddenly have it all laid bare for everyone to see. Once she was sure he was recovered, she handed Harry a thick woolly dressing gown and conjured over some slippers. Put these on, dear, and come and join us when you are ready. Harry took his time getting into the dressing gown and blew his nose heavily. In the meantime, Poppy made 4 copies of the scan reports and handed one to each of her colleagues. It made for shocking and confusing reading. Apart from showing the very poor condition Harry was currently in, it also detailed the alarming number of broken bones, burns, concussions and serious cuts he had suffered over the years. In all, the report was 5 pages long. The 3 shocked staff looked up as Harry stepped nervously out from behind the screen and made to sit down. Severus stood to meet him. Harry, before we begin, would you consent to show Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall your back? Harry paled but nodded numbly, and Severus moved to stand behind the boy, gently turning him around and pulling the dressing gown down to the boy's waist. It's okay, Harry, you don't need to take anything off. I can just move your gown aside. Severus moved to the side and carefully peeled the back of the hospital gown open, exposing Harry's back to the 2 women. He was grateful that Harry was facing the other way and didn't see the reaction of his colleagues to the lattice pattern of scars that littered the boy's back and shoulders. It was also sobering to be able to see every rib bone, despite the weight the boy had managed to put on. Severus carefully closed the gown and retied it before shrugging the dressing gown back up over the boy's shoulders. He let his hands rest on Harry's shoulders for a moment and gave them an encouraging squeeze before leading him back to his chair. "Thank you, Harry. I know that wasn't easy for you," he said quietly. Harry sat down shakily and reached for his water glass, aware that all of his teachers looked rather upset. That was both disturbing but also strangely comforting. They looked like they really cared about him and he didn't know how to feel about that. The fourth copy of his scan was sat by his glass but he ignored it, not really wanting to read about his history in that way. Madame Pomfrey cleared her throat and blew her nose before continuing. "Maybe we could start by just talking about what life has been like for you living at the Dursleys'," she asked gently, and Harry nodded. When he spoke, he was surprised to find his voice was reasonably steady, if a little huskier than normal. They don't really like magic," he started, taking a deep breath. "For as long as I can remember they have told me that it wasn't their choice to take me in, that it was forced on them. They used to tell me that my parents were drunks who had died in a car crash and that I was as worthless as them." Poppy gave her friend a sharp look as a murmur of distress escaped Minerva's lips, but Harry, caught up in his memories, didn't seem to notice. "I didn't know I was a wizard, but when strange things happened they used to go berserk. They would call me a freak and punish me." Harry trailed off. "How would they punish you, Harry?" Severus asked quietly. "Normally, they would lock me in my cupboard and I wouldn't get any meals for a day or two." "Your cupboard?" Poppy asked gently. "The cupboard under the stairs. That was my bedroom until I got my Hogwarts letter." A faint smile crossed the boy's face. "They went ballistic when my letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs. They thought you knew and would come sweeping down and curse them all." Harry's face fell. "Of course, no one ever did come." Severus watched in concern as Minerva pressed a tissue to her mouth and the tears started to fall. "Fortunately, Potter seemed oblivious to all of them. They didn't really hit me then. I mean, I used to get the occasional slap, and Auntie Petunia once hit me over the head with a frying pan because I burnt the breakfast, but most punishments were more about withholding things. I wasn't allowed to go on school trips or have new things because they said I spoiled everything." Poppy interrupted gently. "The scan says you broke your arm when you 5. Can you remember how that happened?" "Uncle Vernon pushed me down the stairs," Harry stated flatly. "Why?" Poppy asked into the shocked silence, and Harry shrugged. "No reason, I guess I was just in his way." The three adults listened in silence as Harry described the years of torment at Privet Drive and the escalating violence once he had started Hogwarts. "It was the summer of second year that he first started using the belt," Harry said numbly. "I'm not sure what happened, but it seemed like it changed that year. It was no longer about punishment. It seemed like he was just hitting me for fun. They had put padlocks on the door and a cat flap in so they could pass food in. They locked all my school stuff away so I couldn't do my homework. That was the year I learned how to do the glamours." "Why?" Professor McGonagall asked shakily. "Why did you hide it and not try and get help?" Harry considered the question for a while. "I guess I was embarrassed and I didn't want to give everyone another reason to stare at me. The whole school had just got over the whole air of Slytherin thing and people were treating me normally again. I didn't want to change that, and besides, it got better." "It got better?" Severus questioned. "In what way?" "Sirius," Harry said with a sad smile. "The next summer I had Sirius. My aunt and uncle were terrified of him and they knew I was in contact. I didn't get hit once that year. They were still awful with food and gave me so many chores that my hands were bleeding by the end of the holidays, but it was much better than before." Harry paused and took another sip of water. "The next summer wasn't so good. It was just after Voldemort had returned and I was having lots of nightmares and kept waking them up. I got slapped about a bit but nothing too serious. I think they were beginning to doubt that Sirius really existed." "What changed last summer?" Poppy asked, her heart already knowing the answer. "I lost Sirius." Harry chalked on his godfather's name and for the first time felt tears escape his eyes. He looked down into his lap, carefully avoiding the adult's eyes. "Mr. Weasley and Moody had a word with Uncle Vernon at the train station and said that they weren't happy with the way that I was being treated there. Vernon was furious. I hadn't even got 2 feet in the door of the house when he punched me. I don't remember that night at all, Harry said, his voice trembling. He beat me unconscious and just left me in the hall. The headmaster had written them a letter telling them that my godfather had died and that they should be extra nice to me. Harry barked out a bitter laugh and then dropped his head in his hands with a sob. Severus moved to the arm of the chair and without a thought, gathered the trembling boy into his arms. They stayed like that for a long time whilst Harry cried until he felt his heart would break, his hands gripping tightly to his professor's arm. Severus rubbed the boy's back and pressed tissues into his hands and eventually Harry quietened. Was the whole summer like that? Harry nodded. He beat me nearly every day. They only let me out of my room to use the bathroom in the morning and at night and they blocked all my letters. There were a few points that I didn't know if I was going to survive the summer. They gave me a meal every other day. Harry looked up at his stricken head of house, his eyes red and puffy. I know I should have told you, but I just kept thinking that there was only one summer to go and I know how dangerous it is for anyone else to house me right now. I don't want anyone else to die because of me. Severus's arms tightened around the distressed young man sat beside him as he heard Minerva repeat his words from the week before. Harry, you are 16 years old and don't need to be worrying about things like that. Let us worry about security issues. You need to concentrate on being a teenager. That's a full-time job. Harry smiled weakly. Okay, he whispered. I'll try. Poppy gently worked her way through every major injury on the list and Harry explained how each had happened, whilst the adults got more and more angry. Through it all Severus sat on the arm of Harry's chair, his hand still resting on the boy's back and Minerva saw how Harry leant into the touch. She blew her nose, extremely touched by the interaction and realizing now what Poppy had been talking about all these years. This was a Severus Snape she had never met before and she was determined to make his acquaintance. It was past 5 when then had finished and was already dark outside the windows of the office. Harry looked exhausted and as Poppy switched off the recording device she watched him stand unsteadily with concern. Ignoring the professional voice in her head, she walked forward and pulled the boy into a hug. She felt Harry hesitate for a second and then sighed in relief as he relaxed into her arms, his head resting on her shoulder. If you have no objections, Harry, I think you should stay in the hospital wing tonight. She said quietly into his ear and Harry nodded, too tired to argue. Minerva, could you get him settled? Harry let his head of house led him over to one of the beds and smiled gratefully as she transfigured his hospital gown into a pair of thick blue pajamas. She waved her wand and brought the back of the bed up into a sitting position, before helping him under the covers and sitting on the side of the bed with him. Harry, she said thickly, taking his hand in hers. I want to tell you how proud I am of you. I know that today must have been very hard for you and you were incredibly brave. She paused and sniffed, looking more upset than Harry had ever seen her. I also want to apologize to you for sending you back to those monsters every year. Harry shook his head. It wasn't your fault, Professor. You didn't know. No, but I should have, she said sadly. We have all let you down very badly, Harry, and I promise that from here on, we'll do better. Harry squeezed her hand and gave a small smile to Snape as he walked past, his face grave. Rest well, Potter, the potions master said firmly as he strode out, his robes billowing behind him. Minerva threw a wry smile at her departing colleague and turned back to Harry. It appears that you and Professor Snape were able to overcome some of your differences over the holiday. Harry smiled and answered earnestly. He was brilliant, Professor. I was really ill and he sat with me all night. He didn't even tell me off about the glamours, just made me promise that I wouldn't put them back up. And he was furious about Umbridge. I thought he was going to pop something. Harry trailed off, realizing that she might not know about that, but from the way her face darkened, she obviously did. We were all furious about Umbridge, Harry. Did you really think that I knew about that? Harry flushed and looked down. Yeah, I mean there were so many of us in detention, I didn't see how you couldn't know, and when you said, when I told you to keep your head down and stay out of trouble, you thought I was blaming you. Harry nodded miserably, surprised when his professor leant forward and tucked a stray bit of hair behind his ear tenderly. Oh, Harry, I was completely exasperated with you all last year, but not because you were doing anything wrong. You just kept putting yourself in the target zone again and again. You seem to think you have to fight these battles all by yourself, and nothing is further from the truth. It was not your job to convince everyone who had returned. When I saw that article in the Quibbler, I nearly had a heart attack at the thought of what Umbridge might do in retaliation. She squeezed his hand tightly. I would never have let that woman hurt you. If I'd known what she was doing to the students, and the headmaster, well. I have rarely seen him as angry as he was this morning. You do realize she will go to jail for what she has done. Harry leant back against the pillows with a sigh. Put like that, he felt rather foolish for not getting help sooner. Will you promise that you will come to me in future if you are trouble? She asked gently, and Harry smiled weakly. I'll try, but it's not easy for me to rely on others. She smoothed his hair back from his face with worried frown. Given the way your family have treated you, I guess that's not surprising, but I hope that, in time, we can prove that we are worthy of your trust. Minerva smiled sadly at the teenager sat before her. As tired as he was, it made his slight frame look all the more shocking. She would not have wished that awful family on anyone, and now the poor child was very much alone. I'm very sorry about your godfather, Harry. I knew that you had met him a few times, but I had no idea you had grown so close. Harry closed his eyes against the tide of emotions that rode over him and sniffed loudly. We used to write to each other all the time. He was brilliant, and I thought once everything was over we would get to be a proper family. Do you think he would have made a good guardian? She asked seriously, and Harry snorted with laughter. No, he would have been terrible. He was like a big kid. I would have ended up looking after him. Harry blew his nose in his tissue. But I know we would have had a lot of fun, and I really loved him. Poppy came to sit beside them, a tray of potions in her hand. She took in Harry and Minerva's tear-stained faces with an apologetic glance before gently interrupting. Harry, Professor Snape left some potions for you to take to help you relax. Do you think you could manage some dinner first? Harry grimaced and shook his head, unsurprised when Madame Pomfrey waved her wand and summoned a nutrient potion over to join the others on the tray. He drank the potions one by one and snuggled down into the bed as an immediate wave of sleepiness settled over him. Professor McGonagall lowered the bed down flat and tucked him in. She stepped away and blew her nose loudly, not protesting when Poppy's arm settled around her waist. Do you think he'll be okay? She whispered to the nurse, and Poppy nodded. He's a very strong young man with a lot of people who care about him. I think he'll be fine. I'm only sorry it took us so long to work out what was going on. Minerva nodded sadly. Me, too. Poppy, me too. Severus walked down to dinner that evening with the day's events swimming around his head. Potter had been remarkable. The boy had told his story with an amazing amount of dignity and maturity, only really breaking when the godmud had come up. Severus scowled at the thought of Black. If only the irresponsible idiot had stayed where he should have been, then things might be a lot better for the boy now. He picked up the air of tension the moment he walked into the dining room. Poppy and Flitwick were talking in hushed whispers whilst the rest of the staff buzzed anxiously around them. What's going on? He asked sharply, and Professor Flitwick gave a little squeak. It's Minerva, Severus. She's gone off her trolley. What happened? She apparently attacked the headmaster, Poppy said quietly, and Severus raised an eyebrow, knowing they both wondering the same thing. Flitwick rushed into an excited explanation. I was having a meeting with the headmaster about the end-of-term tests, and she came flying in a rage. She was screaming something about, I told you those bloody muggles were no good, and then she punched him. Severus's mouth fell open. She punched him? He asked incredulously. Right in the nose, the charms professor confirmed. Blood everywhere, and the headmaster looked too shocked to do anything. She was still hitting him when I left. I thought a quick retreat might be in order in case he blew the windows out again. A sensible decision, I think, Severus said dryly, a small smile crossing his face. Professor Sprout listened to the tale in growing horror. My goodness, we should go make sure he's all right. Not necessary. He'll be fine. The rest of the staff fell silent and watched in disbelief as Severus and Poppy sat casually down at the table and laid napkins over their laps. Pumpkin juice, Poppy? Severus asked politely, offering to fill her cup. Thank you, Severus, and could you pass the rolls? But, we can't do nothing, Professor Sprout stuttered. She broke his nose. I'm sure he deserved it, Severus stated firmly, and Poppy nodded her head. This soup is rather good, she said as Severus grinned and the rest of the staff stood in shocked silence. Harry slept late the following day, eventually being woken by Madame Pomfrey at about 11 with a breakfast tray. He pushed himself up into a sitting position and rubbed his eyes sleepily, surprised at how exhausted he felt. "I hate waking up in here," he told her grumpily, and she chuckled. "You do seem to spend rather a lot of your time here, don't you, dear? I would like to treat your wrist this morning if that's all right with you." Harry grimaced but agreed. At least this way he would be sorted before everyone came back to school. He picked at his breakfast and thought through yesterday's events. It had been harder than he thought to face Professor McGonagall, although he was extremely grateful at the calm way the meeting had gone. After eating a pitiful amount of food, he pushed his tray away and ignored Madame Pomfrey's pursed lips. Thankfully, she didn't make comment but instead handed him another vial of nutrient potion which he took without argument. She sent him off for a shower and then got him to change into fresh pajamas and hop back into bed. She elevated his arm on top of two fluffy pillows and pulled up a chair beside the bed. "Right then, Mr. Potter, you broke 2 bones in your wrist and they have started to heal at a wrong angle. I am going to re-break them and then cast a spell that will start them healing again. Now because this is a re-break, it might take a little time." "How long do you think?" Harry asked worriedly. He really didn't want to spend the rest of his holiday in the hospital wing. "The spell should only take a few hours, 4 at most, but I'm afraid this is going to be rather uncomfortable. You will also have to wear a splint for a week or 2 until the wrist is a little stronger." Single quote. Harry's mood fell rapidly, so much for no one else knowing, he thought with annoyance. He gave an encouraging smile to the Meadowitch to show he had understood, and she stood and pointed her wand at his arm with an apologetic smile. "Efrego memor," she whispered, and Harry hissed in pain as a pair of resounding cracks echoed through the hospital wing. Stood behind a hospital screen, Severus winced as he heard the spell and Harry's sharp intake of breath. "Ouch," he thought with sympathy. That had to hurt. He heard as Poppy spoke the long and complicated spell that would start the bones weaving back together. Severus was relieved he hadn't attempted to fix the wrist himself, as he knew the witch would not have used that particular incantation unless it was strictly necessary. It meant Potter was about to have a few very unpleasant hours. He waited until the witch had finished and had given Potter a few pain potions before making his presence known. The boy was as white as a ghost and sweat was beaded across his forehead. He saw the moment that Potter noticed him and the grim smile that crossed his face. "Good morning, sir." "Morning, Mr. Potter. I see Madame Pomfrey is fixing your wrist." The boy nodded and grimaced. "I have to wear a splint for a while. Have you thought about what you will tell your friends?" Harry shrugged. "The truth, I guess. I mean, not everyone obviously, but it's probably time I stopped, well, hiding." Severus nodded, slightly alarmed by Harry's pallor. "I think you will find it all a great deal easier with the support of your friends." Harry looked up at his grim-faced professor and wondered if it would be rude to ask the question. As if the man had read his mind, Snape's eyebrow rose and a familiar snarl fell into place. "What is running through that adolescent brain of yours, Potter? I just wondered if you ever told anyone." Severus sighed and with a flick of his wand, pulled over a chair. He sat down beside the teenager and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Had he really got close enough to the boy to divulge such personal details? After a moment's thought he realized that he was probably closer to Potter than any other wizard right now. Even Albus had been held at arm's length all these years. What a difference 3 weeks had made, he thought wryly. "I never told anyone whilst I was at school. There were times when members of the teaching staff were suspicious, but I always denied there was a problem if asked. It was a very different world, even then. The authorities were less likely to interfere with a family, even then they did know there were problems." He paused and looked at the boy thoughtfully. "I think your mother knew how difficult my home life was. She occasionally encouraged me to talk to someone." Harry leant back against the pillow and listened sadly to his professor. "I'm sorry it was so bad for you, Professor, and I'm really sorry if my dad made it worse for you. I was not pleased when I saw that memory. It reminded me of Malfoy and his goons." Severus felt his shoulders tighten in familiar annoyance at the reminder of that particular incident. "Yes, well, Potter," he drawled. "It is probably wise if you refrain from reminding me of that particular intrusion into my private memories." Harry blushed and looked down at his arm, which was now burning as if it was being held too close to a fire. "Sorry, sir." he mumbled, and his professor grunted in return. Madame Pomfrey came over with a pale green bandage and with a short nod to her colleague cast a spell. That caused Harry's arm to levitate a few inches above the pillow. The green bandage swiftly wrapped itself around his wrist and hand, and then with a flash of light went rigid, leaving Harry's arm encased in a green cast. "There you go, Mr. Potter, that should support the wrist for the next week or two. I suggest you stay here until you can no longer feel any heat in the bones." Harry tapped the splint and found it surprisingly solid. A bit like a Muggle cast," he said in surprise, and the witch smiled. "It's a very similar idea, except that it will automatically adjust to any changes in your arm, so shouldn't be hot or itchy and will stretch if your wrist or arm swells. You can also shower or bathe in it won't get wet." She left him and Severus then and returned to her office to write up her notes. Poppy opened Harry's medical notes with a sigh. They were already the thickest set of notes she had on any student, and she had yet to add yesterday's scans and reports to the pile. Poor boy, she thought sadly, listening the murmurs of Harry and Severus's conversation drifting into the office. At least he had some support now. That boy had been coping alone for far too long. In the hospital wing, Severus watched as the remaining bit of color in Harry's face fled in the face of the discomfort in his arm. "How about a game of chess, Potter?" he asked abruptly, and the boy's eyes opened in surprise. "Are you sure, sir? The students come back tomorrow evening. You must have better things to do with your time than babysit me." Severus smirked. "Yes, well, that may be true, but I imagine some distraction might be welcome just now." Harry grimaced and nodded. "Yes, sir, it would. Thank you." Severus conjured a small table and chess set and helped Harry into a better position. They settled down in silence to play. When Albus Dumbledore walked into the hospital wing an hour later, it was his potions professor's voice he heard first. Pausing for a moment, he waved his hand over his body, becoming instantly invisible, and walked quietly around the screen. His eyes were instantly drawn to the green-eyed teenager tucked up in bed, his face tense in a mixture of pain and concentration. He looked gravely at the elevated arm, seeing the waves of magical energy surrounding the pale green splint as the bones healed themselves. The wrist had been broken as Harry was thrown to the floor by his uncle, according to the report he had read last night. An injury that was more than 5 months old, had never been treated, and Harry had kept a secret from everyone through a whole term of school. The thought of it made Albus want to weep. In the hospital pajamas, Harry looked thinner than ever, and the elderly wizard found himself filled with rage as he thought of Vernon and Petunia Dursley's deliberate neglect of this child. With one last look at the boy, he silently crossed to Poppy's office and let himself in. He had been able to fix most of the damage inflicted on him by his deputy headmistress the night before, but not all. He wished now that he hadn't fixed his nose so quickly. He was the one who deserved to be in pain just now, not the young boy in the bed. Thank heavens for Severus, he thought gravelly. If the potions master hadn't spotted what was happening, then Harry would have been returned to that place for another summer. The file suggested that the violence had escalated severely this past year, and Albus found himself going cold at the thought of what another summer in the Dursleys' care might have brought. Severus leant back in the armchair and watched the teenager sleeping. They had played the chess game for just over an hour before Severus had looked up and realized the boy had drifted back to sleep. Reluctant to wake him, he had stayed put, taking the time to really look at the young man. The light in the hospital wing was harsh and highlighted every mark on the pale skin. Severus found himself cataloging each line and blemish on the boy's face and arms and matching them with the events that Poppy had so expertly dragged from the boy the day before. Blasted, useless, pathetic, muggles, he thought savagely. He hoped Peeves was having fun. A slight smile crossed his face. That plan had been particularly inspired, and he was looking forward to Peeves' report. He heard Poppy's office door open, and a moment later a large squashy armchair in a hideous purple color appeared beside him. He didn't look up as the headmaster quietly took the new chair and conjured a pot of tea and 3 mugs. Poppy soon joined them, and the 3 staff sat in silence for a long time. Eventually the headmaster turned to his dark colleague. "Severus, are you talking to me?" he asked quietly, and Severus heard the uncertainty and sadness in the older man's voice. He looked at Albus's curiously flat blue eyes and grimaced. "I can hardly judge you where Mr. Potter is concerned, can I, headmaster? I'm still coming to terms with my own role in all of this." Albus sighed heavily. You cannot blame yourself for this, Severus. You were neither his head or house or guardian. You have had minimal interaction with the boy over the years, and Harry chose not to confide in any of the adults here. And I'm sure that my constant verbal assaults made trusting adults in this school almost impossible. Severus spat bitterly. There was a moment's uncomfortable silence, and Albus's heart ached for his younger colleague. There was no denying that Severus's behavior towards Harry had been deplorable, but he would have given anything to find a comforting word for the man just now. You have had the opportunity to meet the Harry that the rest of us have known and cared for these many years, Severus. So I know that things will be different between you now. You must remember, though, that you saw something we didn't. It was you who uncovered this and ensured that the boy will never be hurt by those people again. Albus paused as Harry stirred and moved slightly in the bed, grimacing even in sleep as his bones shifted and burned. I hold responsibility for placing him there, he continued quietly. I did so against the advice of people I trust and will have to live with the consequences of that, as will Harry. Severus glanced sideways at his boss and tried to hide his smirk. How's the nose? He asked deadpan, and the headmaster smiled. I should have known that the school grapevine would have been working hard last night. I hope Minerva was not judged too harshly by her colleagues. I believe Flitwick's words were, "She's gone off her trolley," Poppy answered with a smile. They will all understand once they know. Albus inclined his head at her words and the slight censure they contained. I noticed you did not rush to my aid, Poppy. A fact I am very grateful for. I was not in the frame of mind for company last night. Is Minerva all right? Poppy smiled, her expression warming slightly. Yes, she's fine. She was a little upset last night and is like all of us, feeling terrible about this. She has gone to Hogsmeade today to visit a friend and will be back for the staff meeting tonight. Albus looked back at Harry, who had settled again and was sleeping deeply, his face flushed. Should we inform the rest of the staff? I know it's normal protocol, but I'm concerned that Harry doesn't feel he is in a goldfish bowl yet again. Severus watched the boy thoughtfully. I think the more people around him that know, the better, but I would suggest you gain his permission first. It would also be wise to inform select members of the order of the situation. Perhaps you could talk to him, Severus. I want to let him come to me when he is ready rather than invade his space just now. Our relationship has been on somewhat shaky ground since Sirius's death. Severus glanced sharply at the older man. Potter had not been talking to the headmaster. That was news to him. It meant the boy had been even more isolated over the last few months. I will talk to him this afternoon, once this hideous spell has finished its torture, he said heavily. Do we have a long agenda for this evening's meeting? Albus shook his head. We have covered most things. The legal process has already started with Dolores Umbridge, and we appear to have a missing poltergeist, but other than that, it should be a light evening. We still don't have a defense teacher, and with Slughorn's death, I am at a loss as to where to look. A problem we are not going to solve this evening. I was going to suggest drinks in my rooms afterwards before the students return tomorrow. Severus smiled. I know I could use a drink, and I think I can take one thing off the agenda. Peeves isn't missing, he has been reallocated. Poppy gave her colleague a sharp look and the headmaster frowned. Why do I think I'm not going to like this? Albus said sternly. Severus's lip curled in amusement, and the effect was rather startling. It reminded Poppy of a rather enraged, feral animal. I take it you read the full report Poppy prepared yesterday, he asked the older man, and the headmaster nodded sadly. Then you will have read about the cupboard under the stairs. Albus and Poppy both scowled at the reminder of that particular detail. Well, I may have sent the Dursley's a letter saying that something sad had happened to Harry and that we would be sending someone round to explain, and I may have then arranged for a new occupant for that blasted cupboard. Poppy snorted in amusement. You've let them believe that Harry is haunting them. She laughed incredulously, and Severus nodded with a grin. Albus frowned and looked sternly over the top of his glasses. Now, Severus, I cannot condone you running around implying that students have died to their next of kin. Even in these circumstances, Poppy couldn't help noticing that the lecture seemed rather half-hearted. What if they opened the cupboard? She asked curiously. They would see a pearly white version of Potter lying on the floor groaning. Albus buried his face in his teacup as he tried not to smile, and Poppy snorted loudly. I didn't even know Peeves could take other forms. Oh yes, replied Severus with a grin. He's gotten rather good at it over the holidays. He got lots of practice in with Umbridge. Albus chalked on his tea and Poppy sniggered into her hand. You sent him after the toad, she stated gleefully, and her colleague's grin widened. Clip-clop, clip-clop, Severus mimed evilly, and even Albus couldn't hide his smile. Remind me never to get on your bad side, Severus, he said evenly. You really do scare me sometimes. Rather pleased with that response, Severus helped himself to a ginger biscuit and topped up his cup. Have you thought about asking Lupin to return? He suggested, and both his colleagues looked at him in astonishment. Severus, I can't believe you are suggesting Remus after, well, last time. Poppy stated frankly. Severus looked at his tea and did his best to feign disinterest. Yes, well, despite everything he was a halfway decent teacher, and with Lucius Malfoy out of the picture the board is unlikely to object. I can't see the ministry likely to intervene either, not whilst their last little interference with the school is splashed all over the front page of the Prophet. Albus nodded thoughtfully. You would really have no objection, Severus? Severus shook his head. I'm also aware that he and Potter grew close. It would be a good support for the boy. I dare say the wolf is much more touchy-feely than I. Poppy lay a hand on her colleague's arm and answered softly. And yet it was your arms in which the boy curled up and cried yesterday. Albus gave his colleague a surprised and slightly watery smile. I hadn't realized just how far the two of you had come these last few weeks, Severus. I'm proud of you. The headmaster stood and quietly banished the purple chair. I will send an owl to Remus and see if he would be willing to assist us once more. May I include your blessing in the note, Severus? Severus inclined his head slightly. I must be bloody mad, he thought shakily. If the wolf eats me, I will only have myself to blame. Poppy looked thoughtfully at the younger man beside her as the headmaster disappeared around the infirmary doors in a swish of lime green robes. There really had been an enormous shift in Severus. He had always been more protective of the students than any of the staff realized, but he rarely let anyone close enough to impact on him. Somehow, Harry had broken through. It was wonderful to see. Will Draco Malfoy be returning tomorrow? She asked quietly, and he shook his head, looking troubled. No, the funeral is next week and Narcissa is considering sending him to another school. I think she is hopeful that with his father's influence removed that he may be able to forge a different path. Would that be safe for him here? To change allegiances like that? Severus grimaced. Truthfully, I don't think so. There are rumors that Draco has already taken the mark. I think a new school abroad is probably a wise decision just now. Do we know how Lucius got out of Azkaban in the first place? Severus smiled wryly. No, but he certainly wasn't there more than a few weeks. Our new minister for magic is not looking good at the moment, and his influence is seriously reduced. It is all good news for us. Albus's influence is strong, and more than ever he is being seen as the steady voice of reason whilst the ministry bumble from one crisis to another. It makes it that much more difficult for the Dark Lord to gain any real power. Even if he did seriously infiltrate the ministry, there is not enough consensus to pass new laws or make any significant changes. Single quote. So Lucius's actions have bought us a little more time. Poppy stated quietly, and her colleague nodded. We had better use it well, he added seriously. Harry sat on the floor of the common room, rearranging his pile of books. Most of them were to be returned to the library and a few were to go back upstairs. It had been nice using the common room as his own private study, and it was going to feel strange having the place full of students again. He thought back to his conversation with Snape that afternoon. He had been surprised to find the man still there when he had woken up. Snape had been reading the Daily Prophet and eating his lunch and hadn't seemed at all annoyed that Harry had fallen asleep in the middle of their game. He had saved their places so they could continue at another time. Madame Pomfrey had given him a quick checkup and released him, and Snape had walked him back to his common room. He had explained about the staff meeting and his discussion with the headmaster, and Harry had given his permission for them to tell anyone they thought should know. Snape's last words at the door to the common room had stayed with Harry all afternoon. I want you to know that my office door is always open if you need to talk about any of this, Potter, and the headmaster wanted to convey to you that you may visit him any time you wish. I understand that things have been strained between the two of you this year, but he is very concerned for you and extremely upset that you have been mistreated in this way. Harry had not been certain that Professor Snape would continue to be okay with him once term started again, but he seemed to be saying that Harry could still go to him for help if he needed it. It made Harry feel safer knowing that there was another person on his side. It felt like Hogwarts was suddenly a different place, everything had changed. He returned his books to the library and tidied his room before joining the staff and Hufflepuffs in the hall for dinner. Professor McGonagall sat next to him at dinner and gave his knee a quick squeeze before turning to talk to her colleagues about the latest book on transfiguration. He didn't know if he was imagining it, but the rest of the staff seemed a little nervous with his head of house. He wondered if she had given them all a telling off about something. Harry chatted to the other students, explaining his splint as an old injury that hadn't healed properly, and they all immediately assumed it had something to do with Lockhart and his disastrous attempt at first aid in second year. Harry did not correct them and noticed an amused look thrown his way by Snape. He went back to the Hufflepuffs' common room with them after dinner and enjoyed the final evening with the four of them. This time tomorrow the school would be packed and he planned to talk to Ron and Hermione as soon as he could. Eric shared out their last bottle of Butter Bear and threw himself down on the sofa with a sigh. "This has been a really great holiday," he stated happily, and Harry smiled wryly. "I can honestly say my best Christmas yet," he agreed, and Emma and Morgan both argued and ruffled his hair. "You're welcome here any time you like, our honorary Hufflepuff," Morgan said with a smile, and Harry grinned. "It's been great getting to know you," Harry said seriously. "I sometimes wish the houses weren't as separated as they are. Maybe we should do something about that," Emma suggested, and Eric nodded thoughtfully. "Yeah, let's give it some thought and meet up soon." They all agreed with a toast, and as the glasses clinked, Harry could have sworn he felt a slight pulse of magic rush over his fingers. The staff room was deathly quiet as everyone stared at Poppy in horrified silence. "Please tell me you are joking," Professor Sprout whispered, and Poppy shook her head sadly. "I wish I was Pomona. Harry has extensive scarring and several badly healed injuries, some of which are years old. It is one of the worst cases Severus and I have seen." Everyone's gaze turned to Severus, and Professor Flitwick asked curiously, "It was you who uncovered this, Severus?" The potions professor scowled as he felt all his colleagues' eyes on his, remembering their hostility to him on New Year's Eve. "Yes," he asked evenly. "Mr. Potter had a serious infection during the holidays, and whilst treating him, I discovered he was wearing glamours. Underneath, well, you have all seen his weight. There were also open wounds on his back and several more serious injuries. The boy had been walking round all term with broken ribs and a broken wrist." Hagrid groaned and buried his head in his hands. "I should have known," he bawled in anguish. "Why didn't he tell no one? It is very rare for a child to disclose they are being beaten, Hagrid," the headmaster said quietly. "It is usually by their behavior and their injuries that it is spotted. Unfortunately, in this I have let Harry down very badly. I knew he was unhappy at home, but I never suspected." The staff all looked hastily away as Albus blew his nose on a large hanky and wiped his eyes. "We have all let Harry down, Albus," Poppy whispered. "You must not carry this alone." The headmaster smiled at her, for once the smile not reaching his eyes. "You are more forgiving than I deserve, my dear," he said kindly. "Concerns have been raised to me on several occasions by those close to Harry, and I choose to ignore them. There are many who have a right to be angry with me just now, not least Mr. Potter." The collective attention immediately shifted to Professor McGonagall, who was sat white-faced, her hands folded tightly in her lap. Minerva's outburst in the headmaster's office was now making a great deal more sense, and Professor Sprout patted her colleague's arm in sympathy. Minerva was well known to be protective of her little lions and would not be taking this revelation well. "Will the aunt and uncle be facing charges, Albus?" Flitwick asked, by far the calmest person in the room, and the headmaster sighed in response. "Eventually, I hope so," he said quietly. "At the moment I am more concerned in protecting Harry from the publicity that would ensue if this went to court now. He has already had a very distressing few months. I will have to talk to him, but I am hopeful that we may be able to find him a more appropriate guardian without having to lay charges." Professor Sprout gasped, her face full of outrage. "Albus, you can't let those muggles just get away with this. They have mistreated one of our children." Albus smiled at the protectiveness of his staff, and in particular the emphasis on our children, whilst Severus chuckled into his coffee mug. "I don't believe they are just getting away with it, Pomona," Albus stated with a pointed look at his potions master. Poppy's eyes widened as she saw the wicked grin that flashed between Minerva and Severus. "What did you do?" she asked eagerly, and Severus rose an eyebrow at her. Hardly anything, yet, he stated dryly, and the mood in the staff room lightened considerably. Well, if you need any help with that, hardly anything, please do let me know, Flitwick stated with a distinct edge of steel in his voice, and Severus inclined his head in acknowledgement. I believe I may take you up on that, he said quietly as the headmaster cleared his throat, pointedly throwing a disapproving look their way. No one in the room was fooled. The man had blown the windows out the day before when he heard their students had been subjected to a blood quill. They had no doubt what would happen to Vernon Dursley if he had been unfortunate enough to be in the same room right now. How is Harry coping? Pomona asked, her question directed to Poppy and Minerva. All of the staff knew from experience that a welfare meeting and the process of being forced to face up to the reality of an abusive background was often an awful time for a child. There was an uncomfortable silence, before Severus realized that both of the witches were too distressed to answer the question and smoothly stepped in to fill the void. Potter has been remarkably composed throughout the whole ordeal, he stated quietly. He is more concerned about the security risk to any new guardian, and I believe that was the main factor he considered when he decided not to disclose his injuries last term. He was trying to protect everyone else. Albus stated sadly. Yes, strongly influenced by the death of his godfather. I believe Mr. Potter decided he wasn't willing to let anyone else risk their lives for him. Severus broke off and glanced across at Hagrid, who had started to sob loudly. Professor Flitwick watched Severus thoughtfully. It was hard not to miss the change in the way his colleague was describing young Harry Potter. They were all used to Severus practically spitting the boy's name. Unbidden, an image of Severus and Harry sat side by side on the couch on New Year's Eve, both sniggering at some quiet comment sprang to the tiny professor's mind. He had not thought the severe young man capable of compassion, but found himself wondering just how much he really knew about his colleague. Severus had always had the confidence of Dumbledore, and Filius knew that many of the staff had been skeptical about the headmaster's judgment. Yet again, it seemed as if Albus had seen something the rest of them had missed. I am glad you were here for him, Severus, Pomona said quietly to murmured agreement from the rest of the staff. I get the impression that this is not the first student in these circumstances that you have supported. We see 2 or 3 Slytherins at the start of each school year, Poppy replied seriously, and at the staff's quiet shock, Severus added. There's a reason 11-year-old children are sorted into a house that typifies self-reliance, personal ambition and survival instincts, he said pointedly. The majority of kids in my house only truly know acceptance and safety within these walls, and even then only within their house. The rest of the school's attitude towards Slytherin only serves to reinforce their belief that they are on their own. A tense silence fell, and Severus was surprised and somewhat shaken by the compassion he felt directed his way. Since when did his colleagues care about his SS? How many children like this are you currently supporting? Filius asked, his voice so quiet it was barely audible. Poppy hesitated. I'm not sure of exact num. 27. Severus interrupted smoothly, gratified to hear several of his colleagues gasp. Those are the ones within my house who have suffered or are under investigation for physical abuse. There are a further 14 who are treated rather badly at home, but not to an extent that action could be taken. I meet each of them fortnightly. But Severus, Minerva exclaimed. That represents more than a third of Slytherin. Yes, I am aware, he said wryly. I have 3 in my house. Pomona said quietly. I thought that horrific enough. I had no idea, Severus. Hagrid blew his nose loudly, finally composed enough to speak. I always wondered why young Slytherins were so loyal to your professor. I understand now, what with looking after so many poor wee things. Albus smiled fondly at his gamekeeper. Sometimes Hagrid was surprisingly good at stating what everyone else missed. Severus, the protector, was not an image many would see when they looked at the sour-faced man, but that is exactly the role he had held for many years. It was ironic that Harry, who Severus had sworn a wizarding oath to protect, had been the one to slip through the net. Albus looked around the room at his staff and knew he would not be the only one seeking to make amends with young Harry. Albus sighed heavily. He and Poppy now had a visit to Grimmauld Place to make and would have to go through this whole sad tale again. The Weasley family in particular were going to be very difficult to manage. The Order members had all grown fond of Harry over the last few years, and those who had been stationed to watch Privet Drive were not going to be happy that they had guarded the perimeter of that dreadful house, unaware of all the harm going on inside. Harry paused by the doors to the great hall and took a deep, steadying breath. He had been awake since 4 and had sat watching the sunrise over the snowy hills for hours, trying not to get nervous about breakfast. Snape had said that the staff would all be told at the meeting last night and most of the Order later the same evening. It made him cringe to think that an Order meeting had been called just so that all the important adults in his life could be told that he was too much of a wimp to defend himself against a few overweight muggles. Harry debated turning around and running back to his common room. What did it matter if he skipped breakfast? If he stayed in his house until all the students arrived this evening, then at least the staff would be too busy to focus on him. Except, he had promised Morgan and Emma one last fly around the Quidditch pitch and knew they wouldn't let him fly without having eaten first. Harry stood in the middle of the large entrance hall, indecision evident in every line of his body, unaware of soft brown eyes watching him sadly. Harry, he spun around at the quiet voice, a surprised and delighted smile crossing his face. Remus, what are you doing here? In answer, the gentleman just spread his arms wide and Harry ran into them without thought. Thin arms tightened around him and Harry found himself held firmly against the man's, his head resting on Remus's shoulder. I can't believe you're here, Harry murmured happily. He hadn't seen the man since that awful night at the ministry. Remus held the boy close, his throat thick with emotion as he felt every one of Harry's ribs, even through the thick jumper that drowned his small frame. Listening to Poppy talk through Harry's injuries the night before had been the longest hour of his life, and it had taken all of his control not to jump up and instantly apparate to the boy's side. When Albus had cornered him after the meeting and offered him his old defense position, Remus had been packed and ready to go in 20 minutes. There was no way he was letting his old friend's son out of his sight. He would set the wolf on anyone who laid a hand on Harry again, or tried to separate them. How are you doing there, Harry? He asked gently, and in answer Harry snuggled in closer to the man's. I've been better, he whispered and felt Remus tighten his hug. I know, and I'm sorry. No one should have to go through this. Remus struggled to find the words to say, wishing more than ever that Sirius was here. He pulled back a little and laying a hand on each of the boy's shoulders, gave Harry his best smile. You know that there are lots of people who care about you, don't you? I know it might not feel like it, but you are not alone. Harry gave a watery smile and looked at his feet, finding it hard to meet the man's eye. Why wasn't Remus angry at him? He had lied and covered up what was going on at home, and Remus had lost the last of his friends because of Harry's stupidity. He had expected to see disappointment in the man's face. Not this quiet compassion. Does everyone know now? Harry asked thickly, still looking at his feet. The professor's grip tightened on Harry's shoulders. Only those that need to, Harry. I would advise that you talk to your friends soon though, particularly the Weasleys. Molly was rather emotional last night and is not the best at hiding her feelings. Harry grimaced. That would mean talking to Fred and George as well, although he didn't think the twins would pester him if chose not confide in them. I'm sorry Mrs. Weasley was upset, he mumbled, and Remus pulled him back into a hug. The boy was bloody apologizing for being beaten, he thought savagely. What the hell had those people done to make the child think it was his fault? And why hadn't anyone noticed? Memories of the Patronus lessons jumped into his mind, and the fact that Harry had struggled to find a happy memory to use. Why hadn't he realized that wasn't normal? Why hadn't any alarm bells gone off? Remus cursed himself. Those bloody muggles and every member of staff in this stupid school. They were meant to be the adults for Merlin's sake, and yet Harry had to deal with all of this alone. Don't be sorry, Harry, he murmured softly in the boy's ear. Molly and Arthur care for you very much. We had to force several whiskeys down Arthur's neck to stop him paying an impromptu visit to Privet Drive. Alistair Moody volunteered to go hold your uncle down for him. Harry sniggered into the werewolf's shoulder, his face pressed into the frayed wool of Remus's jumper. I'd have liked to see that, he admitted. I can't imagine Mr. Weasley angry. We were all angry, Harry, but not at you. He reassured softly. Severus turned the corner to the entrance hall and paused as he took in the two wizards stop before him. He quietly took a step back into a small alcove and watched as Lupin comforted the boy. Harry's head was resting on the man's shoulder and Lupin held him tightly, one hand firmly wrapped around the boy's back, the other stroking his hair. Severus felt strangely numb at the scene. He couldn't even summon his normal scorn for the bedraggled-looking wolf who frankly looked worse than Severus had ever seen him. The scrawny teenager was wearing his Christmas jumper again in baggy trousers, and Severus recognized the need to hide from the gaze of the teaching staff. Harry was clearly hiding as much as he possibly could, and Severus was surprised and impressed that the boy had even come down for breakfast. He watched as Lupin took a step back and patted the boy's arm gently. "Are you ready to get some breakfast?" Harry swallowed and nodded, his face pale, and Remus opened the door to the Great Hall for him. Severus watched them go and counted to 50 before following at a sedate pace. Breakfast had not been nearly as bad as Harry as expected. The three Hufflepuffs had been so excited to see Remus again that they had almost dived on him as he entered the Great Hall. Harry had carefully avoided making eye contact with the rest of the teaching staff and concentrated on the conversation between Remus and his friends. Professor Snape had arrived a few moments later, and after quietly congratulating Remus on his new position had gone to sit alone at the far end of the table, leaving several spaces between him and the rest of the staff. Harry smiled broadly at Remus, delighted to hear that he would be teaching again, and after promising to pop by his office later in the day, excused himself and went to sit at the opposite end of the noisy table. Harry slid into the seat opposite Snape and quietly poured himself a cup of coffee. Severus glanced up at the boy and then returned to reading his paper, his heart strangely warmed by the fact that Harry was sitting with him and not at the opposite end of the table with the wolf and his friends. He quietly offered the boy the sports pages, which Harry took with a small smile, turning automatically to the weekend Quidditch scores. They both returned to their breakfast in silence whilst the rest of the staff fought bravely to keep their own conversation flowing and ignore Minerva, who was crying into her cornflakes. Harry spent an enjoyable few hours in the air on his broom, laughing as Emma practiced the moves she had learnt on her housemates. He was careful not to get involved with any actual plays as he didn't want to risk his wrist whilst it was still mending. Instead, he pushed the speed on the broom as far as it would go and weaved in and out of the stands, perfecting his turns and braking. After lunch, he helped Remus unpack all his books and straighten out his office, pleased when the rest of students came to help. He could see Remus was pleased too, and it helpfully meant the professor couldn't question him any more about the Dursleys. Harry collapsed on his bed with a sigh and looked at the clock. It was 4 o'clock, which meant he could get a few hours sleep and then be up and ready for the rest of the students arriving. He had practiced a few hundred times in his head what he would to his friends, and he thought he had it almost learnt by heart. He was most worried about Ron. You could never be sure just how Ron was going to act to any given situation. Despite the tension in his gut, Harry quickly drifted to sleep, waking just as the sun was setting over the Great Lake. He showered and changed, carefully layering his clothes under his cloak to add a few much-needed inches to his waist, and wandered down to the Great Hall. Most of the teachers were already milling about, and Harry knew his friends would be in the carriages by now, heading up the hill towards the castle. In no time at all he was accepting hugs and Happy New Year's from his housemates, and the hall was filling up rapidly. Harry was teased, slapped on the back, and had his hair ruffled before he slid into a seat beside Ron, who had given him a sharp look and a tentative smile before sitting down. Hermione sat opposite them and was quickly joined by Luna and Neville, who had apparently got together in the holidays. The start of term notices were given, the feast began, and finally the noise dropped to a level that allowed conversation. Harry turned nervously to his friends. "So how was the burrow?" he asked Ron, spooning a large helping of roast parsnips onto his plate. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, and then Ron answered quietly. "A bit weird, to be honest, mate. Christmas was great, but there were so many Order members coming and going it was all a bit tense." "You know about Malfoy?" Harry nodded. "Yeah, I saw it in the Prophet. I heard Draco's not coming back this year." Hermione nodded, leaning forward. "It's not just Draco. We heard on the train that Crabbe, Goyle and Nott have left too. Nott's family have all gone into hiding. Apparently, his dad was one of the Death Eaters that was killed the same night as Malfoy." They all glanced over at the Slytherin table that was clearly showing a few empty spaces. Ron sniggered. "Snape's not going to have any students left at the end of the year if this keeps up." "Did you hear what the Order has got planned?" Harry whispered, and Ron shook his head before glancing back at Hermione. No, only, he looked at Harry anxiously. They called a meeting on New Year's Day and Fred and George were there, and afterwards, well, Charlie had a word with me and said I needed to look out for you this year and be a good friend. I think the meeting was about you. Harry nodded seriously. Here goes, he thought with a sigh. It was Ron, he said quietly. Hermione leant forward. You're not in trouble, are you? She asked anxiously, and Harry smiled. No, it's just, well, I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Ron's eyes widened. Really? Not ever? That's brilliant. Harry grinned. I know. Harry, what happened? Hermione asked, leaning over the table to lay a hand on his arm. Harry realized that Luna and Neville had turned to listen, and in a split-second decision, decided to include them in the conversation as well. Well, you know that Ron's dad and Moody had a word with Uncle Vernon last summer at King's Cross. The four listeners nodded avidly. Well, Vernon didn't take that very well, and he kind of took it out on me over the summer. What do you mean, took it out on you? Neville asked sharply, and Harry grimaced. Well, he knocked me about a bit. Hermione's hand tightened on his arm, and Ron hissed beside him. That git, Ron exclaimed. Why didn't you say anything? Harry looked down at his plate and put his fork down with a sigh. I was embarrassed, Ron, and I thought I could hide it all. Hide what? Hermione asked softly, and in response Harry slid up his jumper sleeve to expose the green plaster and shrugged apologetically. He hurt you, she said quietly. He really hurt you. Harry nodded and stared at his plate for a few moments. Anyway, Professor Snape realized what had happened over the holidays, and he's sorted it out so I don't ever have to go back. Neville swallowed nervously. Snape, really? Harry looked up and nodded, giving the boy a wry smile. Neville, he was brilliant. He's been giving me potions lessons and everything. He arranged this meeting with Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall, and I had to talk about everything that has happened, which was horrible, but he sat with me the whole time, and he's been really kind. Harry stopped and drew in a deep breath, realizing he was rambling. Is that why you were wearing the glamours? A dreaming voice interrupted, and the rest of them looked over at Luna, who was staring at the enchanted ceiling as if she had never seen it before. What glamours? Ron asked, looking between Harry and Luna with confusion. The glamours Harry always wears after the summer holidays to hide how thin he is and all the bruises. Luna answered quietly, still not looking at any of them. There was a moment's horrified silence, which Hermione broke with a shocked, Harry. Harry winced and smiled apologetically at her. I didn't mean to be dishonest with you, he said quietly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Ron laid an arm around his shoulders. Mate, are you okay? I mean, bruises. What did he do to you? Harry looked up and met his friend's eyes for the first time. I'd rather not go into it now, but it was pretty bad. He broke my ribs and wrist and, well, he has this belt. Hermione drew in a sharp intake of breath and took his hand in hers, whilst Neville and Luna leant in supportively. Slowly and tentatively, Harry told them about his experience of the summer and everything that had happened over the Christmas break. To his enormous relief, no one yelled or shouted, and Ron's arm never left his waist. He hadn't planned to have this discussion at the dinner table, but somehow it had seemed the right thing to do. At the staff table, 3 sets of eyes were watching the conversation discreetly, with varying levels of nervousness. It seems to be going well, Remus said quietly, and beside him the potions master nodded in accent. We'll see how well Weasley copes before rolling out the banners. The boy is notoriously unreliable. Albus moved the food around his plate in a half-hearted manner. His thoughts were dark these days, and he watched the 5 youngsters with distress. No child should be having to sit at a table with his best friends having that kind of conversation. Their heads should be full of mischief and the Quidditch season, not worrying about how to support a friend through something this horrible. Giving up on his dinner, he dropped his fork and turned to his 2 younger colleagues. Harry will need both of you over the coming months. He has not sought me out during any of this, and I don't expect him to in the near future. I'm afraid Sirius's death still hangs between us quite heavily. I do hope you will be able to put aside your differences enough to be of use to him. It shouldn't fall on the shoulders of teenage friends to help him through. Although, these are not exactly normal teenage friends, Severus pointed out softly. Remus glanced sideways at the man in surprise. No, Severus, you're right. Danger and adversity forge extremely strong bonds. Like the famous marauders, Severus hissed with a snarl, and Remus inclined his head in acknowledgement. Yes, actually, he answered quietly. They were more like brothers to me than friends, but as you found to your cost, that kind of intense relationship at such a young age can also be destructive. Fortunately, that bunch, he indicated the 5 Gryffindors, don't have a cruel bone in their bodies and are already more mature than we were even in adulthood. I don't doubt for a minute that they can help Harry through this. The 3 men watched as the friends finished their puddings and then headed for the dorms, Harry's hand firmly tucked in Hermione's. Severus poured some brandy into his glass and after a moment's hesitation, filled Lupin's glass as well. Good luck with your first class tomorrow, he said evenly as he stood and pushed in his chair and then left, the glass of amber liquid clutched in his hand. Thank you, Severus, Remus answered to the retreating back, exchanging a surprised glance with the headmaster. It was really Severus that suggested me, he asked quietly, and the headmaster nodded. I believe Severus has grown rather fond of Harry over this last few weeks and has been forced to re-evaluate some of his previously held positions about Harry and perhaps Potters in general. Remus shook his head wryly. I don't see how the Dursleys' actions change who Harry is. He's still the same child we've always known. Ah yes, the headmaster answered gravely. But you must understand, in cases like this, perception is everything. Remus glanced back to the potions master, whose dark robes were just swirling out of view as he headed off to settle in his young SS, and nodded thoughtfully. Things had certainly changed at Hogwarts over the last few weeks, and not just for Harry and Severus. The Order were going through some upheavals as well. No longer were they prepared to just follow Albus blindly into battle, believing the man somehow knew all the answers. Clearly he didn't, and Harry and Sirius had paid dearly for those mistakes these last few months. Remus looked at the weary man beside him and realized sadly that he was in for a rough time. Remus couldn't help but think that the older man had brought most of it on himself, and he could only hope that things would start to improve now for young Harry. It seemed that Severus was firmly in Harry's camp now, and that made Remus smile. It was going to be a year of changes for all of them. The next few weeks were strange for Harry. In some ways it was just another term at Hogwarts. There was Quidditch practice and homework, and someone spiked the Gryffindor table's food with a potion that made all their hair turn a horrid mustard yellow. In other ways though it was very different. There were extra defense lessons in the evenings as each year struggled to catch up with a term's works. Last term there had been no defense teacher, and the lessons had been covered by different professors, but at a much slower pace than they should have been. There was also the fact that Malfoy and his goons were gone. The effect of this on the school had been profound. Mixed class were much less tense, and the rest of the Slytherins were too busy fighting in-house to cause anyone else much trouble. For Harry there was also the fact that he felt well, really well, for the first time in years. He had to visit the hospital twice a week to be checked over, and finally got the cast off his wrist 10 days after the start of term. He was taking a nutrient potion every morning and had managed to put on 4 pounds over the last few weeks. It wasn't a lot, but on his skinny frame, it had made all the difference. All in all, things were going well. Ron and Hermione had been great and had not asked too many questions, although Ron was still acting a little weird and stiff. Harry had caught the pair having a furious row in the common room, which had swiftly stopped when he entered, and he suspected it had been about him. A few terms ago he might have been tempted to eavesdrop, but now he was just grateful to Hermione for whatever it was she was doing to keep Ron on an even keel. The only slightly awkward thing was that he hadn't spoken to Ginny yet. He knew that Hermione had spoken to the youngest Weasley the first night of term to tell her what had been going on, but Harry had been strangely embarrassed to seek her out. He wasn't sure why he was worried about Ginny knowing the details of his awful summer, but he was. He couldn't bear to think of Ron's little sister looking at him with pity. Fortunately, Ginny was in a new relationship with Dean Thomas, and the two of them were rarely anywhere to be seen. That had left Harry feeling simultaneously relieved and upset for no particular reason. It had given Ron something to rant about though, and Harry had been able to deflect any awkward questions directed his way with a casual enquiry about Dean. All in all, Harry felt as though an enormous weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It was still scary not knowing what was going to happen next summer or how things were going to be different in school. Because of the catch-up going on in defense studies, there had been no potions classes for the first 2 weeks of school, and Professor Snape had been noticeably absent at mealtimes. Harry had only seen him twice since the start of term, and then from a distance. He was a bit worried about classes starting again and how things would be between them. Even Remus had been too busy to really talk to him, although the man's very presence in the school had calmed Harry enormously. There had been a whole front-page story about the werewolf of Hogwarts in the Daily Prophet the first week of term, and Harry had been worried that Remus might lose his job again. In the end, surprisingly little seemed to have happened. There was an upsurge in mail from worried parents and 1 or 2 howlers which the headmaster had banished before they could even open, but otherwise things seemed fine. Remus made a point of giving Harry a smile and a wave every day, and Harry knew it was his way of reminding Harry he was here for him, despite how busy and exhausted the man looked. Harry and most of the school were delighted to have the very capable teacher back. Meanwhile, Harry had avoided the headmaster like the plague. He didn't think he had even made eye contact with the man, although he had often felt the older wizard's eyes on him in the Great Hall. It was just too frightening to even go near the mountain of rage he felt whenever the man was near him. He knew he would have to deal with it at some point, but for once Harry thought he needed to take things slowly. It was with some relief that Harry found a note on his bedside table the second Sunday of term from Professor Snape. The man's continued absence had been worrying him. "Harry, could you please come to my office at 7 p.m. this evening for tea? There is nothing to worry about. I only wish to see how you are coping with the new term. Sincerely, Professor Snape." Harry let out a breath he hadn't even realized he was holding. Snape still wanted to be friends, then. He plopped down on his bed with a sigh, his hand snaking around his pillow to hold it tightly. Pretending everything was normal day after day had been starting to take its toll, despite how much better everything was. After a quick shower and change, he wandered down to the Great Hall for dinner, sitting himself beside Neville at the table. Neville had been brilliant about everything. Ever since events in the Ministry the year before, Neville had radiated a quiet calm that had taken many by surprise. Harry had been too absorbed in his own grief the previous term to really notice the difference, but now he had. The change was startling. "How's your day been, Neville?" Neville shrugged and started loading his plate. "Not bad. I've got a ton of homework though. I wonder if there is such a thing as a study elf." Harry snorted. "I could do with one of those too. I'm almost caught up, but these extra defense essays are killing me." "Yeah, poor Professor Lupin looks ready to fall over." Harry glanced up at the head table and frowned when he realized the older man had actually fallen asleep at the table, his chin resting in one hand and his dinner left uneaten before him. "It's only 3 days until the full moon. He's probably trying to mark everything before then so we don't get behind again. I hope he's okay." Neville looked back to his friend with a thoughtful expression on his face. "How are you doing, Harry? Has the first few weeks been okay?" Harry loaded his plate with roast veg whilst he thought how to answer. There were still empty seats on all sides, and this was probably the first time he and Neville had privacy to really talk. Harry wanted to be honest with his friends, even if it was hard. "All right," he said tentatively. "Things are really good, but it's still all a bit scary. I don't know where I'm going to be living this summer, and I'm still a bit worried about how safe it's going to be for anyone who takes over my guardianship. It really hurts to know I could have been living with Sirius if, well, you know." Neville nodded seriously. "Has Ron been all right with you?" Harry smiled at Neville's perceptiveness. "He's been, well, Ron. He's just acting as if everything is normal and has been extra cheerful. I think he's doing his best." Harry took a mouthful of food and chewed slowly, enjoying the fact he could eat a full portion now without feeling sick. "How are you, Neville? Did you get into trouble with your gran over the Ministry? I forgot to ask." Neville grinned. "Not at all," he said, visibly straightening in his seat. "She was really proud. She cried all over me and said how brave I had been, and when she heard I had jeweled Bellatrix, she bought me a new wand as a reward." Harry couldn't help the huge smile that spread across his face. Neville's gran had always seemed a harsh woman who didn't fully appreciate her grandson. He was glad to hear things had changed. "Did you get in trouble?" Neville asked, and then blushed furiously as he realized what he had said. "I mean, not with the Muggles, but..." "It's okay, Neville, I know what you mean. I think there were a lot of people who were disappointed in me for leading you all into danger like that, but I didn't really get shouted at. It has been a bit difficult with the headmaster since, but that's more me than him, I think. Are you better now? Neville asked quietly, and Harry nodded. Madame Pomfrey has fixed me all up. She says I have to put 18 pounds on to be a healthy weight, but I'm getting there, and Professor Snape gave me this potion that helps. I'm still taking one of those every morning. Neville smiled at that and shook his head. It's strange how it was him that helped you after the rest of us all missed what was happening to you. I'm sorry I wasn't a better friend, Harry. Harry blushed furiously, his stomach clenching in guilt. It's not your fault, Neville. You've been a really good friend. I wasn't very honest with people, and it's not like I spent a lot of time helping you out. I know things haven't been easy for you with your gran. Neville shrugged. It's better now. I had a really good summer and Christmas break with her, and she has even started taking me out to balls with her. I think she was always embarrassed to before. Well, I think we will both have to work harder at being good friends this year. Single quote. Yeah, maybe we could try and study together. More, Neville suggested tentatively, and Harry nodded, his eyes glancing over to the Hufflepuff table. Actually, I've been thinking that we could try and do some more stuff with the other houses. It seems really stupid that we only mix with people in our own common rooms. Like the DA, Neville said, his eyes lighting up, and Harry winced. I'm not sure about that. It's because of the DA that you all got hurt last year. I don't know if I want that kind of responsibility again, but maybe we could still use the room of requirements and have an all-house study session. I bet Hermione would help organize things. Neville frowned, chewing his lip thoughtfully. How about Sunday evenings? There aren't any Quidditch practices then, and we might even be able to get sandwiches and stuff for those who come. Harry glanced back up at the top table. Do you think I should get permission this time? I mean, it would be good if we could get some Slytherins to come too, but I'm a bit nervous about that. We could ask one of the professors to sit in the first few times to make sure it doesn't turn into a battleground, Neville suggested, and I agree we should try and get some SS there. With Malfoy gone, I think they might be more open to the idea. Harry grinned, especially if the head boy is on board. The Slytherins wouldn't miss a chance to get a bit closer to him. Neville glanced over. Eric, do you think he would help? I don't know him very well. We could ask after dinner. He's really nice, and we talked a bit over the break about trying to get the houses to do more together. Neville nodded and sat back as all the plates and platters disappeared and were replaced by desserts and ice cream. Harry, he said quietly, there's more to this than just making friends, isn't there? This is about the war and working together to overthrow Voldemort. Harry nodded. The hat keeps telling us we need to be united. I think it's time we started doing something about that instead of just waiting for it to happen. Neville glanced over to where Eric was sat and smiled. Harry, is there any rule that says we have to sit at our own house table? I don't know, Harry answered honestly. I've never heard of one. Well, why wait until after dinner then? Half the upper years are still at Hogsmeade, so there are loads of empty spaces. Why not have dessert with Hufflepuff and ask Eric over chocolate? Harry grinned, and the two boys stood and walked over to the other house table, ignoring the questioning looks of the Hufflepuffs as they seated themselves opposite the head boy. Hey Eric, do you mind if we join you? We wanted your thoughts on an idea we've been knocking around. After a moment's hesitation, Eric smiled and welcomed the two lions, listening with interest as they explained and filled their plates with treacle tarts. At the head table, Albus had been watching his exhausted defense teacher with concerned eyes when a slight ripple in the castle's magic distracted him. He closed his eyes and mentally checked the wards and protections around the grounds before focusing in on the new vibrations. Headmaster. Albus opened his eyes and glanced sideways at his deputy and potions master, who were looking at him warily. Is something wrong? Albus smiled at them both. No, all is well. I felt a ripple in the castle that I can't identify, but the wards are fine. There. Albus closed his eyes as he felt the tingle flow through him a little stronger than before. With a flash of fire, Fawkes appeared and settled on his shoulder, a trill note of contentment escaping the familiar as he looked out over the hall. You felt it too, my friend. Fawkes trilled again, a long note of happiness that made everyone at the top table smile. The arithmancy lecturer pulled a notebook from the pocket of her robes and started scribbling furiously, her expression intense in concentration. My dear, what are you picking up? Albus asked quietly. By now the entire staff table was listening into the conversation as Professor Vector drew a tangle of strange lines and symbols on her pad. Luna wandered in after her visit to Hosmed, her eyes searching the hall for Neville and finding him at the wrong table. She waited for her friend who was changing her muddy shoes to catch up before deciding where to sit. A few minutes later a flushed blonde-haired girl ran into the room. "Thanks Luna, you didn't need to wait for me. Shall we catch up again after pudding?" Luna watched Neville and Harry thoughtfully. "Why don't we have pudding together with Neville and Harry? They are sat with the Hufflepuffs." The blonde girl snorted. "You can if you want. You're Ravenclaw, they want mine. I'm AS. They'll probably hex me if I tried." Luna smiled gently. "I don't think that's true, but I can understand if you don't want to. I wonder what Harry's writing on that parchment. They all seem very interested in it." The two girls walked over, curiosity overriding the young Slytherin's nerves. The head boy saw the two girls hovering and exchanged a grin with Harry before standing and making some room on the bench. "Luna, and Leonie is it? Why don't you join us? We are talking about a project you might be interested in." At the head table Septima Vector paused and with a violent jerk, ripped off the top page from her notebook and threw it over her shoulder, where it fell to the floor. She quickly started all over again with a fresh page, her quill movements furious. Albus sat with his eyes closed, his expression curious. It had been many years since he had felt just distinct vibrations running through the castle's walls. She was happy, almost rejoicing. It was making him feel quite giddy. "Albus, what on earth is going on?" his deputy asked crossly, and Albus chuckled. "I don't have a clue, my dear, except that to tell you that the castle is extremely happy just now. Something has awoken in her." Fox trilled quietly in agreement. "It's unity," Septima stated suddenly, looking up briefly from her parchment. Severus stood and moved to look over her shoulder at the intricate sigil being created before their very eyes. "Unity." She locked eyes with the headmaster. "The whole direction of the war just changed, a massive shift. It's overwhelming. I shall have to start my calculations from scratch." "Can you tell what's happening, Septima?" Severus asked quietly. "It's exactly what that blasted hat has been nagging about for the last 3 years. The houses united." "My goodness," Minerva exclaimed. "If that could truly be achieved, well, it would be a miracle," Severus stated wryly, earning a slap from Septima before she returned to her drawing. They all glanced up briefly as Hagrid lumbered into view. "Sorry I'm late, headmaster. A few of the third years got lost in T-Village. Had to go searching for 'em." "Is there any puddin' left?" Minerva huffed impatiently as he dropped his bag with a clung that shook the whole table. Hagrid glanced up at the tables and smiled happily. "Now there's a sight don't see every day. All 4 houses at one table." Every head at the staff table snapped up to look out at the students, quickly finding the small gaggle of 6th and 7th years at the Hufflepuff table. The plates were long gone and the table was now covered with pieces of parchment as Harry and Neville wrote down all the ideas and suggestions being given. Albus exchanged a significant look with his arithmancy professor and they both grinned happily. "Well done, boys," he said quietly. To himself. "Well done indeed." Harry ran down the dungeon corridor, his robe flying behind him. It was 7:05 and he was already late for his appointment with Snape. Even though this was an invitation to tea and not a detention, Harry couldn't shake the normal feeling of nervousness. He skidded to a halt outside the door to Snape's quarters and took a deep breath, straightening his robes and attempting to flatten down his hair. His quiet knock was immediately answered as the fierce-looking man opened the door and stepped aside for him to enter. "I'm sorry I'm late, Professor," Harry said breathlessly. Snape waved a hand at 2 armchairs sat before the fire and snapped his fingers to call his house elf. "That's quite all right, Potter. There was no need to give yourself a heart attack to get here. It's an invitation to tea, not an inquisition." Harry collapsed into one of the armchairs as a small elf appeared and accepted Snape's order for a pot of tea and shortbread. The older man sat gracefully into the opposite chair and waved his wand to increase the flames in the fire. "I must apologize for the temperature down here. I have not been in my quarters all day and I forgot to ask my elf to start the fire earlier for me. It should warm up in a few minutes." Harry nodded numbly. It really was rather cold, but he was still wearing several layers in an effort to hide his weight and was rather grateful for the cool air. A tray appeared with a small pop and Snape delicately poured the drinks, taking his time to give the teenager the opportunity to get his breath back. He took a few sips from his own drink before starting the conversation. "How have you found the first few weeks of term?" Harry groaned. "Busy. There is so much extra defense work. I don't know how Professor Lupin is finding time to mark it all." Severus frowned and looked down at his cup. "Yes, he certainly has his work cut out for him. It's always difficult when you have to cram several terms classes together." "Are your classmates managing to keep up with the essays?" "I think so, but there is not a lot of class time to do the practical stuff." "That's a bit frustrating. For Professor Lupin too, I think." Severus considered the young man before him. "It would seem a good time to reform your defense group then. I believe you focused on the practical side of your studies." Harry grimaced. "We only did that because the Toad. I mean, Professor Umbridge wasn't teaching us any practical things at all. I wouldn't want Lupin to think that we feel the same about him. I mean, he's brilliant. His classes are always really good." Severus bit back about 100 werewolf-related comments and forced himself to take a large gulp of tea before replying. "I'm sure he would be grateful of the help. Perhaps you should discuss it with him." "Actually, sir, I wondered if I asked your help with something similar." Severus put down his cup and gave his least threatening look, at least he hoped it was. "Go on." "Well, sir, we were thinking of starting a study group on Sunday evenings that would be open to all the houses. That is Neville and I, and Eric Baxter. We thought we could let people make requests for things they would like to revise, and we could ask the relevant teacher to come, or maybe a student from a higher year who could help." Severus felt his interest rise. So that was what the kids had been plotting at dinner that had got the castle herself all worked up. "That sounds an interesting idea, Harry. How is it I can help?" "Well," Harry paused, "we would really like a teacher to sponsor it and maybe be there for the first few sessions, in case there are any problems. It would be really good if all 4 houses were represented, but we were a bit nervous about house rivalry. I was wondering if you would be our sponsor, sir." Severus was rarely surprised, but he found himself speechless. The students in this school made a point of spending as little time as possible in his presence, and he had certainly never been voluntarily asked to attend extracurricular activities before. Harry watched nervously as his professor considered his response. It was rather cheeky to ask the man to give up his Sunday evenings. Maybe he was trying to find a polite way to refuse. "I think it is an excellent idea and would be happy to sponsor the group, but if you are going to go through official channels this time, then the headmaster will have to approve it. I suggest you and your co-conspirators write up a proposal and bring it to me, and I will sign it. You will then have to take it to the headmaster and make a formal presentation. I'm sure he will be more than happy to approve." Harry felt his stomach drop at the thought of being forced to see Dumbledore, but quickly thought of a way out of it. He could write the proposal, have Snape sign it, and then get Neville or Eric to take it to the headmaster. Perfect. Severus watched the emotions chasing across the boy's face a little guiltily. It was sneaky pushing Potter to go to Albus like that, and it really wasn't necessary for the proposal to be delivered in person, but if it helped the boy get past this problem, then it could be helpful. He resisted the urge to smirk at his clever maneuvering, unaware he had already been outsmarted by the young man sat before him. Harry smiled. "Thank you, sir. I will let the others know and we can write something up over the next week." "How are you otherwise, Harry? I believe you have spoken to your friends about your situation. Have they been supportive?" Harry bit his lip worriedly. "Yeah, they've been pretty good. I think Hermione's mad at me about the glamours, but she hasn't said anything. Neville had been great. I have talked to him about it more than the others. I'm glad that you haven't been trying to manage this all alone." Severus paused and gave the boy a keen look, trying to access how much he could cope with tonight. "I do have some further news on the issue of guardianship if you feel up to talking about that now." Harry put his cup back down and sat on his hands before nodding nervously. "It appears," Severus started cautiously, "that your aunt and uncle have become unwell." Harry frowned in confusion. "Unwell?" "Yes, apparently they are both displaying symptoms of what Muggles like to call a nervous breakdown." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. His aunt had always been rather highly strung, but he couldn't imagine his uncle ever being unwell like that. Unbidden, the memory of Vernon sealing up the letterbox and dragging them halfway across the country jumped to mind, and Harry rapidly reassessed that thought. "Do you know what happened, sir?" The Muggle authorities had to intervene this week when your uncle was successful in burning the house down. You're joking. Harry burst out. Privet Drive was gone. That horrid, awful hell hole was no more. Severus couldn't help the small smile that escaped as he explained. Apparently your uncle was convinced that the house was cursed and decided to destroy it. He has been taken into hospital and your aunt and cousin are staying with other relatives. The ministry have revoked their guardianship of you as the Dursleys are clearly not well enough to care for you at the moment. The advantage of this is that we do not have to file your medical report just now. Harry sat stunned, his head swimming with this new information. It had really happened. The Dursleys were no longer his guardians. What happens now, sir? As you have no other relatives, your guardianship reverts to the school and your head of house. Professor McGonagall will have temporary responsibility for you until the end of term, by which point a permanent solution will hopefully have been found. The headmaster asked me to talk to you about this and see how you felt about things. I know Minerva would be more than happy to retain the guardianship until you come of age next summer, but that does not supply you with much of a family support. Harry stared into the fire, feeling strangely lost. McGonagall was his guardian. That was just weird. Did he have to ask her permission for things now? Would he still have control over his Gringotts vault? There was so much he didn't understand about magical law. Harry, the professor's quiet query interrupted his musings. Are you all right? I think so. It's just I feel like a bit of baggage that's just been passed along. Severus sighed. This must be a very difficult situation to be in. It's not unusual for a head of house to fulfill this responsibility for a time. I myself have done it in the past. Harry looked up curiously. You've been a guardian for one of the students. Severus smiled wryly. He knew he didn't exactly look the part. Several times. It's normally only for a few weeks whilst family members are traced or the Wizarding Family Services appoint someone else. The benefit is that it means a child's schooling is not interrupted whilst all the legal things are sorted out. What do you think will happen to me? Harry's question sounded so forlorn that Severus felt his heart clench. I know that the headmaster is looking into suitable candidates to take this on. Most likely someone who is either in the order or in a position to help protect you if necessary. He paused and took a sip of his tea. You should know that Molly and Arthur Weasley have already petitioned Albus to have you added to their brood. Harry bit his lip. They can't do that. It's not safe. I would be putting all their kids in danger. Severus sighed heavily. On one level, the headmaster and I agree with you. The burrow is not the most secure of places and already too much of a target. However, he continued seriously, you should also consider the fact that they care about you a great deal and know what they would be taking on. 5 of their children are already of age and quite capable of defending themselves, so there are 2 sides to the security argument. It might be worth thinking about. Harry frowned heavily. So will this be my decision then? Will I have to decide? Harry didn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and it seemed as though any decision would mean risk to others. Severus leant forward and placed a hand on the boy's arm. Harry, we have until the end of term to sort this out, and there will likely be other options once the headmaster has spoken to a few people. I suggest you talk to Professor McGonagall and see what she has to say. It may be that a more formal arrangement with her might suit you better, and once you turn 17 you will have no legal need of a guardian. I believe Albus wants to be able to give you a few options and will likely tell you which path he recommends. Harry leant back in his chair and let out a deep sigh. All of this was proving much harder than he expected it to be. I can't believe my uncle's gone bonkers. Why on earth would he think the house was cursed? Severus smiled faintly. I imagine Peeves dropping in unannounced would unsettle most people. Harry's eyes flew to meet his. Peeves. In little whinging. A poltergeist has to take his holiday somewhere, Severus replied deadpan, and Harry stared at him incredulously. You sent Peeves to the Dursleys. Severus inclined his head slightly. And Professor Flitwick may have charmed their windows to look as if the neighbors were spying on them, and I believe Minerva was responsible for the hundreds of cats that have been peeing all over their garden and footpath. Harry gave a nervous laugh. You're not joking. You all really? Severus smiled gently. You didn't really think we were going to let them hurt you that badly and just get away with it, did you? Harry had a sudden image of Professor McGonagall leading a small army of cats up Privet Drive and felt laughter bubbling up inside him. He snorted, and before he knew it was doubled up in laughter. laughter that quickly turned into sobs. Seeing an imminent breakdown, Severus transfigured Harry's chair into a small couch and sat beside the boy, allowing his hand to rest gently on Harry's back. Harry sobbed into his hands for a good 10 minutes, allowing the relief to finally settle over him. The Dursleys were no longer a part of his life. Even the bloody house was gone and the blood wards along with it. He was amazed that his professors had done that for him, had actually sent Peeves. His uncle must have had a fit. When he had calmed, he sent an apologetic smile at his professor and accepted the hanky he offered, blowing his nose loudly. "I think I needed that," he whispered. "It's been hard trying to carry on as normal. You don't have to pretend, Harry. It's perfectly all right to be upset. It is not unusual to take some time off from classes in these sorts of circumstances, so if you feel you need to do that, just let Professor McGonagall know." Harry sniffed and looked down at his shaky hands. "Thanks, sir. I might do that." They sat quietly for a while and Harry even managed to drink some of the tea once his limbs had stopped trembling. The fire crackled softly in the background and it crossed his mind how normal it felt to be sat here in Snape's lounge. It was all rather surreal. "Are you ready for your first potions class tomorrow?" the professor asked quietly and Harry grimaced. "As ready as I'll ever be. I can't believe we have 4 whole hours of potions. You will have extra potions and charms all this week. It's how we are getting around the full moon problem. Next week when your wolf friend is well again, it will be back to double defense." Harry sighed and put down his cup. "I suppose I'd better be going. Ron's going to be wondering where I am." Severus walked the boy to the door, his hand resting on his shoulder. "Do make sure you talk to McGonagall, won't you? She knew we would be having this chat tonight, so we'll be eager to make sure you are coping with everything." "Sir?" Harry asked uncertainly. "Couldn't you be my guardian? I mean not just for the term but, well, after too." Severus froze, completely floored by the boy's request, and Harry cringed in embarrassment. "Stupid Harry, stupid. Of course he doesn't want to be your guardian, why would he?" "I'm sorry, sir," he blustered. "I shouldn't have." "No, Harry, it's fine," Severus quickly reassured, finding his voice shaking. "I'm honored that you would consider me, but he doesn't want me. The role I play for the Order. It wouldn't be safe. Not for either of us." "Of course, sir. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I should go." Harry practically fled from the room, running all the way back to the tower and cursing his big mouth the whole way. He had probably embarrassed Snape and made himself look like some needy 10-year-old. Severus watched the boy hurry away from his rooms and numbly closed the door. Harry had asked him of all people, had trusted him with his safety after everything that lay between them in the past. He sat numbly, completely shell-shocked. He knew his hesitation had hurt the boy, but there was no way he could make this work. The moment the Dark Lord discovered he was guardian to Harry Potter, he would be ordered to deliver the boy to his death. Refusal would mean, Severus winced. There was no way it could work. He sat staring at the fire for an age, his heart racing, until with a moment of startling clarity he stood abruptly and grabbed for his flow powder. "Albus Dumbledore," he called, throwing the green powder into the flames. Harry paced his room in the Gryffindor Tower, his stomach clenched in knots. He had ruined everything. He should have known better. It was stupid to ask for things, it just led to disappointment and embarrassment for everyone. Professor McGonagall would make a fine guardian. He should have been grateful and just carried on fending for himself. He had never needed anyone before, so why should now be different? He forced himself to relax and sit on his bed with a book, once he heard his dorm mates noisily stomping up the stairs. Ron burst through the door with Dean, laughing at something Dean had said, and Harry gave them a neutral smile. Neville followed a little sedately behind and gave Harry a sharp look. "How'd it go with Professor Snape?" he asked quietly, sitting on the edge of Harry's bed, and Harry shrugged, keeping his eyes on his book. "Fine, he was just checking in with me." Neville sat quietly for a moment and then touched Harry's knee lightly. "You know where I am, Harry, if you need to talk." Harry nodded and kept his eyes on the page as Neville moved away, before swiftly rising from the bed and bolting for the common room. He didn't think he could face Ron just now. Fortunately, the common room was quiet, with a few people using the desks to finish the last of their homework, and one third-year couple sat cuddling on one of the window seats. Harry sank into one of the sofas near the fire and stared broodily into the flames. He didn't know how he was supposed to feel just now. Even thinking about his aunt and uncle was painful. He was glad never to be going back there, but it still hurt to think that they hadn't fought for him at all. He had just been discarded as if he was of no importance. His aunt hadn't even contacted him to let him know what had happened. He felt hemmed in. Professor McGonagall wanted to talk to him and so did the headmaster, but he really didn't want to talk to either of them. McGonagall had been so nice in the hospital wing, but he hadn't really forgiven her for sending him away last year when he had tried to ask for help. Now he could add Professor Snape to the list of teachers to avoid. Harry sighed. Avoidance, that the key word really. He was avoiding his friends, his teachers and anyone who wanted to help. Just like last term, only this time it was a different kind of injury he was hiding. Maybe that was why tonight had been so difficult. He realized that he didn't want a guardian in name only. He didn't want to have to manage alone anymore. He wanted a real family, the kind the Dursleys should have been all along. Someone who gave a damn, who would check his homework and nag him about grades. Someone who would make sure he had clothes that fit and look after him when he was ill, the way Snape had done. Harry bit his lip at that thought. How pathetic was he, the first person who had shown him any care. He had latched onto like a stray dog. Harry thought about the Weasleys, and the offer they had made. If he was being honest, part of his reservation was Ron's potential reaction. Ron already had 5 brothers to compete with. He really didn't need the boy who lived added to that mix. It also seemed that Ginny had finally got over her crush on him, and although he was slightly jealous of Dean, he also knew that it would never have worked with her. Living with her at the Burrow over the summer would risk complicating things again. The sofa shifted slightly and Harry glanced around to see Hermione settling down beside him. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly, and he opened his mouth to give his normal fine response, and instead found himself unable to answer. He shook his head and bit his lip, feeling tears sting the back of his eyes. Hermione laid her hand on his, looking equally upset. "Can I do anything?" He shook his head again before answering shakily. "The Dursleys aren't my guardians anymore. Professor McGonagall is until they find someone permanent. I'm glad you never have to go back there," she said softly, handing him a tissue, and Harry gave a weak smile. "Me too. It's still hard though, knowing that." Harry's voice broke. "Knowing that no one wants me." Harry gave into the sobs, allowing Hermione to pull him into a hug. He was aware that she was crying too, but found himself unable to say a word, instead just sobbing until he felt his would burst with misery. At some point he became aware of other people around him, but he was past caring now. He had cried in front of Snape, embarrassed himself, and now lost it in the middle of the common room. None of it really seemed to matter anymore. It was Professor McGonagall's voice that finally pulled him out of the storm, her no-nonsense tones emptying the common room. "Go on now, off to your dorms, this isn't a sideshow." He heard the sound of running feet on the stairwells and slowly pulled himself out of Hermione's arms, realizing that it was Neville who had been rubbing his back and that Ron was sat cross-legged on the floor in front of him, one hand resting on his leg. Other than that, the common room was empty, Professor McGonagall's voice still echoing from the girls' stairwell where she was shepherding some wayward first years to their room. "Sorry, my own," he whispered, and she rubbed his arm gently. "It's okay, Harry, honestly. I wish I could do something." Her eyes were red and she too had a balled-up tissue in her hand. "You have," he said with a shaky smile. "Thanks." Professor McGonagall came back into the room, her normally stern face softened in the firelight. "Why don't you 3 run along to bed now? I will send Mr. Potter up shortly." Neville and Ron sent him an apologetic look before lumbering off to the stairs. "We'll wait up for you, mate," Ron called as he disappeared from view. Hermione left much more reluctantly, giving his hand a final squeeze and leaving a clean tissue on the table for him. He tried to give a reassuring smile as she left, but it came out as more of a grimace. McGonagall sat beside him on the sofa and gave him a sympathetic look that almost had him descending into tears again. "I know that Severus was going to talk to you this evening. Did he explain what has happened?" Harry swallowed and nodded. "Yes, ma'am. You're going to be my guardian until something else is sorted out." His voice sounded flat even to himself. She squeezed his hand gently. "I know this must be a very difficult time for you, Harry, but I want you to know you can come to me with anything." Harry watched the flames jumping in the grate and wondered if it was even possible to put into words how he was feeling. It all seemed so jumbled up. You seem to be rather distressed this evening. I know your friends are very worried about you. Is it just the situation with your family or has something else happened? Harry laughed coldly. I don't have a family, Professor. I never really did. It's just me. Everyone who cared about me is dead and I have nothing left to aim for other than kill Voldemort because apparently I'm the only one that can. Beside him the professor gave a little gasp and Harry snorted. Typical. She didn't even know that. I see the headmaster hasn't even told you about the prophecy. If you are going to be my guardian you should probably know what you are getting involved in. I suggest you ask him. She pursed her lips in the way she did when she was angry or upset and Harry never could tell which one it was. I don't know about this prophecy and I will talk to the headmaster about that tomorrow, she said with an edge of annoyance in her voice. But I strongly dispute your statement that there is no one who cares about you. That is far from the truth. Harry looked down and took a shaky breath, wiping away the tears that were still escaping from his now rather red eyes. I know, ma'am. I shouldn't be feeling sorry for myself like this. It's just been a really hard day. Her expression softened and she touched his cheek gently. Harry, it will get better. I promise you that. Do you need something to help you sleep? No, I don't think so. I'm pretty tired. I'm sorry if I disturbed your evening. Oh Harry, she gathered him into a quick hug. You didn't disturb anything. I had promised Severus the First would come and check on you anyway. He was rather worried about you. Harry glanced up. He was. She smiled and nodded gently. I had a meeting with the headmaster this evening and Severus flowed in to tell us he had spoken with you. He was concerned that you might have been a bit upset when you left his quarters. Did it not go well? Harry sighed. No, it was fine. I just said something stupid at the end, that's all. The professor squeezed his shoulders and stood, smoothing down her robes. Well, I'm sure whatever it was that Professor Snape understands. You had better go and reassure your friends that you are all right and I will see you in the morning. Make sure you go to breakfast now. As your new guardian I have to take an interest in these things. Harry smiled faintly at the thought of McGonagall suddenly counting his bacon rashers in the morning and allowed her to help him up off the sofa. Yes ma'am. He padded over to the stairs and then remembering something from earlier quickly turned again to catch his head of house before she left the room. Professor. She turned and looked at him over her spectacles. Thanks for what you did with the Dursleys. I mean with all the cats. Her expression softened and a small smile graced her lips before she answered. I don't know what you are talking about, Mr. Potter. You must be mistaken. Harry smiled. Of course not, Professor. My mistake. He turned and walked slowly up the stairs, feeling a little lighter for having a good cry. 2 lots in fact, in one night. I'm turning into a girl, he muttered to himself as he went to find his friends. Harry was tucked in bed within minutes of entering his dorm room after accepting hugs from both Ron and Neville, who both hovered until he was changed into his pajamas and safely pinned by his bed covers. Even Dean was fussing, placing a glass of water and some tissues on his bedside table with a nervous smile. Harry closed his eyes and quickly drifted away, completely exhausted. Somehow, making that request of Snape had ripped him open and all of the hurt and anger from the previous summer washed over him in an overwhelming wave. Sleep seemed to be the only escape, so he took it gratefully. When Ron shook him awake the following morning, Harry found the exhaustion had settled over him like a heavy blanket. He could barely open his eyes. I'm not going to breakfast, he muttered, turning over and burying his head back into the pillows. He heard Ron and Neville whispering in undertones and then it was blissfully quiet again and he let the heaviness carry him away. He would get up in time for potions, he thought sleepily. A hand resting on his forehead woke him a short time later and he blinked sleepily at his head of house as she sat on the side of his bed. "Lo, Professor, am I late for class?" "It's all right, Harry," she said quietly. "Are you feeling ill?" He yawned heavily. "No, just sleepy." She smoothed the hair away from his forehead gently and he heard her quiet sigh. "You go back to sleep, Harry. I will let your professors know that you won't be in class today." Harry closed his eyes and let himself accept her gentle touch. It really did feel impossible to wake up, as though even thinking about going to class would break him somehow. He slept through the visit from Madame Pomfrey and his roommates checking on him at lunchtime. He slept through Professor McGonagall's visit after class and only woke when Neville and Ron insisted he sit up and eat the sandwiches they had brought him. He stumbled to the bathroom afterwards and then immediately crawled back under the covers, ignoring the worried looks of his friends. He couldn't face any of them just now, it was all too much. Severus glanced at the note that the Weasley boy handed him that morning with a frown. Minerva had excused Harry from all of his classes today. He felt his gut clench in anxiety and forced his face back into a neutral expression. Had he upset the child that much? Was his refusal the tipping point for the boy, or was Harry ill? The potions master was particularly fierce that day, and the lost house points bore testimony to his impatience. He ignored the slightly guilty sensation in his stomach as the class left, their shoulders slumped. It was Albus he was really angry at. Why couldn't the man be more helpful? There was surely a way around this whole mess. Poppy and Minerva's hushed conversation in the corner of the staff room didn't help his mood any, and he was just about march over and demand an explanation when the headmaster lightly touched his elbow and guided him to the other side of the room. He looked at the older man's grave expression and launched in, not waiting for the usual nonsense about tea and lemo drops. "What's going on with Potter?" he asked harshly, and the headmaster sighed, seating himself in one of the armchairs. Harry had what can only be described as a breakdown last evening in his common room. He is currently sleeping and Poppy has recommended we leave him be for a bit. Severus frowned heavily. If we allow the boy to slip into a depression, he may have a very long journey back. Are you sure this is the right course of action? Poppy believes so. I have no intention of allowing Harry to wallow Severus, but he is clearly overwrought just now, and an outburst of this sort is probably long overdue. There was a heavy pause before Severus answered, his voice cold and edged in steel. About 15 years overdue. Albus flinched and looked away, and Severus felt a slight tug of shame on his conscience. The headmaster deserved to feel pain for what he had done, but not to have his nose rubbed in it. There must be a way, he whispered sharply, and Albus shook his head in defeat, his shoulders slumping. I cannot foresee any circumstance where the ministry would approve it, Severus, not even with my blessing. Especially after my last misstep with the child. Severus's eyes narrowed and he asked coldly. And of course this has nothing to do with the loss of information if you found yourself without a pet spy. Albus shook his head sadly. Severus, I would release you from that role in a heartbeat if I thought we had the slightest chance of getting the guardianship approved. The ministry are already giving me problems and seeking to have Harry placed with a pureblood family of their choice. If I make a misstep now, I could end up being forced to hand the child over into an unsafe situation. He asked me, Severus hissed. For the first time in his life he has asked for something he wants. What does it say to him if we ignore that, if I ignore that? Both men became aware of Remus, who was hovering in the background, staring into his mug of tea with a thoughtful expression. Once again Severus was struck by how awfully thin the man looked. Severus bit back the urge to snarl at the man for eavesdropping. Lupin had arrived at the headmaster's office the night before and had heard much of his in the headmaster's row. Do you have something useful to add, Wolf, or are you just enjoying the show? He whispered fiercely. Remus regarded the two men calmly for a moment and then returned to staring in his mug before answering. I was thinking this over last night, he said quietly, and it occurred to me that there are more than one form of guardianship. Neither of us would be considered suitable parents for Harry, you because of your history and myself because of my condition. Severus huffed with impatience but was forestalled from making a scathing comment by the headmaster's hand on his arm. Go on, Remus, he encouraged. Well, it occurred to me that despite these issues we are both entrusted with the safety of the children in this school because our expertise overrides what might otherwise exclude us from such positions of responsibility. I don't understand what you are getting at. Severus barked, but with less venom than before. Surely the wolf wasn't trying to help him get guardianship of Harry. That was not a direction in which he would expect to find support. Harry is not old enough to be considered of age and legally an adult, but he is old enough to be able to leave school and start a career or training separate from a parental influence. The headmaster shook his head. That is true, Remus, but even in cases like that, he would still be apprenticed to someone and therefore would need a master who would be willing. Albus trailed off and gave Remus a bright smile. Well done, Remus. I would not have thought of that. Severus stared at his two colleagues, his thoughts reeling. A potions apprenticeship. Would that work? Why wouldn't it? Remus said earnestly. I know that Harry is no potions genius, but you said yourself that finding he can attune is a remarkable development. Surely that alone would justify taking him on. Could the ministry object? He asked the headmaster, hope slowly uncurling in his belly. They would find it hard to. They have been pressuring me for years to reinstate the apprenticeship program, and if they say you are an unsuitable master, then they have to go all the way and say you are an unsuitable professor, and as you are the foremost potions master in Europe right now, that would just look petty. Severus grimaced. Harry really doesn't like potions that much, he admitted quietly, and the headmaster chuckled. Then maybe we could dilute that a little. Albus looked pointedly at Remus, who shuffled uncomfortably. I'm assuming there was a further element to your proposal, he said softly, and Remus nodded. I was thinking of a joint apprenticeship. Defense and potions, meaning he would be bound to both of us with you having the senior role. The apprenticeship could be focused most heavily on defense, but with you holding the reins because of my condition. Severus turned and walked over towards the fire, finding himself pacing as he considered the ramifications. Behind him, he could hear Remus and the headmaster explaining the proposal to Poppy and Minerva. An hand on his arm brought him back to the present, and he found himself eye to eye with an excited Minerva. Severus, it's perfect, she exclaimed. No one could object to Harry learning more defense, and this way he gets to stay close to you and Remus. The ministry would look like complete idiots if they objected to the boy who lived learning how to fight the dark arts. Do you think Harry would accept you having authority over him like this? She asked quietly. Dark eyes met hers, and he answered so softly that no one else could hear. He asked me last night if I could be his guardian, and I said I didn't think it was possible. Minerva closed her eyes for a second and squeezed his arm tightly. That's what made him so upset. I wondered what had happened. He had been handling things so well. Severus turned back to his other colleagues, noting that Poppy was smiling at him with suspiciously bright eyes. He scowled darkly, which made the headmaster chuckle. You would release me from my other duties? He asked his employer seriously, and Albus nodded. Of course, Severus, although I am concerned about the consequences for you. Severus didn't miss the quick glance that Albus had made at his left arm, and he knew that a longer conversation would have to be had about what would happen once Voldemort realized he had lost his potions master to the light. We would have to get Potter's agreement to this, of course, Severus said, switching swiftly back into professional mode. The binding is usually for a minimum of 3 years, so would last until he was 19. He may not like the thought of being tied to Lupin and I for that long. Severus glanced at the wolf. He was surprised that the man was supporting this at all and not attempting to keep Potter's son all for himself. To enter into a binding alliance like this, not just with Harry but also with him, was a surprising move. As if sensing his thoughts, the shabby professor quietly spoke into the silent room. As you said, Severus, Harry has asked for this. He feels safe with you, and I would do anything to keep him feeling that way. I don't ever want to miss a cry for help from him again. Severus regarded the man thoughtfully and then gave him a sharp nod. Shall we go speak to Harry then? They left the room together, leaving 3 smiling and tearful colleagues behind. Harry sat on the floor of the shower room with his head buried in his arms and let the hot water cascade over him. He couldn't believe how exhausted he felt. He had slept all day and now couldn't wait to get back into bed. It was close to 7 in the evening, and he wondered how long he would have to stay up before his roommates let him sleep again. He didn't want everyone to worry, and he knew his behavior was scaring his friends. Part of him just couldn't face everyone after breaking down so spectacularly in the common room the previous evening. Another part of him was so genuinely tired that he wanted to just lie on the shower room floor and close his eyes. His head jerked up as he heard the room door squeak open and Dean walked in. Sorry to bother you, mate, but Professor Lupin is here. Harry scrambled to his feet and hurriedly reached for a bath towel, automatically wrapping it around his waist to cover his modesty. That's okay, Dean, I will be out in a minute. Harry reached over to the chair where he had draped his pajamas and robe. No rush, mate, I think. Dean's voice faltered, and then there was a shocked Harry. Harry whipped around and froze as he saw Dean stood shell-shocked behind him and Remus statue-like in the doorway. What, shit, my back. In his scramble for clothes, Harry had forgotten to hide his back from Dean, who was now eyeing him with a shocked and somewhat tearful expression. Did you know who do that? His roommate whispered fearfully. Remus cleared his throat and regaining his composure turned to the other boy. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Thomas. I can take it from here." Dean nodded and left the room hurriedly, throwing one last worried glance in Harry's direction. Remus and Harry stood regarding each other for a moment, and Harry was grateful for the man's calmness and the lack of immediate questions. Remus, however, couldn't have spoken if he had wanted to. It was one thing to hear from Albus and Poppy about the injuries Harry had received, it was quite another to see it for himself. Remus hadn't thought it was possible to be that thin and still survive, and considering his own frail condition that was saying something. He cleared his throat again and gave Harry a gentle smile. "You pop your pajamas on, Harry, and then come and join me downstairs. Professor Snape and I would like to talk to you about something and thought my office would be the best place for it." Harry paused, still standing in the middle of the bathroom with his clothes in his hand. "Am I in trouble for skipping classes?" he asked quietly, and Remus shook his head with a sad smile. "No, Harry, you're not in any trouble, and I'm sorry for barging in like this. It wasn't my intention to disturb your privacy, but you had been in here so long that I was starting to get worried." Harry blushed. "I won't be a minute, sir." Remus smiled again and moved to leave. "Don't forget to put some socks and slippers on, Harry. The castle is cold in the evenings." Harry hurriedly dressed, putting on his dressing gown and his thickest winter socks before going down to join Remus in the common room. There was a sudden hush as he entered the room, which quickly turned into overly cheerful chatter as all his housemates made a point of not staring. Not for the first time, Harry found himself very grateful he had been sorted into Gryffindor. He followed Professor Lupin out of the portrait hole and up a flight of stairs to the defense classroom and the small office that overlooked it, trying very hard to contain his nerves. He really didn't want to see Professor Snape, not after making such an idiot of himself the night before. The small office was lit by just a few candles and the roaring fire in the hearth. A table was set with sandwiches, biscuits and a jug of mulled apple juice, and Harry automatically headed for the fireside. He deliberately avoided looking at the man sat in the chair beside Remus's desk, hoping he wasn't being too rude. Remus hung his cloak on the back of the door and pushed it closed to keep the warmth in. "Take the seat nearest the fire, Harry, and we will have something warm to drink whilst we talk." Harry sat in the low armchair and glanced quickly at Snape, who was watching him with an inscrutable look on his face. He almost looked sad, Harry thought fleetingly, before taking an unusual level of interest in the rug beneath his own feet. "How are you feeling, Harry?" Snape asked quietly. "You look rather pale this evening." Harry shrugged. "I'm just tired, sir. I slept all day." "Yes, well, that's perfectly understandable," Remus murmured as he came to sit beside Harry and complete the triangle between the three of them. "You have had to deal with a great deal this last few weeks. These things do tend to catch up with us eventually." Harry looked at Remus's drawn face, the shadows much more pronounced in the soft light. "Are you all right, sir? I mean with tomorrow." The next day was the full moon, and its approach was clearly taking its toll on the older man. "I'm always a little tired in the lead up to the transformation, but it's nothing to worry about in any way, Harry." As skillful as that deflection was, "I believe Severus was enquiring about your health." Harry blushed and looked down again. "I'm all right," he mumbled. There was a moment's quiet as the two professors watched the young man before them trying valiantly to disappear into his dressing gown, and then Severus broke the tension by leaning forward to pour 3 goblets of hot apple juice. "This is a special blend of Professor Sprout's," he explained. "She makes a few bottles for all the staff at the start of every term. I believe it has all the ingredients of a calming draft, except it is not magically blended, something like a Muggle herbal tea with added spices. I believe she thinks it will stop us bludgeoning any of the students whilst we all settle back into the stresses of teaching again." Harry smiled at that and glanced up at the potions master, who had a light smirk on his face. "Well, you haven't killed any of us yet, sir," he said softly, and Remus chuckled. "Thank you, Severus." Remus cradled his own goblet between his hands and blew on it to take off a bit of the heat as Harry reached tentatively for his. Severus waited for the boy to take a few sips of his and lean back a little in his chair before he started the explanations. "I know you are very tired, Harry, so we won't keep you too long, but Professor Lupin and I believe we may have found a solution to your guardianship that will please all of us." He paused and noted the instant tension in Harry's shoulders, pleased to see that the boy was able to hold his gaze after his initial nervousness. Harry looked questioningly between the two of them and tried not to bite his lip. He didn't want to talk about this with the two people he couldn't have. That just seemed cruel. Anticipating the awkward conversation that was likely to follow, Harry jumped in first. "I'm sorry about last night, sir. It was really stupid of me to suggest what I did. It was selfish of me and I know you wouldn't want. I know your other duties are too important and I should never." "Harry." Severus held up a hand to halt him and this time Harry did bite his lip, feeling an instant taste of blood flood his mouth. He took a nervous gulp of his apple juice and looked away. "Harry, as things stand, my past with the Dark Lord would likely mean that any application of this nature would not be looked on favorable by the ministry." "I understand, sir. I'm sorry," Harry said quietly, brushing impatiently at his cheeks that were inexplicably wet. He was bloody crying. Again, Harry almost growled in anger at his own lack of control and Severus huffed with impatience. "You foolish child. If you just stop apologizing long enough to let me finish, then you hear that we think we have found a way around that." Harry's head snapped up to look at his clearly annoyed professor. What did that mean? A way around what? Remus laid his hand on Harry's arm and picked up the conversation. "You may be aware that many students start an apprenticeship once they leave Hogwarts and go on to do mastery-level qualifications in their chosen fields." Harry nodded. "What you might not be so aware of is that as previous times, it was not unusual for students to take on an apprenticeship whilst still in school. This has not been done at Hogwarts for more than 60 years, mainly because it is a system that can be open to abuse." Harry frowned, his face puzzled, and Severus explained further. "The apprentice is magically bound to his master for a minimum of 3 years and cannot be released until the master says he is proficient in his chosen field or 7 years has passed, whichever comes first. Some masters have used the system to basically gain themselves a free servant for 7 years. The tradition was halted at Hogwarts because it tended to be students from poorer families that took up apprenticeships as a way of paying their school fees. They often had no families to advocate a fair deal for them." Harry snorted. "That sounds like me. Knowing my luck, if they brought this back I would end up bound to Filch." Remus laughed and squeezed Harry's arm, and even Snape gave a small hiss of air that might have been a laugh. "Well, Harry," Remus continued gently, "it is an apprenticeship that we are suggesting for you." Harry's eyes widened in alarm. "With who?" There was a pause and then Remus answered. "With us. With both of us. A joint apprenticeship in defense against the dark arts and potions. It would be a mastery course that would continue for 2 years after your newts, so for 3 years in total." Harry sat shell-shocked in his seat, his drink forgotten. "Are you serious? You could do that? How? What about your SP? Your other duties," he aimed at Snape, "and your illness." "At Remus. What about the ministry? Would they let?" He trailed off as Remus squeezed his arm and Snape snorted in amusement. The potions master watched Harry, seeing the gauntlet of emotions that crossed the boy's face, hope and fear equally mixed. "In answer to some of those many questions, Potter, the ministry have been seeking to pressure the headmaster into reinstating apprenticeships at Hogwarts for years, so whilst they may try and interfere, it is unlikely they could actually stop it if this is the way you wanted to go. As Professor Lupin and I would have joint responsibility for you, then his condition would not pose a problem. Your mastery would be in defense with the potions component actually quite minimum. We would focus on those potions skills that complement defense, in particular your ability to attune, which has lots of other applications." He paused and took a sip of his drink, wondering if Harry realized he had bitten through his lip. Severus resisted the urge to pull the boy into his arms and try and soothe the worry away. He really wasn't ready to make himself that vulnerable in front of the wolf yet. He waited until he thought everything he had said so far had sunken in and then continued, his voice dropping to a soft murmur. "And as for my other duties, they would stop." Harry's shocked gaze flew to his. "But sir, that's important. I can't expect you." "Harry." Severus caught the boy's chin in his long fingers and held his gaze. "You are a 16-year-old young man who needs some support and guidance in his life right now. You are just as important as any other demand on my time and, well, to put it simply, you made a request of me last night and I found myself wanting to grant it." He let go of Harry's chin and Harry let his head drop onto his and closed his eyes. His throat closed off with emotion and he felt his shoulders starting to shake. Remus moved quietly to his side and let his arm rest across Harry's shoulders, his warmth seeping through the dressing gown, offering more comfort than any words. Severus would be your primary guardian, Harry, he said softly. He would take the parental role and make any decisions regarding your wider education and welfare, whilst I would have the primary teaching role. Of course you would have to stop us killing one another, which will probably be your hardest responsibility. Harry choked on a laugh and accepted the hanky that Remus pressed into his hand, wiping his face furiously. He glanced at Remus with a small smile. Sirius would be apoplectic at the thought of Professor Snape as my parent. Wouldn't he just, said the potions professor with a definite smirk on his face, and Harry laughed outright then. Should I be worried about your ulterior motives, sir? He said shyly, and the man's smirk increased. I'm a Slytherin Potter. You should always be concerned about ulterior motives. His smile faded and he added seriously. This is a big commitment on your part, Harry. You wouldn't be able to enter the Auror program or any other commitment until the apprenticeship contract releases you, and I am not an easy man to live with. No one would blame you if you wanted to just wait out the next 7 months until you are 17 and then strike out on your own. Won't the ministry try and get control of me again? Harry asked nervously, worrying his lip again. Severus winced as a small trail of blood ran down the boy's chin and he absently wiped at it with the hanky. Remus rubbed his back gently. They probably would, but Professor Dumbledore would do everything he could to keep them at bay. The main danger would be the first few months of the summer holidays, but as Lucius Malfoy is no longer in the picture, then things are not as hazardous as they were a year ago. Harry nodded and leant back into the man's embrace, turning a tear-stained face to Snape. I would like to do this, sir. I mean, if you are really sure. Severus nodded gravely. I'm completely sure, Harry, as is Professor Lupin. Neither of us would have offered if we hadn't considered this carefully. Our commitment to you extends beyond the walls of this school. Even if my staff position here changed or the dark arts curse strikes again, he threw a wry smile at Remus. Then the apprenticeship still stands. Harry sniffed tearfully, completely overwhelmed, and the professor's next words tipped him over the edge. You should realize, Harry, that we are choosing an apprenticeship because there is no way either of us could legally adopt you. If there was, I know I speak for both of us when I say we would probably be fighting over you right now. You have been alone for far too long. Harry buried his face in his hands and sobbed whilst Remus murmured words of comfort in his ear, his own face wet with tears. Remus locked gaze with his colleague and gave a grateful nod, which Severus returned, albeit rather curtly. They sat in silence for a while whilst Harry composed himself and allowed Remus to quietly heal his lip. The two professors explained some of the other practicalities and Harry nodded numbly, not taking any of it in. Remus pressed a few sandwiches into his hands, which he ate without noticing, and it was only as he finished the second goblet of hot apple that he realized they were keeping him talking to make sure he ate. He gave the empty plate in front of him a wry smile, and Snape, realizing that they had been rumbled, called a halt to the evening. I think we have probably filled that Gryffindor head of yours with enough information for one evening. Why don't I walk you back down to your common room whilst Professor Lupin lets the headmaster know you approve our little plot? They walked silently back to the portrait hole, Harry's head spinning with everything that was about to happen. He paused in front of the fat lady and glanced worriedly at his professor. Won't it hurt, sir? He asked quietly, giving Snape's covered left arm a significant look. Severus almost wept at the thought that the boy was worrying about his dark mark, a mark he had voluntarily taken and a pain he more than deserved. He worked hard to keep his voice level and detached as he answered. I have taken steps to ensure that any discomfort is minimal when he calls. This day was always inevitable, Harry, and I am glad that it is for such a positive reason that I am leaving that part of my life behind. I had not expected such an end. Harry winced at the nonchalant tone and the words his professor spoke. The man had expected to die, he realized, to be exposed as a spy and killed. The last remaining doubts fled away and Harry gave the man a warm smile. I'm glad, sir. Truly glad that you don't have to do that any more. Severus nodded. You should know before you go to sleep that Professor McGonagall has arranged for you to go the Weasleys' home tomorrow. I believe you are to remain there for the rest of the week to rest and recover. We should not have pushed you into full classes so soon, and yet hiding in bed will not help you either. I shall expect you at breakfast in the morning. Yes, sir. Harry flushed as he remembered a similar promise to his head of house the night before. He certainly hadn't made it to breakfast this morning. He mumbled the password and the portrait swung open. "Good night, sir," he said before clambering through, and Severus waited until the door had swung firmly closed before answered so softly, the fat lady thought she might have misheard. "Good night, child. Sleep well." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.